3, 7, 8, 9, 6, 8. What's the deal? What's the deal? Y'all gonna come up in here. Hey, what's the deal? What's going down? Trapper's Trapper. What's the deal, bro? We about to get it in, man. I don't know what's wrong with these niggas steady want to play with me and shit around this motherfucker. Yeah, niggas know I ain't the one to play with. Yeah. Man, I just got through eating some good ass pasta, man, that a nigga just made. What time it is? It's 12 o'clock. Yeah, I had to fix something to eat because shit, a nigga about to drink. He said, "You're tight of hell, it's crazy." Yeah, Trey 8 steady want to play. You know what I'm saying? Steady want to bring my name up. You know what I'm telling you? So shit, I gotta be disrespectful, bro. You know what I'm telling you? To show them niggas. You know what I'm telling you? Stop playing with me. You know what I'm telling you? Go play with somebody else. Go play with your kids, homeboy. Cause I'm the wrong nigga. Go play with your motherfucking kids, nigga. Boy, I wish that boy would have came down here to Texas, boy. Cause Loco had that boy acting like he wanted to move down here. Boy, I wish Trey A would have came to Texas. Yeah, boy, I'm trying to tell you. Y'all just don't know. I would have pulled up on him and Loco, goddamn it. And yeah, send some this right here at them niggas. That's what I'm saying. That's what they need to do. Cause as you can see, them niggas ain't playing with nothing else. Them boys ain't playing with nothing else. Hey, what's going down, G? Uh, hold on, I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Let me see something real quick. I can hear your mic moving though. I can hear your mic moving. Uh,
How about hold on right quick?
yeah, you good now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, we back. I'm back.
Already, bro. What's been going down, man?
Oh, I can't complain, Trav. Man, life is good, man. Just, you know, making the best of it.
Goddamn right, man. Yeah, man. I had seen you on Facebook, bro. So you know what I'm saying? I say, man, I just started doing these interviews and stuff. So I was like, man, you know what? I know my bro messed with that music and been messing with
Right.
the music for a long time. So I gotta get an interview with him.
Respect, respect. Appreciate that, though, man.
Yeah.
Acknowledging, my contributions to the game.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I salute to everybody that's coming through, man. Make sure y'all hit that like button, bro. Hey, let's go and get started though, man. Go and introduce yourself and let the people know who you is, bro.
Yeah, the world know me as Tremendous. Homies call me Triz. They get him. If you from the H Town, everybody know me as Triz. But yeah, it's Tremendous in the building. H Town Lone Star Great.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, bro. You say you from H Town, bro. What about you grew up in H Town?
Ah man, a little bit from the all over the north side for the most part. Northwest specifically, from North Line Point, Acres Home area to Northwest Park area. Yeah.
Okay, okay, okay. Hey, okay. What schools you went to, bro, and how was it growing up on this north side?
Um. Well, if I'm gonna be specific, I attended elementary and middle school in Spring Branch. I went to Ridgecrest Elementary, Spring Branch Elementary, and half of sixth grade Spring Woods Middle School. When then my mother moved from the Memorial Spring Branch area to, off Little York and 45, the North Line area. It's like on the cusp of Studewood and Acres Home. So depending on who you're talking to, what time of the day it is, and how pissed off they is or was with the projects I grew up in. Some people considered that area Studewood, others considered Acres Home, but yeah, I went to Funville Middle School from, half of sixth grade to eighth grade, and Wall Trip for ninth grade. And I think a couple months of 10th grade, I was going to Wall Trip High School on a computer transfer, playing sports. And once I, made my rounds with that, got a little bit more involved with music. Contracts got involved, even though I was still under the age of 18. I was doing some ghostwriting and some songwriting around that time, and didn't want to put in the effort of getting up extra early to make it to Wall Trip and getting home extra late because of the program that I had to partake in to go to school there. So shit, I just enrolled in my zone school, Sam Houston High, and graduated from there. So yeah.
Okay, okay. So, hey, you graduated too, huh, bro?
Yeah, from Sam Houston.
Overstood, overstood. All right. So how was it, you know what I'm saying, growing up, you know what I'm saying, over there in North Line Point? Because you know North Line Point going down. So how was it growing up over there, bro?
Man, it was interesting. It was hella eventful and a lot of action. It was action packed as a kid. You would think that it was something that was exciting, and people wore where they was from when it was particular. If it was particularly a rough area, we wore where we was from as a badge of honor back then. So growing up in the heat of the thick of everything, it was a little bit exciting. A little bit of thrill and a little bit of fear, to be honest with you. But growing up and looking back on it, it's a lot of, dysfunctionality we were surrounded by that, you have to kind of like come to terms with, grow out of, and mature and better yourself as a person. You kind of realize the contrast of the environment you grew up in compared to like how the world is as a whole and the different lifestyle choices you want for your kids as you start to bring children into the world. But while we was there, we thought it was, while I lived there, I thought it was the place to be. But you had to deal with things like hearing shootouts right outside your window in the middle of the night, 3, 4 in the morning, went on a school night, waking you up, and pen ambulance signs and stuff like that. So while that it seemed exciting in the heat of the moment and shit, as I grew older and we look back on things, kind of realize how dysfunctional the environment was. But yeah, it was on and popping growing up. You know what I'm saying? It was like definitely a eventful area in the hood where if you wasn't from over there and you thought you was gonna pass through and have your way and just be a tyrant, you was gonna get what you was looking for. It was gonna be some type of altercation or incident. And for the most part, when there weren't strangers passing through, it didn't take long for people who lived with each other amongst each other to bump heads in class. So, it was interesting. But for the most part, I have lifelong friends that I grew up with from there. A lot of people that I grew up with, and we reflect on the past. A lot of times we link up and hook back up in the hood, barbecue and hang out and kick it, and try to make sure it's a little more structured for the youth, the kids that's running around, just having fun or trying to at least. But yeah, we talk every now and then about how how much of wild boys we were. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, facts, facts. Okay. I know now, you know what I'm saying, for the past, let's say probably about 10 years or so, it's been a lot of Mexicans over there. When you was growing up, was it a lot of Mexicans over there?
I mean, yeah, the Hispanics presence on that side was always there. It wasn't, it was more so kind of sort of on the Fulton side, but like it started on Airline and Fulton going east. You would start to see more of the Hispanics, presence and whatnot, Clark Park. That was kind of sort of going east towards Denver Park was more so where they, you know, bunched up and where they was occupied. And but when we went to school, when you showed up at middle school, high school, the Farmvilles, the uh, what's the Pat? Is it Patrick Henry? It's another middle school that was a little bit further east. Like MC Williams was further west. Like in that area, if you cross Little York and 45, if you was on the like Willow Run North Plaza side of 45, you went to MC Williams. But if you was on the other side of 45 on our side, you went to Funville. So if the further you went east on Little York towards Mesa, the more you have like Hispanic subdivisions, and middle schools like Patrick Henry was predominantly Hispanic. Whereas the further you go towards Acres Home, schools like MC Williams was more black. But Farmville was smack up the middle. When you get to Sam Houston, you really get to see more how like that Fulton, Hardy Toll Road area was predominantly Hispanic, because the Hispanics outnumbered us at least 3-1 and maybe 4-1 in Sam Houston. It was a lot of blacks there, but yeah, about 60% of the student population while we was there was Hispanic. So for the most part, Hispanics always been present, but like nowadays, if you pass through Northline, if you go up and down Little York and around Acres Home, their presence is a little more concentrated in areas where like the Bricks, Garden City,
Yeah.
Lincoln City was all black back in the 90s, but now
Nah,
that shit is damn near 30% Hispanic. So they kind of migrating over more on our end, where they was a little more concentrated on the east side, but they always been there. You know what I'm saying? For the most part.
overstood, overstood. Okay. What year did you start getting into the music, bro?
Oh man, that's a good question, brother. I want to say around 92, 93, like right before right before the Ghetto Boys came out with "Damn It Feel Good to Be a Gangster." Because
Hmm.
the year that they came out was the year that I started vibing with rap a lot. But it was like after they recorded and finished the album, and they had that song, they was about to release it, because the day that I had auditioned for Jay Prince, I was 12 years old. You know what I'm saying? Rapping lyrics for him out of a tablet, and he
Okay.
he had pulled me. So let's say if I rapped for Big Chief, one of Jay Prince's right hand man at Rap a Lot Records. For those who aren't familiar, I may have auditioned for them when I was like 12, and it was like it was me with six other guys, and I was like the youngest guy. But the crazy thing about this scenario is it was at a family reunion.
Okay.
Um, me and my little brother actually had different fathers. My little bro is related to Jay Prince. So
Mhm.
during this time frame, while my little brother's father and my mother was together, his dad's family had their reunions, and we went to maybe three or four of them. I went to maybe three or four of them over the course of the years of my little bro father being with my mom. And the first year I went, I realized, I was 11 or something like that. I realized, damn, the CEO of Rap a Lot Records is kin to my stepfather. So
Okay.
I made it my business to have my tablet of lyrics ready the next summer. They had a family reunion. I watched my brother's cousins on his father's side. Female cousins bring their boyfriends. Male cousins bring their homeboys, just to rap for Jay. At the family reunion, they ain't related to him at all. So I'm like, oh shit. I wrote a year worth of fucking lyrics just to be able to. Because the funny thing about it is, this wasn't my first time rapping. I had participated in a talent show in elementary for the DARE program. That Don't Say No to Drugs, where the police
Yes,
used to come to
sir.
school and talk to you. They had a talent show program where they had gave the kids the opportunity to put a play together where you're like on a park and like a weird dude in a trench coat walk up to you offering you drugs and you say no and all that BS. Or you could write a rap about saying no to drugs, or you could whatever. So I
Yes,
had
sir.
got together with three other kids in my classroom. It was an essay dude named Carlos who played drums because his dad got him a drum set. We was like fourth graders, fifth graders, or something like this. But he
Okay.
played drums, and I had two other black friends who we used to rap, beat on the tables, and like just rap, mimic the rappers. No professional structure, coaching, or anything at this point. Just wrote raps. So I had did a talent show for saying no to drugs as a fifth grader at this Dell program at Spring Branch Elementary. And I remember like I was the only one that I rapped good enough to my classmates and people in the school, even in elementary, that the other two male friends, homeboys of mine, I remember, okay, my two black friends' name was Otis and Damon. I remember this shit like yesterday. And my essay partner name was Carlos. We was in fifth grade. Otis and Damon could rap, but them guys made me write they raps for the DARE program. So we had like three verses, essay dude playing drums, and I wrote all our verses. But so I was already in the motion of writing raps on paper. I'm gonna say that. But by the time this family reunion, I was 12. I was maybe in seventh grade or some shit like that. So I made sure I had my tablet the second go around at this family reunion. And, I watched everything work in slow motion like you normally do. Jay show up with his entourage, Rap a Lot crew. They make their rounds, grab a plate or something, and they go basketball court, and then they chill, they relax. And, I start watching people approach them about rapping and shit. So after enough people tried to approach Jay about demos and tapes, he told like after about three or four people did, he was like, everybody that got some music they want me to hear, go over there by the pond with my man Tony, which is Big Chief.
Okay.
And they, we went over by a pond. It's like five or seven of us rapping for Chief. I'm gonna try to cut this short because I know I can ramble. But Chief, we're rapping, as different guys is rapping for Chief, what I'm saying? He's cutting dudes short in the middle of their verses, like, you sound a lot like Face. Yo, where you from? The dude like 16, 17, be like, yo, I'm from South Park. He like, yeah, it sound like it. You sound a lot like Face. We got a Face. We don't need another Face.
Mm-hmm.
Point at another dude, then he rap. Then he's cut that dude short. Dude saying spiggity here, diggity there. He like, bro, you sound like Dodge Effects Spice One. We need original artists. So then, he eventually pointed at me once or twice. I got a verse and a half or something in. By the time Jay walked up to him and asked him, who sound decent? And he pointed at two guys. He pointed at this guy in his young 20s, and he pointed at this other guy's teenager dude. And it's like looking at me, but like not really making up his mind to point at me or not, right? So Jay was like, "That's it, them two," and he was like, "Little man got some potential too. You might want to listen to him," right? So Jay's had all three of us go over to this shed with him by his Rolls Royce, and we're like rapping for him. Jay told these one of dude he's that Chief said sound like Face, the same exact thing. He hear talent, but he sound too much like Face. Gave him business card, was like, work on your talent, try to get original sound, and reach back out to me. He eventually gave the second dude another a card and brushed him off after he had each of us saying a verse, you know, and then it was just me and him. So he was like, "Come with me. I want you to hear something and tell me what you think." So he took me to his Rolls Royce and he cut on "Damn It Feel Good to Be a Gangster." And he didn't
Yeah.
tell me he was on it. He just played it to the last verse and then, you know, it went off and he was like, "How does it sound to you?" And I was like, "Bro, that's you. You're rapping." You know, I'm like a 12-year-old. Whatever I told him, I'm like, "Bro, you sound as good as the other ghetto boys, you know, the
Yeah.
rappers." And he was like, "Okay, cool." So he gave me a business card just like he gave the other niggas. You know what I'm saying? And told me, you know, to stay in touch with him by the summer or whatever, and whatever he was going to work and develop me. So that's how I got in the mix and involved. The shit took me about 3 or 4 months to finally get a rap a lot manager or something up at the offices to take my call serious and put me on hold and, you know, like give the word like, "Yo, this is the young dude, say you gave him your business card from the talent from family reunion," type of, to finally like get in the mix and get around them. But yeah, that's how I got them. That was my introduction to the game.
Okay, okay. All right. So you so so let's get to the point. Now you able to be around Jay Prince and like, like what was some of your roles there? Like did you
um
like
so when I first got in the mix, you know, like on the 13, 14, 15 tip, it was right after, I'm talking about, I missed the deadline, turned in the project by weeks, that they had just finished Tulo's Funky Little Brother album.
okay,
So because Face had whatever he had going on with his you know, production company and other artists that he was starting to develop, he had DMG, a G to a key, and he had Tulo. But this is me looking back in hindsight. But Tulo not out. Tulo, they just finished the album, and because Face is doing what he's doing with Tulo, Tulo had been around long enough to have a finished album. You know what I'm saying? And they had Tulo on the "Bring It On" song on the last song on the Ghetto Boys album, "To Death Do Us Part."
yeah,
So this is like this summer I come around, but it's like a week after they turned in the Tulo album, and at the end of the Tulo album was like 10 underage rappers. I'm talking like four dudes in a group called Fifth Ward Juveniles, which was a play on Fifth Ward Boys, like a young version of Fifth Ward Boys, the same label, Jamming Records. Shout out to Dewey, who had Fifth Ward Boys signed, had Fifth Ward Juveniles. My boys, Trey Deuce, Mr. Slim, Nickel Boy, and damn, I'm forgetting one of them, man. I'm forgetting one of them.
salute to everybody coming through right now. Salute, salute.
They had, you know, all these young guys, Fifth Ward Juveniles, a guy from the Southwest named Endo, a dude named Red Dog from Fifth Ward named Kilo. I mean, a dude named Red Dog from Fifth Ward, a dude named Kilo from Fifth Ward. They had a girl from the South Side from A-Leaf named Deshira. They had a lot of underage rappers who was somewhere between around Tulo age, my age, but under 18, not old enough to sign their own contracts, that they was developing because of Tulo. You know, Face having Tulo trying to do this crisscross, another bad creation, whatever, young rapper things. So by the time I came around, Face working with Tulo, I guess, had Jay sold on the concept of developing young artists. So I come around to get inducted into this thing they call Young Rapper Boot Camp, where rappers who they felt was talented enough to have around, but not old enough to sign their own contracts, would get picked up on the weekend or be around them for as much as possible during the summer, playing extras in music videos when they need kids. Like Scarface Hand of a Dead Body video with Ice Cube. They needed kids to be playing and running in the field in Worthing's track or football field. So they had all us rappers there. Anytime they had us in the studio getting familiar with mic placement, how to rap it, the whole process over leftover beats that the rappers who were signed didn't choose. Like they just had us in what they call boot camp, developing us. And they had put every young rapper that was around on the last song on Tulo album, like a week after I came around. So I had missed that by a tail shot. But the reason why I was coming around at the time that I was coming around, particularly because Big Chief had two little boys who was even younger than me. Them boys were like 9 or 10 at the time. They was literally the two little boys in the beginning of the Jason's Lyrics movie scene with Jada Pickett in the pawn shop by a TV who was talking to her about an airplane. These is two chiefs. This is Big Chief's sons. They was in a group called the Schoolboys. They was signing Bad Boy back then. While Tulo about to come out, Big Chief had two sons signed to Bad Boy Records in a group called the Schoolboys, and Big Chief wanted me to ghostwrite for him. And Jay was doing something with his sons also, but they wasn't developed in a group yet. Like Chief sons was signed to Bad Boy in a group called the Schoolboys, literally. But Jay was trying to do something with Jazz and Jay Prince Jr. Like I was writing songs for them, but they wasn't in a defined group. You get what I'm saying? So
Yes, sir.
I
Yes,
came
sir.
around initially doing that.
Okay.
Yeah, that was
Okay.
my
When
initial
you
purpose of coming.
when you say ghostwriting, like who's some of the people that you ghostwrited for?
Um, Most of my ghostwriting was for artists that didn't come out. You know what I'm saying? But
Okay.
when they securing songs and working on their projects, uh, and working with producers, like I wrote pieces for Joe. It was more like work for hire for him. It wasn't like ghostwriting. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
And uh, I'm pretty sure like the terms uh, are probably expired by now, but just for the sake of relationships, I did sign like NDAs for like more popular artists. Where like I helped write a bar here, a bar there, wrote they hook and shit. When you sign it, it's too like the main difference between a songwriter and a ghostwriter is that if you a songwriter, your name gonna be there. You writing for an artist that is known and not write their lyrics like Madonna or Mariah Carey. They just great vocalists, and you gonna get your credits for being the person that wrote No Scrubs. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think the girl from Escape who write all the lyrics for Escape wrote No Scrubs for TLC. Like that's a songwriter. But when rappers who are half of their reputation is built on being great writers who already have established careers, deadline gets hectic and they have writer's block, but they still got to turn this album in. When they need writer help, they bring in ghostwriters. Because half the battle of being a rapper and being credible MC is writing your own lyrics. So
Mhm.
back then, if a rappers had ghostwriters, it wasn't like finding out Drake wrote his own shit. It could be destructive to that whole rapper's career, their reputation
Yeah.
as being a formidable lyricist,
Yes,
a
sir. It
person with a
was.
dangerous pen. So that the concept of creating the ghostwriters come from that. And so when we was ghostwriting shit, we was signing non-disclosure agreements. And even though I'm pretty sure those contracts are void or have expired, relationships are still relationships. So I will say this: nobody that I worked with and recorded with, like I never ghost wrote for like Scarface. I mean, Big Mike or no shit like that. But artists who aren't as established as them but are known, I help do some things. But I mostly ghost wrote for producers like Joe. Who produced Player for Big Mike, Never Seen a Man Cry for Scarface, Jesse James, World is a Ghetto for Ghetto Boys. He's like Dr. Dre. He's not a rapper. You know what I'm saying? He could do an album and get in front of the mic like Dr. Dre. A producer ain't gonna give a fuck if like Dr. Dre don't care that you know Eminem wrote What's the Difference Between Me and You, or if you know that Snoop Dogg wrote this song or DLC wrote that song, because his main chops is being a producer. So I can say I wrote a lot for N.O. Joe, even though N.O. Joe never got a chance to drop his Chronic. You know what I'm saying? While he was working on his album, he had people like me, Bun B from UGK. I mean, I don't have to say that. Everybody know who Bun is. Ice Cube and Twister was writing for Joe. You know what I'm saying? If N.O. Joe did a song and he had Twister rapping on it, Twister most likely wrote his lyrics for that song. So it's like
I
Joe didn't have us writing signing NDAs, but if we wrote some shit for artists on Rap a Lot who's known to be a person with a dangerous pen, shit, we would sign the NDAs. You know what I'm saying? Back because that's just like, even if the rapper didn't care, they business people made sure, they publishers made sure that they image was protected in that sense. Because finding out somebody was writing for somebody like Rakim is just as bad as, if not worse, as that nigga biting somebody else's style and you find it out. So yeah, I wouldn't put everything I ghost wrote for on blast, because there was the main reason of me like being given a ghost written position was for that to stay concealed. So but yeah.
Okay, overstood, overstood. I did you have any projects come out, you know what I'm saying, with Rap a Lot? Or what some of the projects that you did have come out?
Well, I didn't have any projects come out directly with Rap a Lot, because the funny thing is, like, before I got tied in with Big Mike, and which was, I was closer around 18, and leaned into that clique. Um, and I was like recording, submitting songs to Rap a Lot. There was a few key times where Rap a Lot got close to like giving me a release date, saying, "Yo, we gonna put out your project on you." But Jay would always get stuck. Like, Jay would always, when we would have like listen sessions, he'd pull up to the studio to hear the songs I worked on that week or whatever. He'd be like, "International trade, man. Your sound's just so international. I don't know. Like, you got some songs where I feel like if I market them in New York to pin up against some of their lyricists, it would be a good angle. But then you got other songs that sound more regional, like in the club, they would jam down here. I don't really know what would be the best approach, because your sound is so versatile. You got international sound." He would always say that in my listening sessions, but they couldn't never lock in on an approach, a marketing stitch. So it would always kind of end up being a stalemate. And then I just end up writing some shit for another artist that don't fit me. You know what I'm saying? Because they like, "We know you can do it, but this ain't your lane." So uh, it was kind of like the Prince Johnny C stigma. Like Rap a Lot did put out a couple of very hip hop sounding projects, like R Squad, Fat Enough for Everybody, they first album that Devin the Dude came from, Prince Johnny C, Raheem the Invincible. And he had a bunch of stalemate experiences in the early part of Rap a Lot development, where he couldn't really get those projects no legs on the East Coast, because they was like trying to say that niggas from down here was trying to sound like they was from New York. So
Yeah.
I believe, and I'm pretty sure if Jay ever heard this interview, it'll give him an idea to elaborate on, because he has so much history to expound upon. But I believe the experiences that he had early off with his earlier artists that may have sounded more universal, or that they could have been from everywhere. New York was big on hating. And they was like, "Them Bama niggas trying to sound like they from New York." So even when it was rappers that was from, even though Raheem the Invincible originally from somewhere like New Jersey, he had grew up and had spent a lot of his time in Houston and Fifth Ward. So but by the time he came out, he had been a Houstonian for years, but he didn't move down here till he was an adult. So he was essentially an East Coast cat. So he sounded like a Jersey nigga. But just like Prince Johnny C and other people, they would be like, um, "These guys sound like they're trying to sound like East Coast cats." So those projects never really got anywhere. And I think that later on, or in the earlier part of the Rap a Lot development, when Jay was doubling down with the Ghetto Boys and Willie D being more of the like stronger voice in the group before Faye started to grow his legs as a solo artist. Um, I think that's why they leaned into being country and doing sounding like we was from where we was from. And because of that stigma, he didn't want to go down that road again with an artist sounding like me that was very lyrical, that could get up in there with a cipher with cats from the East Coast, that would probably give a bunch of New York critics the opportunity to say they trying to sound like they want to be us. So we would always have a stalemate when it came to what we was going to do with my project. But
Oh,
they kept me active as a songwriter. But in working with other producers, I was getting track. I could get tracks from whoever I wanted to. So I ended up on, even though these aren't directly Rap a Lot projects, while Rap a Lot was working with New Tribe as distribution partners, New Tribe version records, which is everybody knows New Tribe is the label that had the Loonies and AZ. They was Virgin Records Urban Division. But at this time, while they was developing, or they was working with Rap a Lot, they was distributing Rap a Lot's music. They also put out the Original Gangsters soundtrack with like Fred Williamson, Pam Grier, and Jim Brown's last movie. So I had the opportunity, unfortunately, the opportunity and the chance to get a placed on that soundtrack. But that was a song that I did with Joe.
okay.
And the songs that I did with Big Mike. I was on the last song on Big Mike's first album, Something Serious. I was on the one, the third verse, after Bun on this song. It was me, a player named A Dog from the South Side. Shout out to A Dog and Bun B, and Bun B rapped the second verse. And I was like 15 years old. Closed the song, rapped after Bun, and then by Mike's second album, I had signed a production agreement with him, and he had a plan to kind of like introduce me to the world, but give me shine on his second album, like Dre did Snoop on the Chronic. So I ended
Okay.
up being on 4 songs out of 12 songs, and one of those 4 songs was a solo song of mine. But things didn't pan out as planned because, as history revealed, Mike started having development agreements and disagreements rather with Rap a Lot. So we didn't get that far in the plan with what we was planning to do. But yeah, that the Original Gangster soundtrack and Big Mike's first two solo albums was what I did manage to land on placement on.
Okay, overstood, overstood. Okay, we got one person in the chat. You know what I'm saying? Hey, can you spit something real quick, bro?
Can I spit something real quick?
Yeah.
I mean, I got bars all over the place. Yeah, I can throw something out there. I don't freestyling is not something that I really like. My sparring muscles is not like as sharp as they used to be because producing, songwriting, so many levels to the game. But let me see, man. From a flow to a label and a hoe to a stable, the fofo by my neighbor keeps the dough on the table. And the checks on time because I wreck on rhymes. The cops suspect we on crime because we decked out prime. But I'm older now, a little bit sober now, getting my money right. And I'm drinking water and I'm exercising. I got 3 daughters and I got a son. And he gonna be the one. Inheritance. I'm passing down deeds and titles, estates and trust funds. He's my rival, but he's the idol. I don't really give a fuck about his read your Bible. Try me, baby. I don't know. We crazy daily. I get into it. I'm true with motherfuckers know I do this. I'm so trill. You knew it, man. I shouldn't even have to say it. I got so many words and syllables to play with. But yeah, that's just me just playing around with words going out the top.
Okay, okay. Hey, somebody in the chat wanted to know like how much, you know what I'm saying, back then or even now that you know what I'm saying ghostwriters was making.
Hey man, that shit's okay. It depends on the individual, the leverage they have, and how you negotiate. And I just to give you an idea, man, I have ghost written songs for $500 for school clothes, the August before school starts as a 10th grader. And I
Okay.
didn't wrote songs for 5Gs in the middle of that same school year. So it just depends on the desperation of the situation and what I need and my negotiating leverage and the person that I'm working with and they budget. You feel what I'm saying? So I'm not gonna try to like if an independent guy wants to start a company, he got a little money, I'm not gonna charge him what I would charge Rap a Lot. That giving a artist 6 figure budgets, you know what I'm saying? That wouldn't be fair. So even when you got an established fee, you kind of got to scale your charge what you charge based on the budget of the project. You know, because sometimes the opportunity to work that project is much more like and make history is there and but the budget not. So you may like, for example, and this is just purely just an example. I don't know anybody's business, but like an independent cat like K Reno asking me to do a song with him, but he only got $50,000 budget for his album. It's totally different than if Scarface with a budget from Def Jam asked me to do a verse. I'm not gonna pass up the opportunity to make hip hop history with doing a great song with K Reno because I want 10 racks from him. And that's a fifth of his budget. You get what I'm saying? So it would be stupid for me to try to hold him to that charging rate that I would charge Face when he coming out his pocket. But Face got 200,000 from Def Jam. It's not even his money. But K Reno is spending money he didn't accrued from shows and publishing to do his next album. So even if he so with all that you got to factor all that into play when if you a good negotiator and if you like a wise businessman. I'm not gonna pass up opportunity to make a dope ass rap song and represent the city with K Reno because he can't pay a major label fee. You feel what I'm saying? So
Yes, sir.
it fluctuates depending on the situation.
We got some engagement with the chat on this interview right here. Somebody right here says, do you get royalties for any of the songs that you wrote?
Yeah, to this day, I get royalties for like the features that I mentioned to y'all. The Big Mike songs, I still give royalties for that to this day. The song that I did with on the original Gangster soundtrack, I don't get royalties, unfortunately, because I was like 16 when I did that. And the contract that I signed was like a work for hire type of situation. So I relinquished my rights to receive publishing when I did that. But I learned a, you know what I'm saying, strong lesson when I did that. And it equipped me for the negotiation that I put into play when I worked with Rap a Lot to do the songs that I did with Mike, which is why I still get like royalties from this day. I don't even interact with they accounting department. I don't even have a contact at Rap a Lot. Even if they are functioning as Rap a Lot records to this day, they may be mob ties. I don't know. But I don't have to communicate with none of them to make sure I still get my shit that's due to me from ASCAP and whatnot. So yeah, shout out to N.O. Joe. You know what I'm saying? That's my boy. If it wasn't for Joe, I wouldn't have never even met Mike and been on Mike's shit because Joe introduced me to Big Mike when he was doing Player and having things and World of Mine. You know what I'm saying? On Big Mike's first album. But and we had a little spat about that too. And not the song that I did with him on the original Gangster soundtrack because I was in a group called Third Degree, but how we was going to proceed further with that project. I had a decent little bidding war going on before I turned 18 because I was around Rap a Lot for so many years. Several other people was trying to sign me, you know, not just Rap a Lot. I had a situation with a Face Records. It was a A&R dude that was there that was from Houston. Joe had a situation and he had a production company. He offered me a deal, and Face had tried to sign me and my partner Corey Mo. Shout out Corey Mo. Face had tried to sign me and Corey Mo as a group before I started fucking with Big Mike. But
Okay.
I mean, and it was cool, but I don't know, man. He tried to put specifically, even though me and Corey was buddies, we was running together. He tried to, but we were solo acts. Face tried to put me and my boy Corey Mo in a group and named the group Skinny Gangsters. And me and Corey thought it was some type of cruel joke. Like, is you trying to sabotage our career? Like, we just couldn't get past that. We thought it was something weird about him wanting to call us Skinny Gangsters. But this nigga turned around, put out the fix at Def Jam South, and his fucking publishing company was called Skinny Gangsters Music. I'm like, bro, this nigga was serious about this Skinny Gangster shit. He likes this fucking name. But the crazy thing was Big Mike and Face was offering me more upfront money than Joe was. And I mean, it's water under the bridge. This shit is like damn it 30 years, 20 years ago. So 25 years ago. So I felt some kind of way telling Joe, like, yo, you know, I was knee deep doing so much work with Joe. Like me and Joe had like a Dr. Dre Snoop Dogg combination where if I honestly feel like, you know what I'm saying, if we would have materialized what we was trying to do and what he was doing with his project, he was trying to put out like his chronic, but he had everybody from Ice Cube to Bun B to Twister and to AZ on different songs with him. And I was like over it all over the project. Like Snoop was on a chronic, but then I was doing what I was doing, Mike. We had if everything would have came to fruition like it was supposed to, it would be an interesting, alternate, you know what I'm saying, reality that we living in. I don't think, and that's not to say things that came about wouldn't have happened, but it would have been interesting to see how things would have unfolded if Joe would have been able to put out that project. Like because shit, me and Joe, when I decided to sign with Mike, they kind of like put a stop to me and Joe's working relationship because you know obviously everybody who was offering me a deal who I didn't sign with felt some kind of way. So,
Okay.
but you know everything was cordial, and I would still get tracks from him, but we just wasn't like buddy like the fuck we was. But um, because we was working on so much work and everybody else was offering me a little more money with a little more creative control because you got to understand Mike and Face was in certain parts of their careers where they was getting more knowledgeable about what they could negotiate for themselves. So
Okay.
you can imagine like Rick Ross having Wale and Meek Mill, or Drake having or Lil Wayne having Drake or Nicki Minaj. Artist signing artists is always going to be more. You think if an artist not popping, it's not a smart thing to do, especially when it's a trap where it's like rappers who kind of get stale and run out of shit to do to keep their career going afloat. They start signing up and coming rappers with talent to siphon off of their ideas. So that shit can be dangerous and risky. But once a rapper become a household name, like a Lil Wayne or a Rick Ross, you can't tell me some of our biggest acts have came through other rappers. Like Kanye West introduced us to Travis Scott. Jay-Z introduced us to Kanye West. Jay-Z also introduced us to Rihanna. Drake introduced us to Wayne introduced us to Nicki and Drake. Meek Mill introduced us, like some of our best now artists, not like, the Luke Records, Death Row, Rap a Lot. Those are the eras of, what I'm saying, the street cat with the label helps the talent do their thing. But the superstar rappers that came from those labels actually developed the best artists. You know what I'm saying? Like that, like Drake wouldn't have been as much of a boss. In my honest opinion, my humble opinion, Drake wouldn't have been as much as a boss signed directly to Cash Money under Birdman. If he wasn't signed to Young Money and Wayne didn't give him the contract that he wished Birdman gave him to fulfill and then go off with OVO, it's like ain't no nigga gonna keep giving you doper and doper music when you playing with their money and they money funny and shit. Niggas don't fall off. A lot of motherfuckers be like, fuck this shit. But Drake
Yeah.
was able to actually shine for so many years and keep jamming, man, because this nigga checks was good. This nigga's he never was starving. He never saw 30 million he was supposed to get, but he only got 3 because somebody chipped him for 27. Man, you ain't finna drop your best album. The album you finna come out after that happened with you ain't gonna be better than the last one that got made that 30.
Yeah.
You're not gonna have to put as much of your heart into it. So a lot of people, when you see artists falling off, it be like the TLC thing. Man, TLC went diamond off no
Mhm.
scrubs, but then they was riding around in Hyundais talking about they only got 30,000. They quit on Pebbles. Why would some artists that big and successful quit at that height of their careers? Because they wasn't getting when your name is big as it is and you got your face everywhere, but you can't even get down in there with regular people because your money funny. Man, you're not finna go back up in the studio and perform for the very same people that then took all your money. So most of the time we see talented people just say fuck this shit. You know what I'm saying? Because they end up realizing the short end of the stick that they got. But some of the longest careers. Drake is one of the few artists that stayed hot long enough to fulfill his 10-year contract and then still put out albums under OVO. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? Travis Scott introduced us to Don Tolliver. And I'm saying, like, Normally a Don Tolliver signed to Death Row or signed to Columbia directly, he ain't got enough legs to thrive. But because he up under whatever little Cactus Jack machine that Travis Scott got going, Travis Scott don't need him to be the headline in that because he is. He just need to act on his label that can keep the crowd entertained till he go on. But
Yeah.
nevertheless, Don Toliver got like 30 million monthly listeners on Spotify. I don't know why the city of Houston don't acknowledge people like our locals the way we acknowledge the Trader Truths and the Zeros and the Pawas and the Mike Joneses and the Slim Thugs. Shout out to all them. Them is all my homies. I know them all personally. Every nigga I named, I've shake looking them in the eyes, shake their hand. Got we the niggas say my name if they notice me from the side view before I recognize them. But nevertheless, Travis Scott, Don Toliver from this motherfucker just like them.
Mm-hmm.
But for some reason, because they're not a part of the independent machine that we developed over the years to be separate from the major labels, whether they rock with us or not, because they're not a part of that machine. Our locals, the listening fan base don't seem to. Everybody know Travis Scott from here, but people don't really, and people know Don Toliver, his artist, but Texas listeners, Houstonians don't seem to know how big Don Toliver is. That nigga big as Beyonce as far as listeners and streams. You know what I'm saying? But I guess
Okay.
because he's not a part of the independent machine where we hear hockey, we hear music. You know what I'm saying from our DJs and our little circulate that it kind of goes over a lot of people's heads. But it's like I feel like just like Mike and Face was offering me production deals that had better perks than even Rap A Lot was offering me directly because they as artists saw the vision, whereas Rap A Lot's the label, Joe the producer, they're looking at strictly numbers. Like, yeah, we know you're capable, but you haven't sold nothing yet. So they like
Okay.
just we don't know about this advance, but we'll give you this on a monthly per diem type of talk. Whereas Mike and Face is like, yo, I'll give you 15,000, I'll give you 20,000, you sign with me, production up front, and these per diems, and you keep your publishing, and you like they was, you know what I'm saying? So
I hear you. Yeah.
while it can be funny, to be locked in up under the wrong type of artist, the right type of artist, you know what I'm saying, is going to put you in position. You feel me? So yeah.
Okay. I if the people that's listening right now and the people that's gonna come back and listen to this, bro, what could they find some of your music at and some of the songs that you did?
Uh, all the stuff that I have done, the prior work that I did is in all streaming platforms, Spotify, Apple Music, YouTube. Um, you can find me on all these platforms as well. Tremendous, spelled out like the word tremendous. You got to put that hyphen above the E though, the first E in tremendous. Um, I dropped a album called The Indigo Deluxe, which is more so of a deluxe version of an EP that I put out in 2023 in January. And I also dropped a single called Better Than It Was in like February because a single to the album that I'm working on, Better Late Than Never, you know what I'm saying, it's actually going to be, even though I put out singles since 2014 to now over the course of the years, to like just showcase, not necessarily to like compete in the game as an artist and get all these billboard, get these streams and this, that, and the third, but more so for like to market and advertise the services that I offer in the industry aside of being an artist, like the ghostwriting, the producing, the audio engineering. I'll drop a single so people can see, like, yeah, I mixed and mastered this song, I produced this song, and I did my art cover work. So it's like I have so beyond just being a musical artist, a songwriter, and an entertainer. Over the course of the years, learning, being in the studio with guys like Joe, Mike Dean. Shout out to Mike Dean. He's actually Mike Dean produced the song I did on Big Mike's Still Serious, Gray Skies. But Mike Dean also is the guy that brought Travis Scott to Kanye West. And Mike Dean is, as people know, he's a producer at Rap A Lot. He did I Hate You for Zero. He did All the Dream for Big Mike. He produced Gray Skies for me. He did so much. Mike Dean is probably going to be responsible for more of the Rap a Lot discography than any other producer, even though people like Mr. Lee, N.O. Joe, Beto are integral and were a part of, like, they are just as important as Mike Dean, but he's going Mike Dean is going to be the guy that comes in and mix and masters everything, whether he produced it or not. Whether Joe did the beat, whether
Yeah.
they gonna be calling him to come and mix and master. So Mike Dean had his hands on everything. Mike Dean is now over there. Mike Dean went on, left Rap a Lot, not left Rap a Lot, but moved on and worked with, Kanye West and Jay Z. He engineered and mixed and mastered the Watch the Throne album. He toured with Kanye West, played rock guitar solos. And a lot of people don't know, man, Mike Dean, before he came to Rap a Lot, he was the musical coordinator for Selena band. You know what I'm saying? And that was his introduction into the music industry. And this is the guy who taught me my way around the studio. So by the time I was done working with Rap a Lot Big Mike and starting my own label and putting out my independent music, I literally knew how to record myself, mix myself, master myself from the best. So, you know, uh, I offer these services and have been, paying the bills over the years that way, more consistent, being behind the scenes. If I'm not A&R or consulting some label somewhere, I'm in another creative process, like the recording engineer or production or some shit like that for a lot of different artists. I work with my boy, Generator Baby, rest in peace, my homeboy at Black Label Embassy. He transitioned a year or so back, and I was even over at 1501 with Carl Crawford and T. Ferris. Shout out to them, helping them get their label off the ground, working with, Young Ruler, Psycho Sid, and even helping them develop Megan Thee Stallion. I helped them get their publishing together over there. And like right before Megan got their deal, you know what I'm saying? So I be all around in the dibbling, dabbling and shit because, I soak up knowledge like a sponge. So over the years, I kind of sort of know the ins and outs to the process to where I've helped along, the process for along the way, even if I'm not involved artistically, for a lot of labels and movements in the city. So, I drop singles so people can see and hear the work, even if they're not into me as an artist, the quality of work I can provide for them as an engineer, and things of that nature, that I do know the distribution process, that I do know the marketing process. So I kind of use my discography as a guinea pig to experiment on tools to know how shit goes so I can help, others. But I do have a body of work you can find on Spotify, Apple Music, YouTube, wherever you listen to music at. But you definitely can find Original Gangster soundtrack there. Scarface, Spice One, Ice T, Ghetto Boys. A lot of people are on that project. Not, Junior Mafia that was on that movie soundtrack other than me, Joe, and Third Degree. So it's a dope soundtrack. And Big Mike discographies and projects are on all the streaming platforms. So pretty sure if you go find his profile, All the Dream will be his top song list. And that's generally how I get new listeners when I drop new music, because snowball effect of someone listening to old music that I put out, clicking on my name on a feature, and it taking them to my profile, and they can see the newer stuff that I put out. But yeah, you can find me on all the streaming platforms and that whole catalog. Shout out to Big Mike. You can find the Original Gangster soundtrack on there as well.
Okay, bro. All right, there's gonna be a couple of questions right here though. But I heard you talk about the record label, so I want you to let us know your record label, and I want to know what made you get in producing and mixing and mastering and stuff.
That's a great question. It's a great, like, not too many people I have not had the opportunity to share that experience and why. But I'll say, naturally starting a record company, it should be a natural process. It should be a natural stage of growth for any artist. It's
Mhm.
almost like you coming into appliances and you coming into your own business as a plumber. But
Yes, sir.
when you first get your certification, you don't have enough experience to go out there and do jobs on your own. So you got to be a plumber's apprentice or accomplice. And then once you get so many of those hours, you can become a plumber. And then after so many hours, 10,000 hours or so of being a plumber, you're an expert now. So you can graduate or work for a big company or become a subtractor to be a foreman. And now you're managing teams of plumbers and apprentices. And you know, because you understand budgets, you understand overhead, inventory of equipment, and just how to make it that all work. Um, it should be a natural process for artists. You come in this game because you got a gift and you're trying to monetize your art. But as you make other people money, you make money for yourself. You get a better understanding of how the process works, and it's much cheaper. Not much cheaper, but as you understand how the process works and you start to earn money for yourself, the natural stage should be to like secure the process for yourself so you can keep more of the profits. And we see actors do it. We see people like whether it's Martin Lawrence, Will Smith, or Jamie Foxx, or Kevin Hart go from acting in movies to having their own production studios, and they exec producer whole movies now. And now they got like all the actors they was competing against in the movie alongside them, and they got the co-guest role, co-starring role.
Right.
But you know,
Right.
they
Right.
producing these movies. It's just a natural growth process. You know, you got millions of dollars. Fuck, you gonna keep letting a studio pay you 10 million to spend to pay you a million to spend 10 million to make 100 million for when you can do it all at that point and keep and just and be, you know, more profitable, own the work. So when it's time to syndicate it and BET or TNT want to start showing it on Thursdays, they call you, not like you get a call from your agent saying, yo, here, BET sending you a check, because whoever owns your movie decided to syndicate it to them. You know, it's like, it's just a natural growth of process. So me, myself personally, going from artists that had a production agreement with major labels or being a part of the major label matrix to being independent and understanding how expensive this shit is. For one, it really wasn't possible for rappers to start their own labels unless you. The reason why CEOs of most record labels came from the streets is because in order to press up enough CDs to go gold or platinum, you press up 500,000 CDs, it's damn near gonna cost you $100,000. You press up a million, it's damn near gonna cost you $250,000. To have the recording studios, $10,000 solid state Logic mixing boards, $5,000 mics, $2,500 Avalon compressor amps. All these things cost real deal money, right? That shit
Mm-hmm.
wasn't possible, you know, unless you had street money all the way up until 2000, the digital era, Napster and Bearshare, pirating shit, and the medium for distributing music changed from cassettes to CDs to MP3s. So once shit became digital, the cost for this for manufacturing and distribution was eliminated, because now to go platinum you don't have to have, you can't sell a million CDs if you don't press up a million CDs. So you need some big dogs to get behind you
Yeah.
to become big. But once
No.
shit
Right.
turned digital, you don't need to press up no copies. You know what I'm saying? You can stream a million streams, you can download a million MP3s, you upload that digital file once, and they can be duplicated. So that reduced the overhead costs tremendously. You know, when advertising and video changed from primarily being distributed to TV to the internet and things like YouTube popped up, the cost of advertising decreased dramatically. So you got
Okay.
to understand, somebody like me understanding from 98, 99, that I got to partner with one of my boys from the streets if I can't find a legal investor, because it's gonna cost me at least 20,000. I'm gonna have to press up 5,000, 10,000 copies at a time, and once I sell them, press up more. All this shit. So seeing the internet craze happen, all this happened. The internet boom.com boom. You know, the media talking about all these changes about to take place, and me understanding like, yo, if I can get a grasp on this internet shit while everybody else is, and be a pioneer, I could fucking literally do this independent thing and a more grassroots budget. So it was a me understanding what's happening, kind of like how investors check the stocks and look at like Wall Street and watch it's going to be a recession, it's going to be a boom. So me understanding the entertainment industry and how industries enter are intertwined. For example, like technology is a catalyst for a whole bunch of industries. T- Technology changed the public transportation industry forever. Before technology, taxis ran that shit. But because somebody figured out a clever way to come up with an app as an infrastructure and put all the overhead on the drivers using their own cars, they use technology to as a catalyst to change transportation. And Uber and fucking Lyft has took that shit from taxis and it'll never be the same. You know what I'm saying?
No,
Technology
big
has
thing,
did
big
that
thing.
to the music industry. Also, it's a catalyst for a bunch of industries. So me understanding that technology is not really an industry in and of itself. It's more of a catalyst for other industries. It's 5G and tech is allowing heart surgeons to do a surgery clear across the globe with robotic arms because the low latency in 5G is fast enough for them to do it and not be there in person. So technology is changing the medical industry. I understood what it was going to do for music. So I'm like, first and foremost, the shit wasn't going to cost me nothing to, once I got the studio at home, I could record an album. Yeah, it's going to cost me to have producers or musicians come in. It's going to cost me for features. But if I'm finna to like produce this motherfucker on my own, play a guitar, it's $40, $50 an hour to come in and play over my shit, pay a pianist to come in, I can knock this shit out for a reasonable budget. And then once I'm done with the project, I can just distribute this shit across the world. Like all the CEOs who own the labels we trying to sign to gotta figure this shit out along with me. These niggas ain't got a grasp on this shit yet. Me
Yeah,
understanding that, I just saw
yeah,
it was like it made no sense to not take advantage of the opportunity. So I went
mm,
from signing $15,000 publishing, $15,000 production agreements in '96 to get a break in the music industry to start my own label working with these technology companies directly. Like for example, I'm a FL Studio artist. I work with Image Line to where it's like they send me better versions of FL Studio and I get the opportunity to submit tracks and sounds to their new versions and shit. But I get them companies to pay me, you know what I'm saying, to market my project when I put out a project, for example. So like whereas I would have to
okay,
like get in order to like get $15,000, I gotta sign my masters away to a label and go along with this whole annual itinerary to see some money, to see some royalties and publishings. Now I can just get like 10, I can get that same 10, same 15,000 from a tech company that's like, yo, you got a blog and you got a YouTube channel. Talk about using our cloud platform to upload your beats and transport them to your clients for 6 months and we'll pay you 15,000. So it's kind of like understanding the leverage. And I'm still independent now, but I still own my album. I still can do whatever the fuck I want to with my shit. I don't have to do no shows if I want to. I don't have to entertain the public at all if I don't want to. So it's like me understanding all the different ways it is to make money in music, man. It's much more in the entertainment industry than being an artist in front of a mic. You don't think drummers and guitarists and pianists don't pay their bills off just being a musician? Like there are people make 60, 70,000 a year just being a violinist, but they have to be creative with how they gonna do that. They can't get a endorsement deal with from Puma or like Rihanna. They can't get, they can't go on a tour and do shows and get 100,000 like an artist. They could travel with an artist, or they can get an. If you're a drummer, you can get. Or you're a guitarist, you can get an endorsement deal with Gibson, my nigga. You get an endorsement deal with the companies that make the guitars. They like, man, as long as you do shows and do YouTube videos with our guitars, we'll put you on salary. There's so many different ways to monetize this music shit aside of playing the record company sell records game.
okay, yeah,
Some bands never put out a record. They just perform in bars, but they get paid every bar they perform in. They Zydeco bands. They'll never put out a project. Blues bands. They just cover. And some bands just cover popular hits. They don't have songs of their own, but they get paid every bar they go and perform at. It's a lot of different ways to monetize this shit, and I think that once I got immersed in the entertainment industry and started having these different musicians as colleagues, and we bounce ideas off each other, we share how we get money off with each other. My eyes was open to, like, as a rapper, who thought the only way I could really monetize being a rapper is to get a deal with a record company. And I had, from that point, I gotta sell records. And it's not even like, it's a funny game, that's a whole nother topic interview. I could go off the rails, but it's like, it's so many ways to monetize besides just wanting to get a record deal to sell records. You know what I'm saying? A nigga could be, um, what's my boy name? All Gold Everything from Atlanta. You could just be a nigga, put out a YouTube video with a shoe shop.
Trinidad James or some
Trinidad
shit.
James, he eventually got a deal with Def Jam, but that nigga, like Soldier Boy, them niggas making so much money off of just the internet that the record labels just came and gave my offer they couldn't refuse because they wanted to be in on it. So it's like, if you can put yourself in a position where you seeing money before you get involved with these companies, that's the best thing for you, because then you got leverage. Anything else, you just an employee situation. Even if it's a good salary situation, you're doing what you love. It's so many. It becomes a job at that point, because very few artists are. A lot of these artists sign with a record company to do a specific job. Like, you go to Burger King, you can't go Burger King, clock in, and start making Big Macs. They make Whoppers. So no matter how many different type of burgers you want to, how to make, you gotta make that Whopper. You work for Burger King. So imagine being a conscious rapper like Mos Def and you sign to Death Row. Or imagine being a nigga like DMX and you sign to Kedar Entertainment with D'Angelo and Erykah Badu, and Kedar saying, "Nah, bro, fuck all that hood shit. I need neo soul. That's what we put out over here." So even if you are an artist, no matter what kind of artist you is, you got to keep in mind, if you sign into like Rapper Like Death Row Records, man, and they model of music is gangster shit, they ain't finna put out your conscious backpack shit. So
Yeah.
if you are a conscious backpack rapper and you offer the deal by Def Jam, are you offered a deal by Death Row? Is it a dream come true for you, or is it just a job with purpose because you like music? Because once you start rapping about shit that you really ain't on, that you really ain't about, that shit is a job. So it's like, to a lot of these people, they get in the industry and they get like stuck on some substance that they take to try to escape the reality of the fact that they at a job. You know what I'm saying? So that's more so, just know, like, figure out a way that you can monetize. And your generation, the younger generations in period, who came up in this internet area, can grasp that better than the average generations before them could, because just of the concept of you being able to go viral on social media page that you got and being able to monetize it. It's real easy to wrap your head around the concept of intellectual property. So if you can come into this game as an artist with that same mindset, you'll do all right for yourself, because you already got the mediums to have a nice, decent stream of income before you start negotiating with these labels, which takes away their leverage that they're going to use on you. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right. Let's talk about what made you start producing and mixing and mastering,
Oh,
bro.
yeah. I left that out. Just the fact that as a writer, there's two type of ways ideas for verses or lyrics come to you. One is you hear a dope song, you hear another rapper song with a fire ass beat that you wish you had, and you
Yeah.
start writing to that beat in your head, or a melody come out of nowhere and you don't know where it came from. You can't get it out because you ain't a musician, but it's in your head, so you write lyrics to that, right? So being a writer who had a bunch of songs to melodies that I never got a producer to bail out for me, but I just happened to match to some random beat that a producer gave to me, but still having a better melody, a beat in my head for them lyrics, I've always was like, yo, when I get to a place where I got this lyric shit on cruise control and I could buy a drum machine or something, I'm gonna wrap my head around this shit. Cause it'll be, if I can get this beat out that I wrote these lyrics to, this shit'll be even more fire. Cause this beat that I wrote the lyrics to is harder than this beat that the record company is telling me is good, this lyrics sound good over. So and then at the end of the day, way before I was writing raps, man, you know, they make us take music courses in school, art. They made us do the do, re, la, fi, sol, la, ti, do stuff.
Yeah.
Niggas learn musical notes. So once I actually started making money off these lyrics, man, I start taking that shit serious. And it ain't really rocket science. So once I start getting a software program here, there, a MIDI keyboard, and you sample something, you sample a record, you put some drums under it, you start being able to, as the more you play around with it, you start being able to find the notes and that match the sample by ear. Make the bass line heavier, so you playing along with the bass line with a deeper 808 or something. And the more you start to do stuff like that, you learn in music theory without even trying to. So as soon as you say I'm going to start, you're going to have a bunch of aha moments. So being around musicians, being in the studio, watching the engineers touch up stuff after I come out the booth for so many years, and then finally saying, yo, I'm finna take this production class at Berkeley. Man, I aced that shit. I didn't pay no attention. They'll ask you, like, you go to college for a course, they'll be like, in order to succeed, it require you to dedicate at least 4 hours a day for 6 days a week. Man, I would like not pay attention to the content of the week until Sunday when we got to
Yeah.
turn in by midnight. Start looking at all the week's contents by noon and by skim through the shit. And by 6 o'clock, I'm like, okay, damn, I gotta do a video demonstrating I know how to do this and upload it for the assignment. And still graduated like 3.6, like it's my passion. It's some shit I love. But I also was learning all through those years, not knowing it. So when these instructors threw the shit in front of me, it's like, I already knew. Oh, that's what you call it. I've been doing that. So it's like being a rapper and being around musicians and having to know measures and them say, nah, bro, that's not 16 bars. It's an 8 bar. This 12 bar verse right here. And you doing that for so many years, you know it before you get tested, before you decide you really want to actually formally learn it. So I actually breezed through it and learned the technicalities of stuff I was already doing, the proper terms for it, and all this different stuff. And then you just, but it's not, it goes hand in hand. And here's my theory, because I've worked with so many producers and musicians who are great musicians. They're great with chords. They come up with great progressions and notes and stuff, but they are always stuck at a loss for words, no pun intended, when it's time for them to do the same thing with words.
Okay.
And they
Okay.
be like, damn, how did a rapper come up with that? I beg to differ that if you talented enough to fucking make these words magic, when you decide to pick up an instrument, you're gonna be one of the coldest that ever did it. Because if you can make music out of the words, the notes is gonna be like putting a jigsaw puzzle together. So uh, then my theory, once I learned my way around software and make drum machines, I make beats easier than the producers. When I'm like, yo, I need to double time trap. Yo, this beat sound too clean and glossy. Throw it. I know what to make it sound a little more raw. 808 and double time hi hats. Like a producer who grew up in church but can't make rap beats is not gonna. They don't have that type of thinking. You have to be a lyricist to have that type of analytical aspect. So, in my theory is when songwriters decide to learn production, they're going to be even better than they are than most of the musicians around them, and then they even are with songwriting, because it's much easier to make a great piece of music with the notes than it is with words. So if you can do it with words, it should be even easier with music. It's like my boy Corey Mo. I mean, I see y'all. Corey's a rapper, man, but shit's just so saturated, and Corey's a player. What will be required from us as rappers to thrive? For the raw, crazy shit they want to hear come out rappers' mouth, my partner
Yeah.
Corey too player for. So they gonna say Corey ain't raw enough. He too tame on the mic. But Corey talking player shit. But Corey caught on. Damn, I keep getting on these songs with Big Mike and Trey, keep getting on these songs with Willie D, keep getting on these songs facing for some reason. I keep my verse keep getting taken off, but they was really taking off my boy shit because he wouldn't sign to him. But Corey's like,
Yeah.
man, y'all niggas want to play? I'm finna go to school for engineering. But at the same time, he already always had organs around him and guitars. Man, you go to my boy Instagram and see him right now. He he playing the organ over UGK Woodwill coded than any church musician. So I'm saying to say, like, if you got away with words, these notes ain't gonna be shit. And Corey wasn't always playing music. You know what I'm saying? That nigga decided to take instruments serious in his 20s. He happily
Okay.
jumped over every motherfucking body with that shit. But he was a rapper first. So my theory is that anytime if you a rapper, man, stop fucking with these. If you want to make your best work, learn the drum machine or learn FL Studio like Pimp did, man. Pimp, you know what I'm saying? Some of the best rap groups is rappers who know how to get the beat out that they need. Kanye West, Eminem, when he started producing for himself, the only way he could top the work he did with Dr. Dre was to make beats for himself. I Am the Way I Am and Lose Yourself, Eminem Productions.
Okay.
So I'm
Okay.
telling you, you know what I'm saying? Pimp C did Having Things for Big Mike. You know what I'm saying? And one day, all of they shit. You know what I'm saying? So no, like as me, UGK's rapped over a lot of producers' beats. Joe beats, DJ Premier beats, but they most memorable shit is the shit Pimp C produced. Because when it came time for them to get the guts that the foundation they needed under their lyrics to bring their message home, nobody, it's not you. No mind is gonna bring that to fruition the way that the original author of the song can, and that's gonna be the lyricist. So, in
Mhm.
my theory, all rappers and songwriters should learn production.
Hey, bro, if you can give these niggas, okay, fuck it. Let me say this. Cause I hear a lot of people make music and shit, bro. And you know what I'm saying? And a lot of that shit be hard though. But you know what I'm saying? When you go and listen to these other songs and shit, you be like, okay, that song was hard, but this quality on this song sounds way better, bro. If you can get
Mhm.
these dudes that's mixing and mastering some game, bro, what could you tell them?
Um, Pay attention to the meters. Don't let none of your tracks bleed into the red, and keep shit under the 0 decibel, man. All that anything plus anything over 0 decibels, I don't care how it sound in your speakers in your studio setup, it's going to bust some speakers somewhere else. It's going to sound distorted in a real system where somebody then amped up the lows and the mids to make it hit harder than it's naturally intended to. Your shit gonna sound fucked up and muffled. Um, so the biggest thing is, the biggest thing that I hear is people in attempts to try to make their mixes louder makes too many things. They let too many sounds go into too many tracks go into the red. Too many tracks are into the red, and they think they can just put a limiter on the master track to save it. But that's not giving your track any air. If your meter don't fluctuate down to the yellows and come back up on the kicks and the snares, there's no room for your vocals and the other sounds to breathe. So if that fucking master EQ stay on 0 the whole time because all your other tracks bleeding, it's gonna sound crazy muddied. And nothing has room to breathe. You know what I'm saying? So no matter how well you EQ a mix, everything's too fucking distorted. So stop doing that for one. That's fucking up everybody's mixes. That's some shit that's like a taboo thing that in a
Yeah.
conquest to make your shit sound punchier and louder or you're distorting it. If you can do that without making like just know that letting track 1 through 6 go into the red, but thinking because you got a limit on your mastering track and that mastering track is not going into the above 0 decibels, you're okay. But that track stay right there at -1. You know what I'm saying? Like it ain't never
Yeah.
going down, giving you no room for range or anything. That means your sound is there's no space for the sound to sit in the left speaker, the hi-hats to be subtly in the right. Nothing has space to have clarity. Your voice is canceled out by any sounds in that frequency. Yeah, so stop making your shit bleed. That's probably the most important shit. And then if you want to get more complex and into more complex levels of mixing, there are really styles to mixing certain styles of music. So if you an engineer and you mixing Future and he rapping over some trap shit with a bunch of electronic synths, those that style of music is best for the louder is better. But you're not supposed to apply that mixing and engineering style to a R&B track or a gospel song with all acoustic instruments. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no 808s. It's your only the only bottom is gonna be coming from the organ and the drummer's kick. You're not supposed to be distorting and throwing. There's a totally different mixing style to genres of music that use predominantly acoustic instruments than there is for electronic based sounds. You don't mix techno and electronic and hip hop the way you would mix R&B and classical or gospel. You don't mix boom bap hip hop with samples the way you would mix some trap shit. You mix something like if niggas rapping over soul samples, you want to lean your mixing style over more to the classical acoustic side than you would. It's a science to this shit. That's why when you have a Walkman or something, the EQ setting say classical, hip hop, pop, or rock because they moving that shit to cater to that genre. And there are certain mixing styles for those genres. When you're doing rock and you're doing electronic or techno or hip hop, that's trap. You want shit to be as loud and punchy as possible. But when you're doing classical, you want that shit quiet with as much range so you can hear the range in the vocalist notes, her go from a soft falsetto to a heavy ass tenor and back. All these things matter without her high pitched loud voice being distorted. It all for it to stay steady. Yeah, it's different mixing styles. So uh, definitely this when you're dealing with the sciences, it's time to go take a course. Anytime you playing with the sciences and engineering is a science. You can't freestyle it. Now the art is something different. When it comes time to how you make your music or how you write your lyrics, that's subjective. Come from the heart with it. But engineering and mixing is a science. Niggas need college courses for that shit. So for starters, if you're not gonna go back to college for it, get a book, watch some YouTube videos, learn the sciences to the shit because it's really a technical art, like being an electrician. As long as you know what that red wire and that black wire mean, you want to electrocute yourself. So it's a lot of niggas just because it's no hazard, health hazard to it. It's just as much science to the audio engineering as it is, being an engineer, chemical engineer. But and if you don't follow the laws, you get distortion, muffled, shit like that. So yeah, it's important. Treat it like a science.
Overstood, bro. I got a couple of more questions for you, like three more questions, bro. What's some of the music that you listening to nowadays, bro?
Uh oh man. In the rap, hip hop, urban, the type,
Anything,
the
anything.
man. When it comes to anything, the other genres of music of people, I study and listen to them just for the sake of like music theory. But they not the type of people, if it's not hip hop or R&B, other people don't make music for vibes. So it's
Okay.
hard to live off of. Country music is a vibe. So, but if you're not living a country lifestyle, why would you want to be stuck in that vibe and you live in a city life? You feel what I'm saying? But unless you have a life of solitude, like country music is a vibe. So what I'm
Hmm.
saying that to say is like I lean more into our music. I listen to other music for the sake of composition and music theory, making sure that I don't miss no ideas and experimentation. But R&B, urban music, and hip hop, because I find that other genres of music are stealing the subtle strengths of those genres. There's no reason for me to go chasing bluegrass and country when they are throwing 808s and trying to have rap parts and they fucking shit. So I be, everything is becoming, everything's overlapping nowadays. So we're basically, if you find a few good hip hop acts, you can hear every genre of music. You know what I'm saying in those acts. So I'm jamming a little bit of Larry June, Jay Worthy. I'm not gonna even lie. All the niggas that I'm jamming are I'm gonna tell you how my shit is, and this is how I know like my frequency is solid, right? I'm not like contradictory. The type of rappers that I listen to, ironically, ended up being niggas who collab with each other. Like, I swear to God, I didn't know uh Jay Worthy was gonna have features with Larry June when I first started listening to Larry June. I didn't know that Currency from Young Money was gonna be like from New Orleans was gonna be like from Jet Life. My bad, shout out Currency. I didn't know Currency was gonna be like hear them niggas and say, "Yo, I like them niggas. I'm gonna put Jay Worthy and Larry June on songs together." You know what I'm saying? I didn't
Yeah.
know that Primo Rice from motherfucking Maryland was gonna want to do songs with Larry June. You know what I'm saying? But all the cats that I listen to end up popping up on each other's albums. So it's like, yeah, I'm in the hip hop game. I'm listening to that boy out of San Francisco. Like I said, Larry June. He got a nice little chill vibe. It's grown folk type music. He ain't doing too much rah rah shit. Uh,
Yeah.
I go to Money Man for that. The closest to the rah rah shit I get on, I like Money Man because Money Man talk money, but he advancing the street shenanigans. You know what I'm saying? He like the rapper that then embodied the scamming lifestyle. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And he futuristic with it. And I think that a lot of Atlanta mainstays is biting off of him. And people don't know. I think it's people that he grew up around that's a little more popular, that have a better relationships in the industry, that's taking off of him. And people who outside of Georgia don't know that. But when you go into Georgia and Atlanta, they like Money Man is day zero. You know what I'm saying? So
Mhm.
it stands to reason that a lot of people that's the major labels embrace that came after him, who sound like him, who regular everyday people would say he sound like, it's actually the other way around because Money Man had been around. Money Man actually was signed to Cash Money and he bought himself out his contract and then went independent. But you know what I'm saying? What Money Man was at
Okay.
Cash Money when Rick Ross was at Cash Money. You know what I'm saying? Before he fucking left and went to death. So it's like Money Man been around for a minute. So I be jamming Money Man. You know what I'm saying? Cats I named Larry June, Primo Rice, Jay Worthy, Pyru Cat out of Compton. They all be Currency. They all kind of have a real chill soul sample talking about, they ready for some shit if it pop off, but them niggas be talking about, or vitamin water, organic fruits and smoothies and shit. My nigga Larry June be on some real player shit. Like, but it's just I'm in that age bracket right now. So without totally abandoning hip hop, but still feeling like I'm on some shit my age, them boys keep me, feeling lively.
Okay. Okay. What's some people in the industry that you willing to work with, bro? Or who are some people in the industry that you willing to work with?
Man, I'm willing to work with it's a lot of people I work with on different capacities than artistically. The funny thing
Okay.
about it is I respect a lot of people's artistry, man, but it's something that I'm trying to do musically where I really am trying to create my own movement where it's kind of like the neo soul thing. The way when RZA came through with Wu Tang Clan, they had this boom bap run. The way with Just Blaze and Kanye did the blueprint, everybody started wanting to use soul samples. The same way Warren G, Daz, and Dre made. Everybody started making G Funk production. Like I, every time I work on a project or do music, I'm thinking from that standpoint. Like, what can I lean into that's truly original that can create a niche? Same way, DJ Screw did. Rest in peace. Um,
Mhm.
so I try to stay away from fucking with a nigga from Screw or Click or Swisher House. They my homeboys. You know what I'm saying? Like Paul gave me a shout out and vibe, but I can't taint my imagery. I can't taint my brand before the public get the perception of the brand, my brand, the way I want them to. I can't be reintroduced to the public under other movements before I establish what I'm trying to do. So I try to stay away from other people's things for that specific reason. You know what I'm saying? Even when I could collaborate with them would require me to go along with their program, which would create the impression that I'm a part of that sound, movement, and program. So I kind of got lost in the sauce doing that with the people that I did work with in the rapper life. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Me and Big Mike are like brothers, but I'm not the type of artist like they would tell you. The Spaces and the Big Mics and the N.O. Joes, I mean, and the N.O. Joes and the J Princes would tell you, man, I'm like them niggas told me. I didn't even put myself in this category. Them niggas said I'm a Common, Mos Def, Andre 3000 type of nigga. When I
Okay.
present the songs that I'm on by myself, that I'm submitting, that I work on in the studio, that I think of the hook and the chorus to, that's the level of shit that they say I'm on. But when Mike doing his album, I gotta ride with him. I gotta help him bring his concept and his idea home. But I spent every bit of 10, 15 years fighting off the expectations of people expecting me to deliver another lane in that movement. You get what I'm saying? Because of what I was rapping about on Mike's shit. When it's like, nah, that's not what I'm known for. And then people will be thinking I'm going off the rails because they just not getting the whiff of my solo shit, expecting me to sound something like the shit sounded on Mike's shit, not knowing it's like, no, that's Mike shit. Like, yeah, I can do, but or this or that. Gray Skies was my song, but it's like people first introduction to me being on somebody else's album gave them a was a misrepresentation of myself. So me understanding how that works firsthand, I've had opportunities. I could have been on a lot of early Swisher House mixtapes, CDs.
Mm.
Everybody from Paul to Chameleon to Slim to Big Pick was offering me, was extending invites while I was traveling with Mike doing the All a Dream. You know what I'm saying? DJ Screw and Watch was screwing All a Dream twice, bringing back my verse twice. I could have pulled up and been on, but I was staying away because I was already fighting the stigma of people expecting me to be a part of the Rap a Lot Mafia sound. And I had something totally different, kind of like how Devin the Dude is. You know, like he was an artist that was successfully able to not have to lean into the extra hard gangster shit, but
Yeah.
still be at Rap a Lot and a part of Face Mob.
Yeah. That nigga a
You
bad
know,
boy, bro. Devin the dude a
kind of
bad boy,
similar.
man.
But he didn't have it. You know, me being Mike's right hand man, like Snoop ran with Dre.
Mm-hmm.
Devin didn't right hand man face like that. So when he got a chance to like do his thing, he was off in a corner on his own. He had a solo boo booing. It was kind of like it let people know here and there clear cut. He was able to niche his own situation. So it's kind of similar. He was shout out to the homie Devin, but that's kind of sort of one of the things that I wanted to stay away from. I didn't want to go from trying to show people I had more to offer than what they was typically expecting from Rap a Lot to being on a Swisher House production. So now they're expecting me to pull up swinging candy with, you know what I'm saying? Like, which
Mm-hmm.
you would see
Yeah.
that around me,
Yeah.
but that's not my generation. You get what I'm saying? Like, I
Yeah.
can't, I'm in between Swisher House and Screw and facing Willie D and them, like right at the cusp. So,
Okay, bro. I really got three more questions, bro. What do you think we can do
hey,
in
bro,
the
I
black
think my phone about
community?
to die. Give me
Okay, okay. I appreciate everybody pulling up. You know what I'm saying? Y'all hit that like button. You know what I'm saying? Turn us up on them likes after the show. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, y'all drop a comment. Hey, this a real live interview right here though. The homie really going in on this motherfucker. And I hope, you know what I'm saying, if you listening that y'all take heed to what he was talking about with the mix and mastering. Because you know what I'm saying? I know a lot of y'all, I hear a lot of y'all songs and shit, but when you want to talk about quality, y'all don't have that quality in y'all music. It sounds like some shit that a nigga put together in a closet. The homie phone probably went dead. So you know what I'm saying? We're gonna probably give him like 5 more minutes, you know what I'm saying, see if he gonna pop up. But other than that, you know what I'm saying? Hey, what's up, Anonymous? What's going down, Anonymous? Hey, what's up for Show TV? What's the deal, G? We on tomorrow, man. Make sure y'all come through tomorrow, man, for Show TV, man. Make sure y'all come through, man. It's really going down, bro. Yeah, but for a lot of you boys that got studios and shit, man, I hope that y'all listen to them with the mix and mastering, bro. You know what I'm telling you? Cause like I say, a lot of y'all really don't have that quality in y'all in y'all music. And y'all wonder why everybody fucking with the other people on the other side is because they have that quality. So shit. He really gave a whole lot of game. So shit. Hopefully you boys go back and listen to this shit and pick up on something to where it can put you in a better situation. But, yeah, man. Shout out to the homie though, man. If not though, y'all already know how I do it, man. Everybody to get an interview in, we always gonna have a part two. Hey, and then we got another one coming up later on today too. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna tell y'all what time, but I'm just gonna come in like I came in today, and we're gonna have another one. Damn, do we got one tomorrow? Man, I think we probably have two today, if I'm not mistaken. But I know for sure we're gonna have one Monday. I know we're gonna have one Monday. I'm trying to see about tomorrow though. Cause shit, I know we're gonna have some next weekend and next week too. But yeah, it's going down though, man. So make sure y'all go to the playlist. You know what I'm saying? Go to my channel and go to the playlist and you'll be able to find the interviews in the playlist. But other than that, let me see real quick. I'm probably about to go ahead and get up out of here. And then I just say the next questions, you know what I'm saying, for part two. Oh, here you go, here you go. You can pull it back up. Hey,
Bro,
hey,
my bad about that, fam. I lost track of seeing that low battery notification, and it had a that boy shut down on me.
overstood, bro. I got like three more questions, bro. And shit, that's gonna be it, bro. What do you think we can do in the black community, bro, to stop all the killing?
Whew, man, it's a deep question, bro. All right, so, hmm. All right, so I'm gonna just be 1,000% real with this one thing. Um, I'm gonna have like a two or three folded aspect, two or three dimensional response to this question. It's gonna have at least two layers to it. I'm gonna say probably three because it's tricky, and I'm gonna have to respond. But before I answer the question directly, I'm gonna have to address the stigma and the misinformation circulating that causes us to feel like it's a lot of violence in the black community.
Overstood,
Now,
overstood.
now, we in the ideal world, it wouldn't be any murders, it wouldn't be any violence, right?
Hmm.
But in the grand scheme of things, people have disagreements and fallouts with the people who are they in immediate proximity with, whoever they live with. So if you are, you know, conflicts happen in the white communities, it's white on white. When it happens in the black community, it's black on black. Is there a lot of ignorance and dysfunctionality in our communities? Yeah, it is. Um, but when I measure in the grand scheme of things, I think that the violence and the dysfunctionality that it do exist in our community is because of the social engineering and the bigger surrounding development in the environment that our communities are in, meaning like this country, meaning that considering even the fact that the poor places in Africa and the poor places in other countries where there aren't black people have high crime and violence rates. It don't matter if it's Cuba, Dominican Republic, if it's the poor parts of ghettos of Russia, it's crime, right?
Mm-hmm.
I used to have this notion that it's a lot of crime in our communities, right? And that we need to get shit better. But when I started to travel, you know what I'm saying? When I was fortunate enough to
Yeah.
get a house in Willis, Texas, you know what I'm saying? And be
Yeah.
on the outskirts of Houston, past Conroe, around nothing but white people. You know what I'm saying? And when I had the opportunity to interact with the people in the communities, those communities that are mixed, and see the different types of dysfunctionality in those communities. You know, the dysfunctionality in those communities was never black people. You know what I'm saying? It was always
Mm-hmm.
like someone unfortunate middle-aged white guy abusing meth who just so happened to break in everybody's houses while they at work and steal all the firearms. Stop by
Yeah.
my house to try to see if I want to buy something. You know what I'm saying? Because
Yeah.
he sold weed in the neighborhood, so I knew who he was, type of shit. So it's like because I know the per capita in Medford, Oregon, is higher than the per capita crime in Chicago, Illinois,
Yeah.
and the
Yeah.
and the percentage of Africans, black people in Medford, Oregon, is less than 1%. You know what I'm saying? Because the crime rate per capita is high as fuck in Oklahoma, and it's less than 10% black in Oklahoma. Same thing for North and South Dakota, Wyoming, where all the poor white people are, where there are RV homes and motherfuckers on meth and shit. It's high crime rates, where it's poverty. Because I understand this, I really don't think and when you measure it with our communities, I see our communities getting gaslit a lot. I see our community do have dysfunctionality, do have problematic people, but it's with all the trauma and tribulations we face in America, it's still at lower rates. We've been gaslit about how crazy Chicago, Illinois is, but me having certifications in data analytics, my nigga, I have looked up certain places across the U.S. where I know it's only white people to find a place in the U.S. called Medford, Oregon, with 3 times the highest violence per capita crime rate than Chicago, Illinois, to know we've been being gaslighted. When they be saying shit like the crime rates in inner cities are black men are disproportionately in prison. Yeah, that's true based on the population of black people in America, but 65% of the prison rate is still white. So let's talk about the fucking West Texas having all of the white boys that ain't from the city, that's from the country, that's from Montgomery County. And let's talk about dysfunctionality, the quick gas. Like I see our people being scapegoated for all of America's problems for decades, if not centuries. And we not really as bad as motherfuckers let us portray us out to be when we put it in the grand scope of things. Yeah, we got problems in our community, but other communities falling flat on their face when they facing those same problems, and they don't deal with outside oppression. They don't deal with redlining and gentrification and all other type of shit. And they still substance abuse. They still got burglars. They still got drug dealers. They still got people who have to do something under the table to make it by, other than just working cut dry legal. So that lets me know that when people we've been being gaslighted. So why is dysfunctionality and a bunch of fuck shit in our community, it's actually rubbed off on us from others. Because even fresh out of slavery, niggas was going out of slavery and going and starting Greenwood, and Black Wall Street in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Niggas didn't go to starting ghettos. It took decades of planting drugs on us and bombing niggas for being black excellent and whatnot until niggas got depressed by realizing these motherfuckers really don't want to see us win. And then the niggas
Right.
start like, it's better if we inflict this damage on ourselves than these police doing it, type of
Mm-hmm.
thing that I've seen happen over the course of the decades, if we want to be analytical about it. Whereas if we would have been left alone, like the Chinese and the motherfucking immigrant Africans, we would be running circles around them because we was doing it even to the white communities fresh out of slavery. So what
Facts.
I see is constant social engineering, like them rats in the mazes where motherfucking scientists put cheese on this particular exit. They put poison everywhere else. I see a bunch of that happening in our communities, and then we get gaslit. So, I don't think it's as much of a problem as we be portraying it as I see, as I've been told, because at the end of the day, I'm still safer in the ghetto than I
I mean, like I am, but I'm not. But I am because of who I am and the relationships I developed.
Okay,
But it,
okay,
you get what I'm saying? But if I was a
yeah,
regular person, I get it. It's dangerous in the hood. But if I'm saying like based on the person that I am, bro, I've only faced like real danger, death twice in life, right? And it was attempted robberies. And one time, at one time it was a black person. It was black people. It was during Katrina. It was two brothers from Louisiana tried to rob a nigga on Garpe. You know what I'm saying?
okay,
And the other time it's some fucking Mexicans. You know what I'm saying? I ain't saying it's like
okay.
a bad thing, but I'm just saying that to say most of the dangerous experiences I've had in life was
MJ,
outside the ghetto, bro.
yeah.
You feel me? So
Nah,
so when I step back and
yeah.
really analyze it, we got our issues, bro, but not like motherfuckers let it out to be. Cause so do other people, and they don't have no outside external force trying to push them into that. But still, some kind of way, a whole bunch of white Americans having an opioid a crisis. And I get it. You know, times may be hard, but they ain't got no oppressor. Times is hard for us, and we had oppressors, or times was hard for our ancestors, and they had oppressors. So it's like, why would the running joke be all black people try crack? When the reality of the fact is all white people try crack and all white people and the white community as a whole is having an opioid epidemic, bro. For what? Like, who's driving y'all to depression? So it's like,
Mhm.
it's those just byproducts of being humans in a dysfunctional environment, which is what's it most look like to me. And it's just starting to rub off on us. Niggas is both the most resilient out of everybody because we just not starting to show these symptoms. Motherfuckers been showing in their own households and their own communities. Social media just helping it circulate a little better. You know what I'm saying? So to answer that question, while we do got our problems, I don't think there's nowhere near as bad as everybody else's.
Overstood.
You feel
Overstood.
me?
Nah. I'm glad that you answered it like that, bro. You know what I'm telling? Real talk. I'm glad that you did answer it like that. All right, bro. If you can give some young niggas some game right now, bro, what would you tell them, bro?
Shit, if y'all trying to do music, for example, it's the perfect time for y'all because y'all got more resources than the record companies ever had. Even now, you know, y'all can go viral, go all across the globe just with a TikTok or YouTube channel and pop, you know what I'm saying? And everybody be coming to you. So no matter what it is you're trying to do, man, if you a plumber, if you a landscaper, you know, you can secure 50 clients all across your city just by social media and not have to leave your house, you know, or not have to leave your neighborhood. You cut a few yards in your neighborhood, market and advertise it, and spread to the whole city. And not you just with a few houses in your subdivision, you can get 50 to 100 clients throughout your city. So it's just like utilize the internet. I don't want to say social media, but utilize the internet, man, as the newest medium. You know, TV, radio, mail, that shit's obsolete. You know what I'm saying? The internet is all that wrapped into one. You can get your mail electronically, you can get a video, you can get a phone call, and you can get me a video presentation all through the internet. So like, use the internet as your medium. You know what I'm saying? You can you can create a global brand if you just work it right. You know what I'm saying? So no matter how dire your straits is, just realize you're living in a time where you have most opportunity and resources to you than anybody it have ever has in the 200 plus years of American history. You be smart enough to program a few AI bots, and you could be solo in the hood right now to your own self, but you just figure out how AI bots work, not even how to make a whole AI model, but just how the AI bots and make you a staff of 8 that promote your shit for you. So it's like, man, you know what I'm saying? Utilize the internet and utilize technology to catalyst, to form as a catalyst to prepare you in the success of whatever industry you want to thrive in. Just like I brought up earlier, how, you know, in the transportation and the medical industries, how technology has transformed and they made underdogs who wouldn't have been able to come in and compete under the standard. Like, you can't compete against taxis by getting $1 million and buying fleet of 50 taxis because you can't get that $1 million. But technology let motherfuckers make a $20,000 app to straight up snatch that industry from under technology. So it's like if you creative, man, you know what I'm saying? You can turn industries on the heads of the capitalists who've been monopolizing the shit for decades if you can work it right. So, just get creative. We're creative people. We've been making shit work for with nothing for the longest. So having this much at your disposal, you can pull rabbits out your hats, man.
Overstood, overstood, bro. And I did miss a question, bro. So I really got two more questions, bro.
Go ahead, bro.
And it's just because how you answered that last question, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Yeah.
I salute you. You know what I'm telling you. Okay, when I okay, why do you think we don't take mental health so serious in the black community, bro?
Um, just lack of circulation of information. The misconception that if a person who need mental health help is not, you know, the notions that come behind people having mental issues is one thing. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
For one, we you know, if I'm gonna be critical about anything, we come from a community that pokes fun at a lot of things, and that's
Mm-hmm.
mostly to help us see the brighter side of things, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a part of laughing to not have to cry, right? But as a result of that, we end up mocking so much shit that we end up putting roadblocks in the back of our own
Prejudice. Yep.
subconscious about, like, we made so much fun of the short yellow school bus that we feel like if we ever have to entertain having a mental health issue, that something wrong with us because we always made fun of, we planted in our own heads somebody that's something wrong with, motherfuckers got to be on that short yellow school bus. So not wanting to be categorized as something wrong with us, we don't even look into that field to even understand that, like, mental health is not even about your mind breaking or you going crazy. It's no different than physical health. A lot of that shit is preventative. Motherfuckers stay on top of their mental health so you don't, burn out or get fatigued or stressed out, break down from anxiety. There's so many different levels of mental health before you get to, yo, this person crazy. You know what I'm saying? That I
Mm-hmm.
think we don't really understand that it just, a lot of it gets overlooked, and we don't, so for example, these things not being understood, I think us thinking mental health means this person is crazy or they not. And we conclude that we not crazy and we don't need mental health preservation. We don't deal with stress and anxiety properly. So high blood pressure is a thing that's prominent in our community. That's not just the result of diet, but a lot of, like, how we handle stress and anxiety too. You know what I'm saying? So um not understanding that when you hear terms like mental health, a lot of it is no different than, like, man, I go to the gym 3 times a day to keep my body in shape. Same concept. You should have a therapist to talk to 3 times a week to make sure your mind is in shape. You feel me? It
Mm-hmm.
ain't got
Mm-hmm.
nothing to do. We really should have that outlook, but because of a lot of misconceptions and us thinking anybody that has mental health issues is crazy, we don't even want to entertain personally. So we miss out on the benefits of it. But it's just a result of being misinformed, bro. And we Americans, it's not a big thing in America. Like, we one of the fattest countries in the fucking, like, we probably the fattest planet in the country. And it ain't our community. Our community is following behind other communities. Um, Not too many, like our younger generation is improving when it comes to obesity. Because obesity is a thing that really don't hit in our community till people get middle age, they late 30s and
Mm-hmm.
stuff. But
Mm-hmm.
but our youth have changed their dietary habits. Niggas ain't big on eating. The youth, male or female, ain't fucking with no chitlins and all that other stuff just passed down because it was traditions. So that helps a lot. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of
Mm-hmm.
people, young people in our community, like, they don't eat pork. And they ain't got nothing to do with religion. They ain't Muslim or nothing. They just don't eat pork. So that's gonna go a long way helping with the obesity. Like, motherfuckers age gracefully as they get older. They don't. tack on a whole bunch of pounds because they eat and whatever. We following other people's leads. You know what I'm saying? And whatever problem we got, they got even in droves. You know what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
if
Mm-hmm.
mental health issue is an issue in our community, not because it's a black community, it's because the black community is an American community, and mental health is an American issue, right? So whether white people white people deal with this way bigger, bro. You know, way bigger. You know what I'm saying? I
Mm-hmm.
used to be married to a Jewish chick. My ex-wife is Jewish. Three of my kids are mixed. And
Okay.
trust me when I tell you, like in the white community, because they take mental health serious and they do all talk to a therapist at some point in their life. A lot of people are diagnosed to take psychiatric medications. Just because you go talk to a therapist don't mean they're gonna put you on the psych. But and a lot of us would be surprised to go talk to a therapist and be told, you're fine. Nothing's wrong with you, just anxiety, this, that. I've, you know, talked to a therapist and laid it all out and was surprised to be told I'm fine. Nothing wrong with me. But I wanted to
Nah,
know
facts.
after marrying somebody, you know what I'm saying, who had a situation in their family where it could have been hereditary. And she had to go see a therapist because she has people in her family lineage that has had been diagnosed with schizophrenia, different things of that matter. Now, while my ex-wife was fine, this became a concerning issue for both of us because it could come to my kids because it's in her
Okay.
family. And now I'm curious as if it's in my family at all. So
Okay.
I went and I talked to, you know what I'm saying, a therapist when we lived in Arizona. And I, because I was a part of an interracial marriage and I rubbed elbows with European households, it's at
That's
such
a
a close
bet, D Shep.
proximity,
I'm gonna get you up here as soon as the interview over with.
I was able to see a lot of, you know, how serious it is for people in
Mm-hmm.
America. A lot of people have to take psych meds, not because it's necessarily something wrong with them, but just traumatic experiences that they didn't reconcile properly. They let stay buried, compartmentalized for too long, type shit. So uh, I think it's crazy for most of us to find out we're okay after the centuries of trauma that should be in our DNA from our ancestors' experiencing.
Okay.
So it's interesting thing to find out. You know, I'm 46, bro. So I've been around enough to see patterns, recognize patterns and shit. And one thing I realize is that a lot of this shit is a lot of the shit about
Mm.
our people in the media, a lot of the stuff that we've accepted and latched on to and we repeat and regurgitate is not only a smear campaign, but it's psychological warfare because I found out everything, a lot of this shit has been projected on us. Other
Nah.
people's problems that's bigger than we have is being projected on us. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
White people always assume when they hang out with you, and I'm just saying this because of my experiences. I have white colleagues I work with, but after one or two times of going to the bar with them, after we find out we both smoke, they always the ones asking the weird questions like, "You ever try crack? You ever tried meth?" Because they have, and they expecting you to say yeah. So that's one more thing for y'all to bond and do. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So
Yeah.
I ended up finding out like, really, you as a kid, we hear all these jokes about, yeah, crack in the black community, crack in the black community. They think all of us do crack. I used to that shit used to offend me as a kid. Then as I got older
Mm-hmm.
as a adult, I realized y'all asking these questions because y'all all try crack out of curiosity. Y'all can be in
Shit.
a suburban household with two families, parents that make 100,000 a year, and y'all try crack out of border. You know what
They
I'm saying?
trying to
So
see if we can give them to them. Like, nigga, do we got the connect?
they just bored and just want a thrill. You know, they just
Yeah.
want to feel something. They ain't stressed out. So I realized a lot of that shit as I got older is projection in a way because they don't, instead of just coming out and being like, man, I tried crack before, it's crazy. Have you? They want to just say, have you done crack? In my mind, in your mind, you're going to be insulted by like, damn, do I look like a crackhead? But
Like a
that's their way
motherfucker.
of getting to a step of pointing out that they have tried the shit.
Yeah.
But after a fucking couple years of having a bunch of in-laws that are white and Jewish and they have to accept me, I have to accept them, and they're friends, I started peeping them patterns, man. No reason for these motherfuckers with 2, 3 generations of millions in y'all family to be playing with these drugs that was created to help poor people escape their reality. But I realized that, this is how the world we live in. Motherfuckers who don't even be needing nothing to escape from reality from just want to thrill. So they trying the shit out of boredom. But it's like, so it's a lot of shit is projection, bruh.
Yeah.
So we ain't got it bad as we think, bruh. So
Yeah.
it's like, and we ain't as bad as they motherfucking try to make it seem. We got our fucking bad apples, but bro, I done been around motherfuckers that literally they family and it should be a utopia. That no everyone has it's so much financial prosperity in their family crest that everybody's starting businesses and business ventures. Motherfucker just randomly buying crypto to see if he can flip it because they ain't gotta work to survive. It's just that much.
Mm-hmm.
But then these are motherfuckers that end up going to rehab because they just abusing meth. They just tried it one day and got addicted to it. Now their grandparents finna pay for them to go off to a rehab fucking camp. This is most of America. So while
Mm-hmm.
we're in the hoods being very critical of each other, when that's the environment motherfuckers should be trying to escape their reality. We don't know everybody in OC or everybody on the other side of the tracks is trying that shit just out of sheer boredom because they know they
Mm-hmm.
can go get IVs put in their body for a couple days at the hospital if they fucking have a near death accident. And they just come out of their account and their parents never find out. Like these people like and it's not I have wealthy black friends who try, like this is also the stigma of being like if you make it up out the hood and then you raise your kids like Magic Johnson kids or LeBron James kids. It's like the stigma of having kids that you spoil is that they're gonna be the fuck up because they don't know the value of shit and losing shit. So it's kind of like that. You have a man come over here from Russia or the Ukraine, or he white, and he work and build his company, his family up to something from the ground up, Italian restaurant type shit. But then he spoils his kids, and this motherfucker coming over trying to buy breakfast for us, and he got no
Goddamn
reason to
right.
because he's bored. He just want to be
Yeah.
in.
Mm-hmm.
That's the majority of America. So when you consider that and you contrast it with what we going through, it's like, all of the released documents the CIA and the FBI released with the Information Act about, yes, they did conspire to kill Martin Luther King. Yes, they sent the bitch his way that he cheated on his wife with. Yes, they hit up his wife and made sure she knew he was cheating. They created all this dissension to stress him the fuck out, to deter him from it. They paid a nigga to assassinate Malcolm X. After all that shit, the motherfuckers who we see walking around crackheads, some of them people was marching with Malcolm. Some of them people was Malcolm X right hand man.
Mm-hmm.
They justifiably are on crack for very good reasons. You know what I'm saying? Compared to the other community of motherfuckers. So I'm saying at the end of the day, I'm at this phase of my life. I'm gonna fucking be an old Palm Mooney ass nigga pointing out all the inconsistencies and bullshit I was fed when I was young because it's really not. We've been hard. We've been brainwashed. You know what I'm saying? We not perfect, but it's because we in this we in a society that we didn't really sit on a council to social engineer. If it was 2 or 3 or maybe 5 blacks sitting down with the founding members of America, then maybe shit we would have had a stake. It wouldn't be so whatever. But you know what I'm saying? It's one of them things where it's like I didn't got to the age where, what I'm saying, being college educated and reading. And this is another reason why I ain't go as
Excuse
far as I did in the entertainment industry with the majors because I'm buddy buddy with everybody, but when we start having dinners and we start talking, motherfucker ain't gonna be able to tell me but 1 or 2 times. You a bright guy, Trey, and all that stuff you say is right, man. But when we start marketing this album, you have to tone it down a little bit. You can't bring this stuff up, and you gotta like stay on the topic when you ask questions, because you would like answer a question in a way that you bring it up to, but and like I can't play that game. You know what I'm saying? Like
Overstood.
because
Overstood. Like a
I
motherfucker.
can't play that game. You know what I'm saying? So
Nah,
and I'm
bro.
not saying facing Big
You,
Mike and Willie D and them, they didn't play that game either. But I'm saying
mm-mm.
that I didn't get as far as Rap a Lot to where it's like they like gave me a release date. But because of the shit I did with Rap a Lot, I sat down with Interscope, Big Beat Atlantic, talking to people than the CEOs think. And these are the type of conversations they would have. You know what I'm saying? Now, I wouldn't have been faced with that dilemma if I was at Rap A Lot, because Jay made sure that the labels he got distribution from, he had 100% artistic control. And he wasn't like that with his artists. If he fucked with you to sign you, he was gonna fuck with you. He was gonna let you do whatever he signed you for. You know what I'm saying? So it would be
He been
different if I was.
dropping knowledge the whole interview. D Shep.
So yeah, it's just tricky, but it's like, yeah, as I step out and start getting more interviews in now as an independent entity that's like I'm not obligated to nobody, you'll get this people will get this type of content. But they didn't want they was kind of weary. Those type of things would speed bump. My personality and shit would speed bump things. They'll decide to go with another rapper and kind of put me on hold and weed me out a little bit. And I peeped it. So we playing a waiting game. So I'll move around. You know what I'm saying? They wouldn't give me absolute answers. But looking back in hindsight, I understand. You feel me? But it's like I
Understood.
grew up around 5%ers, bro. And I was going off Old Spanish Trail with at the Nation of Islam in middle school. Like
Mhm.
I've been on other projects. I've rapped on Fisu, a rapper from Greens Point. He's a Muslim guy though. He had me going to the mosque in the 7th grade, bro. So it's like,
Okay.
even
Okay.
though I didn't lean super deep, I'm not a practicing Muslim today, but I'm saying by the time I got around the entertainment industries, I understood how to research and look through the type of information that we try to get force fed because, what I'm saying, Muslims and, 5%ers, those type of people are big on reverse engineering the bullshit in the system. So I was, that and having access to contracts and breaking shit down, it gave me the the the, the,
Hey,
the
but
foundation
yeah.
to look at the world the proper way. You feel what I'm saying?
Uh huh.
But yeah, that's yeah. I kind of sort of forgot the initial question. So, say the question again so I can go and bring the conclusion on home. That you asked me because of the way I answered the first question.
Okay, bro. It was like I really asked you. Damn, I forgot the question, but it's in the back of my head though. Hold on.
You asked me because of
Why
the
do
way
you
I
think
answered.
mental health is so
Oh yeah, why do I think
yeah,
it's so bad? Yeah, just
why is
because
it
of
like not important in the black community?
I think I think because so with all that being said, I think because we've dealt with crazy challenges in American history that other people who crying about mental health never have, and they breaking down behind regular shit. Like the Enron guy, he had the life of his dreams, but just because he would possibly get exposed for fraud, this man ain't even have the mentality that the average criminal has. Man, I can do 5 years for robbing the bank. The 100,000 buried behind such and such my auntie house. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be waiting for me. So I do this 5 years, come back and be on a position I never was in my life. This
Mhm.
man stored millions of dollars for however long he did. Then when he get exposed for fraud, he can't go sit down for 10 years and get out and live the rest of his life off of the millions he stole comfortably. This nigga had shot himself, right? So I think us watching people deal with life that way when we've been rationalizing this crazy, insane shit out for 400 years and we had to stay sane because motherfuckers was calling us crazy when we wasn't crazy. So if we was really
Right.
crazy, they damn sure would have had all the excuse they needed to treat us even more like animals, right? If you think about it, where was the schizophrenia of niggas walking around doing slavery, man? I mean, or was they being hung because they had a mental issue and white folks wasn't acknowledging it and they was just saying, "Oh, this nigga is disobedient," right? Or whatever it is. So when you take all that in consideration, now these same people can say a white boy can go shoot up a church and it be a mental health issue. They ain't never wrote off nothing a black person did in American history has been a mental health issue, right? That's part of the reason the shit. I can see why our parents and their generation and older laugh off that shit. Like, here y'all go with y'all bullshit. It's some,
Yeah.
it's some other people shit who don't apply them rules to everybody. So I'm gonna let you sell me some stories about mental health, and we know you gonna play with us when we come into these therapies and these offices, and we all crazy, and y'all ain't gonna give us the same type of treatment y'all giving y'all when you're crazy. Y'all
Mm-hmm.
gonna be like, give y'all a break because they crazy, but then it's like this nigga need to be euthanized because he crazy. So I kind of understand why motherfuckers. It's two handed when it comes to this world, and this mental health shit wasn't brought up to benefit us. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't brought up to where it's like we gonna be able to walk in and say to Social Security, we have mental health issues, man. I think I may need a check. I have a problem keeping the job. I'm gonna look at you like you're trying to scam. So it's
Mm-hmm.
like because I think another one big reason why it ain't being taken serious is because the industry ain't taking a lot of our people who tried to entertain it serious. You feel what I'm saying? So people peep it as it being bullshit. And then at the end of the day, I think the psychiatric part of that industry, because they don't have any indigenous knowledge, no holistic knowledge. They ain't telling you to take herbs and drink these tea for 60 days to get rid of this parasite in your brain that's making you act out, that is causing the dysfunctional uh, psychological defect. They're gonna have your ass on some other mess that's gonna make you even more of a vegetable to keep you getting your money from you and your insurance. And the psych industry is a scam, to my personal opinion, because they're not curing shit. Just like most of the medical industry, if they can't cure you of it, they just giving you some medication to numb you of the pain until one or two things happen. Your natural immune system takes care of it, or it kills you painlessly. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Not to, most medications aren't cures. You know what I'm
Not
saying?
facts.
So,
Big facts.
so on top of that, ain't nothing in the psychiatric industry a cure. It's a fucking thing to make you a vegetable, so the people who gotta watch over your ass, you're not as much of a burden to them. So understanding that, it ain't really much to take serious unless you're gonna learn this. Unless you're gonna follow along the studies that they discover in, like, yo, we need this much amount of sleep, we need this much amount of zinc and calcium and whatever for our brain health. So when you try to argue your points in this capitalist society to your bitch ass boss that wants your ass working 6 days a week and not respecting your free time and your sleep, and it needs to be taken serious just enough for you to realize the scientific discoveries that they fucking discovered to use in your advantage, but they're still gonna try to work you to death, and it's still a facade only to a certain. It's only real to a certain fucking extent, and because at the end of the day, their solution for all the mental health is sedating everybody with psychiatric medication. None of that
Mm-hmm.
shit is curing nobody. Shit, and a
Mm-hmm.
lot of the things that's causing a lot of people schizophrenia, hearing voices, are fucking gifted mediums. They fucking talk to spirits. So because we live in a society that is not locked in with metaphysics or original spiritual law of how God intended us to be. They don't even know anything about that side of the world or reality. So as soon as a motherfucker who I guess can communicate, and I ain't saying everybody schizophrenia is this, but who's to say schizophrenia? Who's to say they not? Schizophrenics could be people who could see spirits and motherfuckers cussing out people, cussing out disfigured people, demons and shit. Motherfuckers who been like, we don't know this shit, but they ain't doing
Mm-hmm.
nothing but giving niggas some shit to sedate them and sit their ass down somewhere. It's not a cure. So I think a lot of those psychiatric evaluations are things that modern science don't understand, because indigenous cultures don't have these problems. When you ever seen some motherfuckers in Peru talking about, yo, we have to isolate our schizophrenic people? None of that shit, because a lot of that shit it be a psychological defect from something like some fucking bacteria from your ass eating sushi. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Or some dumb. It's like dumb shit. Like it's a bacteria in your fucking brain that's making you act a certain way, and it's actually can be cured by a certain way. But the whole medical psychiatric industry don't even know this bacteria, this thing exists, and what's the causes it exists. It's not even aware of it, but it's coming up with a whole symptoms and systems for things and calling shit based on symptoms, but they can't track the source and the cause. It's a lot of shit that's like that in this world. You know what I'm saying? So me understanding that, it's like uh part of us don't take mental health serious because it don't need to be taken serious. A lot of us have dealt with a bunch of monstrosities in America that white people and Mexican people and Asian people haven't, and they're going crazy just by the hustle and bustle of the 9 to 5 flow of this shit. And
Mhm.
yet, you know, that all that stress being dormant in our genetics could cause somebody in our family tree to snap eventually, maybe grandkids, our kids, us, but it ain't there immediately. So that ties to, everything ain't for everybody. Our genes is more resilient for certain shit, and our genes is less resistant to other shit. But I think that like having that presence of being, uh, presence with God, being a spiritual people, we almost all of us, for the better or worse, have an internal psychiatrist. You know what I'm saying? We have an internal therapist to talk to.
Mhm.
So whereas
Mhm.
other motherfuckers, everybody don't have that inner voice, man. Everybody have a spirit, man, but it can be argued that not everybody has a soul. You know what I'm saying? Shit, I don't, I can't confirm or deny that either, but it may be for some of them people. And you know what I'm saying? Some of us may need it, but yeah, I think that overall holistic health includes mental health, and a certain demographic of our community takes that serious. You know what I'm saying? And the ones who don't may have experienced something to give them a good reason not to, but definitely we should be more informed about how to preserve our mental health. You know what I'm saying? Well being. I do believe that.
Overstood. 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 All right, this the last question, bro. If life had a reset button on it, would you push it?
Nah, I wouldn't. I would. Me personally, I would because
Okay.
I where I'm at in life, I've gotten to a stage of growth of knowing the meaning of life, knowing the purpose of life, knowing why we are put in these physical bodies as spiritual beings, as souls. And part of life mystery, part of the secrets of life is figuring out what that is about and going on a path to try to accomplish it, right? If we don't get this shit right, we got to come back and try this shit over. The concept of heaven and hell is subjective, depends on your faith, but honestly, a form of a hell could be a type of life you live here. Not getting this right and having to do this over again is a form of a hell. But I know that spirits go through, and ghost souls, they don't have bodies, they don't have nerves. In order for you to feel pain or pleasure, you got to have a body that has a central nervous system. So a spirit and a soul not having a body and a central nervous system can't burn in hell because you don't have a body to burn. And gas and spirit is of the same composition. So how the hell can a spirit that's of gas be harmed by another element that's transparent? So these things is myths. These things. Hell exists in a different way. It's not like the pain, the
Mhm.
flames of hell. More like the torment of the failure that you became or whatever. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying?
Hey,
And it's a
a lot
different
of
type.
people say hell and heaven is a mind state.
Right, and that's more true than the concept of thinking you're gonna be somewhere when the land of milk and honey forever, or you're gonna burn in hell forever because of something you did or didn't do. I'm just
Mhm.
reasoning out the fact of my understanding of my knowledge of me, of my
Mhm.
awareness on a spiritual path, is that when we don't get this shit right, we're reincarnating the cycle to try this shit over. We don't
Mhm.
know what family we're gonna be born into. If we gonna be blessed with the same circumstances to come across the information to be revealed to us what we supposed to do, we may come back to this bitch as an insect. What I'm trying to say is I wouldn't press the reset button because I may not come across what I've came across in life to be on the path I'm on. And my life may just be a superficial vein. And I don't
Mhm.
want to juggle that chance. You feel what I'm saying? I
Overstood.
wouldn't reset
Overstood.
it for the opportunity to be what, richer or more success, more famous, but I may not discover the mysteries of life that I did. I wouldn't chance that.
Overstood. Overstood, bro. Okay, man. Before we leave, bro, can you tell the people where they can find your music at again? And can you give
Right.
the people like some contact information, bro, to where they can, you know what I'm saying, come fuck
Okay.
with you if they want to fuck with you.
All right. Well, all my I dropped a new EP or a new deluxe album January. You can find Spotify, Apple Music, Deezer, YouTube Music, Pandora, everywhere they stream music. Um, you can find me at tremendous.music. You know what I'm saying? Spell out tremendous like the word. It's not .com. It's music after the dot. Tremendous.music. It's my official website. You can find my whole discography, links to different social media platforms of mine, and even my media publication, Lab Free. You can find links to that platform. So anybody that want to collaborate or get something done, you can reach out to me through my business email on that website, tremendous.music. And yeah, all the information you need to get in touch with me, you can find on that site.
Hey, bro, we got one person that want to come up and holler at you real quick, bro.
That's cool. Let's do it.
That's a bet. That's a bet.
Hey, oh shit. What's going on with it, bro? Man,
What's
I
going down,
caught the
B
tail
Step? We
end
about
of
to go
everything.
to
I'm
the
B
beer real
Step,
quick.
man. Go ahead, Shirley Love. Man, I'm listening to what you're saying, man, and I'm agreeing with a good majority of it. Because
Okay.
you speaking a lot of facts that don't get put out there, or when they try to get put out there, when folks like yourself or myself, for that fact, in certain instances of my YouTube bullshit, puts them
Right.
issues out there. Motherfuckers don't want to hear that shit because it ain't about drama and bullshit. But I
Right.
wanted to expound on something that you hit everything on the head with why we don't, as black people, uh, commit or subscribe to mental health situations, right? But you
Mm-hmm.
miss the most important part of it. You
Talk
got to
to me.
remember that us as as a people, our ancestors, those that come before us and everything, it was
Mm-hmm.
a financial thing. Remember, therapists cost money. We didn't
Definitely.
have
That's true.
money. We didn't have money to, especially those that are, those that were, and I won't even go back to slavery and all that shit. I just go back to the 50s, 60s, and up to this era. So
Right.
we were getting our way, what I'm saying, finding our footing in places, but we couldn't afford to subscribe to a therapist. If something we felt one of our kids or even ourselves were going through something, shit, we was shit, pillar and post. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? So the financial aspect of it, where they had, we remember, we were behind the eight ball from the gate. So we
Right.
were never even to this day, we're still behind the eight ball, even though we look at those other societies or the people that you know how you got that whole thing as that saying culture vulture.
Right.
So I'm only mentioning that because people have followed our shit forever, but we just didn't have the means. When we had the means, they hated on us because we were self-sufficient, but we
Exactly.
were basically indoctrinated into a system that didn't want us there. That's just like walking into a fucking bar, like you personally walking into a bar and the folks looked at you and say, the music scratched and stopped and all that shit, and everybody looked at you and you stepped to that bar and you didn't ask for a beer or a liquor drink. Can I get a bottle of water? I don't want your kind in here.
Right.
Are you going to
Exactly.
turn around and go back into that fucking bar after the fact? After they told you they don't want, excuse me, after they don't want you there?
Not at all. And I
So,
definitely know they were doing that in the therapy offices if they wouldn't let black men and women
but
update their IDs.
we had the knowledge. We had and I hate to be um sure you love this. You know me. I try. I go deep on shit. I
Mhm.
just tolerate the bullshit. But think about it. We had doctors. We had lawyers. We had psychiatrists. We had therapists. We had
Right.
counselors before integration.
Right.
You understand me? So even those in our communities, not everybody. And look at it. You got to also take into consideration.
um, uh,
Until you grow. And hold on. I think you got muted.
Yeah, I think somebody probably called this phone.
Right. He had one of them type of buzzes that threw off his
Hmm.
video feed. He was cooking though. I
all I'm
definitely hear what
saying
he.
is,
Okay, there you go.
you know what I'm saying? So you have to look at the financial disparity. Like how everybody, remember when and you say you're 47, so I'm 53, so
46.
we in the
Yeah.
same era. Well,
Right.
either way, you did, but we in the same era. You know what I mean? Of time when it really was, when everything was functioning, and we thought we was doing the most by being out there in them streets.
Right.
Okay, but we were taught by our parents or our fathers more so, those of us that had them, and even the mothers that were single. When you tell a little child, you better not cry.
Right.
I'm gonna whoop your ass, but you better not cry. That's some psychological bullshit. You're telling me to accept this pain without crying.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And they know you finna yell your ass off.
Now
But you know
see,
what I'm saying?
you're right. I purposely avoided that point because I didn't want to go deeper into the social engineering aspect of that because they got
Right.
that shit from the slave masters on the plantation. All that whooping our kids shit to make a point as chastisement don't come from the Bible. That come from how our
It
parents
actually does
and their
come from the
parents was
Bible,
disciplined.
bro. To be honest
Well,
with you.
this is what I'm
But you
saying.
gotta, but no,
This is what I'm saying.
I'm
This is
gonna
why I
let you
say it
land.
don't
Go
come
ahead,
from the
go ahead.
Bible. This is why I say it don't come from the Bible because white folks never whooped their kids. So white folks, we didn't get chastisement of our kids from the Bible from white folks. White folks didn't discipline their kids with a belt or a switch. They whooped their slaves. So slaves whooped their kids the same way slave masters whooped them. We say we got that shit from the Bible, but white people never whooped their kids, bro. So
But is it not in the Bible?
yes, it's in the Bible. But you get what I'm saying? But
That's,
when white people
no, I
use
get you, I get you, I
when
get you,
white
I
people
get you, I
using the
get you.
chastisement, they grounding their kids. They taking shit from them and they calling that chastisement. So what I'm saying is the actual act of whips and lashes is in our community. I I listened to a brother. I can't recall who he is. I want to say he may be Nuri Muhammad, but they scientifically prove with the psychiatrics by going back with this history book shit with how white people whip horses and how they whip the cows, the shepherd
Because
sheep,
they
and all
treat
this
them as
shit,
they were
and
animals
dealing
to them,
and-
and
right
then
and
we
dealing with
were
us the same
animals
way.
in turn. Exactly. Yeah, yeah.
There's
We on the
no
same
other
page.
demographic of people who in those times that was disciplining their kids that way. Modern times, we've gotten to this era. You know what I'm saying? Like the American, you have some American Asians, some American Mexicans, and some American whites who will whoop their kids, but that's not a thing in their traditional cultures. And I think that whooping your kids is an American thing strictly from slavery passage, right? So I'm trying to add on to what you were saying and not
No, no, you
necessarily
straight.
dispute it, but I was just trying to say
We're
that
not
like,
debating, bro. We're just having a conversation.
yo,
That's all.
definitely,
'Cause
definitely, definitely.
I definitely was. Like I told, and I called him little nigga, but show you love. That's the homie. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
we I'm listening. I just got home, so you know what I'm saying. I just tuned in, so I caught the ass end of everything. But I was like,
right.
man, there's one thing about what the mental health thing was my what I really was tapped in and was listening to,
Hmm.
and it was a financial issue more than it was a demographic or a cultural issue because
Yeah,
we didn't have the finances to send our children to therapists and shit.
yeah, I
And
agree with you on that.
you
And
look at what the end result was because when it came to therapy, it didn't matter. They wanted us. They would really have rather had us because as a people because we were more resilient Some bullshit. But the white folks, they was getting electric shock therapy, getting fried, they brains fried, lobotomies, the
Right,
whole
right.
9 yards.
Yeah, definitely.
Who would want to
Crazy.
subject they fucking people to that? So
Yeah, yeah.
it's
Crazy
really a
ways.
blessing in disguise that we have skipped it now. Don't get it wrong. Then there, because you have to think about it. Back then there was really no counseling. That was
Nah,
just, I'm sending my child to, or I'm sending my daughter, or I'm sending my sister. She needs to go to this facility. That
right.
facility wasn't about counseling. It was about how to get the demon out of it, because that's what they felt was in everybody, was a fucking demon. And if we shock the shit out of you, we don't. They're not paying attention to the fact that they frying your brain. Now you step it up to these days and times, right?
Right.
Counseling is very, very rampant, or obtainable. That's what I'm looking for. Obtainable. But we've been programmed to resist. Like, when our fathers or our mothers told us, you better not cry.
Mm-hmm.
How many times have you
True.
looked back and whipped your children, or disciplined your children, or even just yelled at your children and said, you better not cry? That's
Yeah,
crazy.
that's true.
How can you tell
That's real.
someone not to cry under extreme pain,
And I
not to
think
show an emotion under extreme pain?
that's a great point. And I think that's a good segue into a deeper uh discussion
There you
on this
go.
topic
Now you
because
with me.
it's broader than mental health and has more to do with conditioning because I don't think parents or people in general fully understand the groundwork that
It takes
they
to
lay
get.
down on certain actions. So if you force a kid all their childhood to suppress emotions, you pretty much conditioning the child to grow up to be an adult who have a complex time expressing their emotions. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, but we know this as adults. It's kind of like common sense. But young adults having kids in their 20s freestyling, just telling their kids, you bet not cry, like when that's natural.
Hmm.
It's I don't
It's an
think
instinct. It's
that's crazy how you would not see the long lasting effects that conditioning the child to not know how to express their emotions would create. But as a
but
46-year-old person, I could see how a 23-year-old mama wouldn't be able to grasp that shit. She just had a long day at work, being stressful, and it's
all
all
right.
tied back into social engineering and the country and the type of this is ties into why it's so many things like why tradition is important. Why Asians is able to migrate over to so many American countries, whether they Asian, whether they Chinese, Vietnamese, or Japanese, they always create a Chinatown in every major city. They stay together. The streets change to their language, and they stay amongst themselves because
But we
they
were
are
doing
able
that.
to shield each other
We we
from
we,
these
we
type
were
of
no
external threats and
we
influences.
as a people were doing exactly what you just said. We stayed amongst ourselves because we were unwelcome where we was trying to, no, not where we were trying to be, but where we
Right.
ended up being.
My
We were
bad,
brought.
bro.
That's
They
I didn't know y'all
sabotage
was
them.
back there.
Man, what the fuck, nigga?
Jay
Nah,
Silent,
I
chill
just
out, homie.
looked,
Chill
bro.
out,
I'm on this
homie.
laptop, bro. I didn't know y'all was back there, bro.
Man,
My
we over there
apologies,
back
bro.
there, man, posted in this motherfucker, man, watching this nigga, bro. What the fuck's up with this
Jay
nigga?
Silent, you the homie. You know I fuck
Hey,
with you
Sally,
real
man.
tough, man. Man,
Salute,
you a funny
salute,
motherfucker to me. But nah, man. Back on the
bro.
topic. All I'm saying is we look at a lot of things, right? We talk about social engineering and all of that shit. It's not social. We were led into a house. We were led into a bar where the folks said, "Hey, we don't want you in here."
Right.
So we said, "Okay, cool, but we want to be in here, whether you want us in here or not. We want to be in here."
Right,
And then turn around and complain about the fucking outcome when the government says, "Well, yeah, by law, you got to let them in." It's like
Right.
you're forcing it. That's like forcing yourself into a room of people that don't like you, but because you know they don't like you, you say, "You know what? I'm gonna find my way in here anyway," and then complain about the fucking outcome when you finally get in there. And that's what this integration shit did. It
Facts.
fucked us all as a people. and it's the coldest fucking game that ever hit us. When people talk about the Tulsa Black Wall Street, we could have rebuilt from that, but we had more than just one. Everybody only talks about Black Wall Street. There was many more.
Yeah, it
Very, very,
was.
very functioning
I mean,
societies
Tulsa,
of black folk.
Oklahoma.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
that Wall Street was in Tulsa, but Greenwood was in Mississippi. So yeah, it was
Thank
it
you.
was all kind of communities across the country. Yeah.
But you don't hear about the rest of them. You only hear about the Black Wall Street being the number one.
Hey,
Right.
You don't hear about
you been
them.
to Tulsa, Oklahoma, bro?
I was just in Tulsa, man, about a month ago, okay?
So
I
it's a
mean,
lot of black
my
folks out
bad.
there. Like, is the black folks heavy out
It's
there?
not. It's not. It's not what I thought. The I ain't gonna lie to you. I'm gonna keep it, 1,000, man. Man, the essays, bro, they taking over everything.
Yeah, that's
I
crazy,
mean, now
man.
mind you, I go into a mall, you know what I'm saying, to give me some shoes. I want to go see Ali Sadiq, and but I needed some forces. I'm not forces, but Air Max. But every fucking store, either you're black, speaking genuinely of the culture, or you're non-black, trying to emulate the culture because you know what the target demographic is.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. You still out there in
Yeah,
Interesting.
KC, nigga?
yes, sir.
Already, my nigga. Already, bro.
Yeah, man, like I say, shit, not to change the subject or anything, but just speaking to you, Jay Solid, shit, about middle of summer, July, something like that, man, I'll go back to the crib.
You sound like you getting that bag real heavy, my nigga.
Hey Trey,
I'm
if you gotta handle your business, bro, you can go and log off and take care of
Man,
your
hey,
business, bro.
I appreciate you,
All
Trey,
right, no
man, because
problem, fellas.
you have a lot of insight on me, and yeah, I want to tap into some of that so we can come together on some things, man.
This
I
nigga
know
That's
how to
showed
what's
do
up,
that.
man.
this
I'll be
nigga.
honored to come back on the
That nigga
show. Yeah,
shoulder
I gotta
strapping like a motherfucker, nigga.
wrap up this day, definitely, man. But I'll be
No,
honored,
for
man.
sure,
Trav was
for
setting it
sure,
up. I'll definitely come back and we can build on that topic that we
definitely,
was starting to discuss later in the show.
That's what's up,
absolutely.
brother.
That's a
But yeah,
bet,
y'all
bro.
boys be
Appreciate you
good, man.
pulling up.
Y'all stay up for sure, man. Till the next time, y'all boys stay up.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Already.
Salute,
Already.
tremendous.
Now, Jay, solid, Bozy.
Let's get on some slop shit. What's up?
Yeah,
Man,
let's get on the
I,
bullshit.
I
Nah, I'm fucking with
actually
you.
have
Hold
a
on,
question to tremendous though, bro. Because
me
what
there. I'm sorry.
inspired him the most? When he make those type of lyrics, you know what I mean? Those type of things that
Hey,
that
nigga.
I've been
Muruno. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's what's up. Go ahead, Shep.
We're
What you
gonna
about to
keep,
say?
I was gonna say, Jay, we're gonna keep it respectful. But hey, little nigga, man, you was putting this down. I really, man, I hate I missed it. But you know what I'm saying? I do. I really, anybody that really know me and know how I move on this bitch, they know that
Hmm.
that's my type of shit. All the
Hmm.
drama and bullshit, man. Yeah, it's entertaining, but I could really do without it
Yeah, I'm fucked up,
because
my
Understood.
nigga.
Understood.
we're not gaining anything out of from it. You know what I'm
Hey,
saying?
bro. Hey, bro. You know what's fucked up with me, my nigga? That's the
What's
only
up,
thing that's
Scott?
entertaining. That's the only thing entertaining to me, nigga. When that drama go down,
But
bro. Cause I'm
Jay,
a toxic nigga.
now Jay, real spill. You my nigga, right? Um,
Already.
what we talked about is really the key to why you feel the way you feel.
Yeah, I'm nigga. I'm a vengeful nigga, bro. That's all it is, bro. But I fuck with niggas I fuck with, bro. You
Nah,
know, I
that's what
can.
it is, man.
That's all it is, my nigga. That's all it is, bro.
Motherfuckers think,
if it's
oh,
the
Jay
wrong
Solid said
vibe,
this
the
about you.
wrong vibe.
Man, Jay Solid ain't said shit about me. Jay Solid fucking with me because he
Somebody
on
said
one.
I was talking about you, bro.
No. I'm just saying when I type something in the chat or say something, you'll be like, oh, nigga, but then you turn around and hit me up. We'll talk, man. I don't take no offense to shit that I
Nah,
know ain't
nigga,
really
bro.
meant to be. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Shep, you fuck me in real life. You know it ain't like that, bro. You know,
That's what I'm saying. That's
you know it ain't
exactly
like
what
that,
I'm
bro.
saying right there.
You know what I'm saying?
So
It ain't
I'm
like
like,
that,
even
man.
even even with Travis, man. Travis is a good little nigga, man. You know what I'm saying? I see he trying to elevate himself, but it's kind of hard to do so when you built your brand off of bullshit.
You
Hmm.
know what I'm
You know what I'm
saying?
saying?
The reason why I fuck with this fool, he spit he get off. He don't give a fuck who it is, he get off. Sometimes he goes left with his motherfucking decisions like he did with his so-called unk.
Mm.
But
He's so
this
called.
nigga,
That's funny.
this motherfucker speaks his mind. That's why I fuck with this nigga. You know what I'm saying? This nigga speaks his mind. He don't give a fuck. That's why. In my line, hey, show my line. I come over here and support you every motherfucking day, don't I?
Nah, facts, big facts, G.
You know what I'm saying?
But we do that because we realize, you know what I'm saying, the young nigga came in the game doing what he thought he needed to do to get where he thought he needed to get.
That's probably what he
But in
doing, nigga.
reality,
I'm not up to speed with that. Maybe that's what he doing. Maybe you more calculative than I thought, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? Maybe you got an agenda in this motherfucker. But
the,
you do speak your mind. Like a lot of these motherfuckers don't do that, bro. And D Shep in my line. You got a lot of niggas that
now
ride other niggas nuts, bro. And it's
Mm.
crazy.
they
It's
become
crazy,
they
my
are
nigga.
yes men. They are yes men to motherfuckers that they'll never meet in life. But they
Yeah.
become yes men. How do you
And
do
that shit
that?
tripped out, D. Man,
How do
hey,
you
D
do that?
Shep. Me and you text personally, my nigga. You know what I'm talking about. A lot of these niggas ride other niggas' coattails, bro. And them the niggas I ain't fucking with, my nigga. The fuck you gonna ride it on another nigga's dick on YouTube, bro? That don't make sense to me, my nigga. It just don't. Period.
I mean, am I guilty of a lot of bullshit? Absolutely. But I'm not guilty to the extent that the majority of the cats that I fucked with at that time or was dealing with at the time, and even now are doing, because I don't, man, look here, man. Ain't nothing that nigga can run me. You can run my fucking name, Demetrius Shepard, a million motherfucking times.
Mm.
And you're gonna
Yeah.
come with the same fucking shit. Nigga, I
Solid.
did what the fuck I said I did, and I ain't got no fucking smut on my name, and I can always go back home and be in my motherfucking hoods, wherever the fuck, and I say hoods because Austin was one fucking hood. And I'm talking about from the Bloods all the way to the fucking Crips, to the goddamn Latin Kings, to the Bros.
Mm.
Motherfuckers know my name.
Mhm.
But I'm not
That's
on this
what's up.
motherfucker to big myself up, because shit, at the end of the day, I was just a fucking pawn in the game that was way bigger than me. And as they
Yeah.
say,
Yeah.
ain't
Yeah.
nobody bigger than the program.
Ain't
Facts.
nobody
Facts.
bigger than the program. That's real shit, G. Real motherfucking shit, nigga. Ain't nobody bigger than the program, my nigga. Hey,
But you
what
know
you
what I'm
so
saying?
distracted on?
You say what?
Hey, show, what you so distracted on, nigga? What the fuck you doing?
Oh no, nigga, I'm answering some of these text messages and shit that I didn't get the answer when I was interviewing the homie.
Look, he's planning to create his own program from here on out.
Hey,
Looks
Bozy,
like,
what up,
Exactly.
homie?
looks like.
Exactly,
Go ahead, bro.
Boji. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Hey,
Go ahead.
hey, Bozy, man,
Go ahead, bro.
I think he
Murunong
dropped his shit
Tagalog?
dropped or something.
Murunong Tagalog?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What,
Tagalog, man.
Basayin, Kapampangan, what is you? Basayin?
Yeah,
Ilocano?
my mom is Ilonga from Iloilo.
Already. That's what's up, nigga.
Salute, salute.
I mean, I see this shit, man. You know what I'm saying? We all come from different backgrounds, but we got the same groove with no gang implications in it. You know what I'm saying? We all moved, man. I've been when I realized that um I was fucking up in life, not necessarily fucking up, but what I was fucking up was putting motherfuckers in boxes, because I always thought that motherfuckers on the East Coast had a whole different this, that, won't get down the whole nine. But when I'm
Yeah,
out there in
yeah.
Newark and I'm on Springfield Avenue where they film New Jersey Drive,
Mm.
and motherfuckers is really, 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 really fucking with a nigga. I mean, my first week out there, I was invited to be a part of. I say this, but I don't say it with like pride. I say this, my first week out there, hanging out on the air, meeting different people through my little brother, rest in peace. Motherfucker offered me to come run up in a gambling spot.
Yeah.
And
That's
I'm
what's
sitting
up,
like,
man.
damn, we don't even know each other like that, man. What made you? Do I have this shit written across my fucking forehead or something? Like, no. But
Adisham,
wait,
I have gone and visited pretty much the whole entire 50 states of America, and I feel like in order for us to really get the full experience, you
till
have to
you
go to
been
Cali,
around it,
Vegas, and Florida, and that's the spot, bro, to really
Yeah,
get
yeah.
the full experience.
I
but
do want to see Florida.
you gotta break down. You got both. You got to break down the difference. When I say the difference, I mean the separation, and so to speak. And it's a
Mm.
real bullshit separation, but there is a separation between East Coast and West Coast. And what motherfuckers don't realize, that people don't realize geography,
Yeah, it's
But
because
different
Florida
programs.
and
Real
here
every
is
shit.
the thing.
Florida, hey Jay Solid, everything up Florida coastline up to Atlanta, the Georgia, and nigga, that's East Coast. They
Mm.
on a whole
Yeah.
different time zone. That's East Coast. So
Okay.
See,
people don't
I've
think
always
about that.
considered Florida the South, my nigga. So it's the East Coast, in your opinion? It's the East Coast?
In reality, it's the East Coast.
All
Now,
right. All
in
right.
well, we'll say not reality, but that's the wrong choice of words. Um, Technically, yes, that's East Coast, but in reality,
All
no,
right.
that's the South. You
Yeah,
feel
them
Mm.
me?
niggas carry themselves with a different type of South flavor, my nigga. The
I
way they
done
get
been
down
down
out
there.
there
I
is
done
real
been all
different,
through
nigga.
there, my nigga, and it's crazy because no matter where I've been, I ain't never faked the fuck on who I am, but I've never been a braggadocious ass nigga and to impress motherfuckers and telling motherfuckers, well, yeah, I did this. No, I just come through, hey, man, I'm,
Yeah.
I use this name, I'm D Shut. Man, shit. Motherfuckers see, real motherfuckers recognize real motherfuckers, man. And I've never considered myself real. That's public opinion that gave me that label. When you self validate yourself, you lost.
Like a motherfucker. Like a motherfucker. Hey,
I
check
mean,
this
You
I,
out.
I,
understand me?
I mean, I guess some people just wanted to um the way, you know what I mean, they moving. I feel like Bishop could write his own book of the way to reach a certain level of age, you know, breeze, and you know what I mean, to experience everything in that particular move, and you know what I mean,
Yes.
and
Spit that shit,
JB
bro.
can do the exact same thing, and the way he move, you know what I mean, uh, you know, to experience a different type of experience. What think about that, Bishop?
No,
Hey, man.
man,
Real
Bozy,
shit.
hold on, Jay. Let me answer him right quick. Bozy, I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. I got day ones that basically was witnessing without even if they weren't there, just being in my presence or being around me, they witnessed a lot of things. I've moved from zero to where I'm at now. And motherfuckers, I got partners I can call today, and man, I told you you need to write a book. I'm not in it for that. I didn't go through that shit to be known. I did that shit out. What I felt at that time was definitely necessity.
Mm.
But I didn't have any I didn't have somebody like myself to talk to me and give me game on how I can avoid all of it. You know what I'm saying? There's a big difference in most of
I
our
guess
lives.
too, you could be able to give that game to this younger generation. It's like to avoid, you know what I mean, and a certain way. Go ahead, JW.
I had to go through it in order to avoid it. Avoid it. You know what I'm saying? To not I had to go through it in order to know how to tell other motherfuckers how to avoid it. But and
Look,
this is and
I've seen a part of YouTube where they telling the story, but they cannot avoid the situation, and they went so deep into the game where they can avoid it. But damn, that's a total different perspective. What do you think about that? How about you, JW? Did you got drifted to the game, or did
Hey,
you
who's
got
Jay
to
Wee, bro?
avoid?
Who's
I
Jay
mean,
Wee? Nigga, I'm Jay Solid. I'm Jay
oh,
Solid,
Jay
homeboy.
Solid, I'm sorry, my
I'm
brother.
sitting like, damn.
No,
I'm
Jay Solid,
laughing inside. I'm
my
dying.
apology, my
No
brother.
disrespect. I know he don't mean no disrespect. Yeah, but I get it. But go
Good.
ahead, Jay. Answer that one.
What was your question, my brother?
I said it's like how to avoid. You know what I mean? Are you did you got to avoid the game, or what's your experience, or did you got to drift into the you know what I mean to the gang type of life,
To the game type of life. Man.
He's
I
saying
don't know, nigga.
basically, Jay,
like the street type of game? You know what I
we
mean?
we 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 we've been through all of the bullshit, right?
Mm.
Right,
And we
right,
know the
right.
pitfalls, we know the red flags and everything. How do we go about? Is there or do we do those coming up under us have to go through what we went through, or is there
Right.
a way that they can avoid it?
Yeah.
Mm. Do your own path in life, man. Focus on what you got going for you and your family.
Mm.
And in my opinion, I express this with my sons and my family. My daddy expressed this with me. You don't ride on another nigga's coattails, bro. You don't ride on another nigga's nuts. You do your
Mm.
goddamn thing that makes sense in your life, man. Straight up. Whatever makes sense in your life, you roll with it, my nigga. And you just execute it. Straight up, bro. Uh,
I
Real
like
shit.
that. I like that. Whatever card dealt with you, what brother face he has on. Go ahead, Jay.
yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
Now,
yeah.
now, now,
say
now
something.
Boji, I'm gonna put you up on something that's gonna trip
Hey
you
man,
out.
why you keep calling me
So
Jay Lee,
I
bro?
don't
I'm
even
not
know.
Jay Lee, bro.
it's the J,
Keep
it's
calling
the
me, nigga.
J,
It's
it's
the
the
J,
J. He
bro. It's
not
the
used to
J.
your ass being up on a panel with him.
Yeah.
Solid. It's
Nah,
just
he really know. Hey, Bozy, you smarter than that. Bozy, you smarter than
no,
that,
no.
nigga. You know better.
It's
Stop the
this
bullshit, nigga.
instinct for him, and I can honestly attest to that. You ain't never been on a panel with a J with a goddamn Boji. Me and Boji that made the fucking song that made me excommunicate his ass with me.
Yeah, the funny
And the
thing is,
way
nigga, I conversate with this nigga a while back, bro. I'll conversate with this nigga back. He know better. He doing that shit on purpose, my nigga. Straight up.
no,
Hey, hey,
he not a cuss for real.
my
I mean,
fault,
blood, my nigga, blood, he not. He really not.
bro.
This is a very serious conversation that we having, and I know ain't nobody gonna just disrespect
Hey, whose mic is rocking?
outright.
Is that my mic?
I think it is
All right, I'm gonna go out and come back in, bro.
okay for shit show.
D Shep, what you say, man? You just got off of work, G?
Yeah, man. I work 6 days a fucking week. I got one day off, man. I'm out here in Kansas City, and one thing about me is I don't hide where I'm at. Nigga, if I'm somewhere and I'm like, okay, yeah, this is where I'm at. You know what I'm saying? And not encouraging confrontation because I try to avoid it. But I'm not
Mm-hmm.
gonna be the motherfucker to sit there and be like, oh well, I'm I'm in Iowa. No, I'm in fucking Kansas City.
Nah,
You
nah,
did?
facts. Facts. There's a lot of people, man, that do that shit on this motherfucker. You know, telling talk all that bullshit, but don't want to tell a nigga where they at.
And we not gonna go there, you know, just for the sake of how you led in, my nigga. Because you came when I tuned in this bitch, y'all was on some real shit, man. I'd like to at least keep that going for at least another 20 minutes.
Yeah. Nah, facts, facts, facts.
I'm just saying. But nah, you know what I'm saying? I I don't look down on nobody that doesn't have what I have, or even because at the end of the day, if a motherfucker want to know how to get what I'm or do what I'm doing, or it's easy, it's simple.
Just ask.
But the part of it is we live in a microwave society, my nigga,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like the motherfuckers that feel like, man, I wanna be that, but they don't want to put the work in.
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem, and the work is really not that fucking hard. It's just paying attention and being able to follow fucking direction.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Niggas that been to and from the penitentiary multiple times. Follow direction.
Hey, just say this. Niggas don't want to put that footwork in. They want to do what we doing right now and sit on their ass. You know what I'm telling them? They don't want to put that footwork
Man. And,
Man,
and, and, and yeah, I'm sitting on my ass, but I've been in motherfucker. I go to work 6 days a motherfucking week.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm able to send what I send home, and I'm still able to maintain what I got out here.
Mm-hmm.
So just think if all of that was in one fucking pot.
Mm-hmm.
But
Facts.
you know, no, go ahead, bro.
Nah,
Man,
nah. I
so you
said
know,
I
I
hear you.
fuck with you, man. I fuck with you, you know what I'm saying? Just based on the fact that when you
Hold on.
came
Let me
into
get
that
Jay
Austin sector, yeah. When you came in that Austin sector, thinking you was gonna ruffle my feathers over there.
time.
I typed in the chat. You did. You jumped on the panel. I'm in the chat, and you said what you said, and I'm like, man, this nigga love me, man. I don't know what the fuck. I can't sit there.
I seen you over there like a motherfucker. I say, yeah, I'm about to get this nigga. Even though you know I was just bullshitting like a
I know.
motherfucker.
Well, you know
I
what I'm saying.
gotta
I
fuck
knew
with this nigga.
you thought that you was gonna be able to just get to me, but it's not that easy, my nigga. It really ain't. We've never laid eyes on each other. We don't know the same homies. We don't have nothing in common. When I say in common, we had nothing that you can relate and actually tell the truth about me, just like I couldn't turn around and tell the truth about you. So
Mm-hmm.
I know you fucking with me. You trying to
Mm-hmm.
get me to respond, and the only way that you can really, really win is if I respond.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But that's what a lot of these simple-minded motherfuckers don't get.
Mm-hmm.
And that shit, and that shit, between me and your shit, that shit went on for over a fucking year. And I
Yeah.
never responded. Well, I'm
Mm-hmm.
gonna say I never respond. I'll be responding and say, "Oh, you bitch!" Then I thought about it. I said, "Man, what the fuck am I? Why am I giving them energy?
That's why I
If
was like,
I'm
man, I
doing
just gotta leave this nigga alone because it's like, nigga, I'm talking to my goddamn self. You know what I'm saying?
exactly, no,
He's been playing mind game the whole entire time, though, bro.
but I recognize it from the jump. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
He wanted to
I'm sitting
see
there,
if you have some kind of reaction to yourself, though, bro.
but
But he took
Boji,
the button all the way
Boji,
to
when if I came at you and I told you, Boji, just because I see you on a panel or something, or and if I came and said, "Hey, nigga, Boji, wife around the corner at the corner store sucking dick."
God damn.
Yeah, don't think I forgot about that shit, nigga. But meanwhile, you sitting there looking at your wife like this nigga, I'm laughing. I'm like, boy, this boy here, he go hard, he try. He try.
Like a motherfucker,
I'm
nigga.
I'm
That's
just not
crazy.
I'm just not him. You know what I'm
Nah,
saying?
and I ain't gonna lie to you where I got this shit from, bro, because just by being on this motherfucker, so many niggas have lied on the nigga. So I'm thinking, okay, I gotta fight fire with fire. So nigga, okay, you say
Right.
the worst bullshit about me, so shit, and you ain't really say nothing to a nigga, so it ain't going for you then.
Right.
But nigga, that's what made me start playing that game. You
No,
know
I
Yeah,
what
can
I'm
yeah,
dig it.
yeah. I get it.
saying?
It is what it is, man. But at the
I
end
mean,
of the day,
retaliation is
where
a
are we
must
now?
sometimes, nigga. Retaliation is a must
Mm-hmm.
sometimes, my
Nah,
nigga.
facts. Big facts. Big
But
facts. We
shit,
way past that shit.
if I took this shit the way he intended for me to take it, shit, you think I'd be sitting here on this motherfucking panel right now? I'd have been down to Houston. I'm tired. I'm locked in Houston, man.
Yeah.
Trust
Hey,
and believe.
hey, real shit though. You did want to be in Vegas to fuck that bitch ass nigga Stone C up though. You did want to be there.
Man, we're not gonna do that, Jay. We're not gonna do that.
Look at this nigga trying to steer off the conversation. Man, fuck
We're
that
not.
nigga.
Say that
You know
nigga
I
didn't
want to do
eat
that
a
nigga dirty,
motherfucking
man.
thing down there. That
But
nigga did not eat shit. That nigga didn't eat a motherfucking thing down there, nigga.
Come on, my nigga. Hell
I just
yeah.
don't like my whole thing with Cuz is my nigga. I don't know you. We never had a conversation. So what got me was when I respectfully tried to tell the man that look here, and I use those particular words. I use that particular word. I say, man, look here, respectfully, you're not the type of nigga that I would fuck with. So I'm
Mm-hmm.
just trying to be cool. You know what I'm saying? I'm
I
cool, but
feel you, bro.
I mean,
But hey, Shep, but you can look at the nigga and tell, bro. That nigga would get damaged in real life. Am I lying, nigga? You can
nah,
look at this
man,
nigga and tell, nigga, you can
cuz mentioned
damage
my
this nigga.
homie, man. Cuz mentioned my homie cuz a fucking he's
I
that
remember that.
nigga.
He mentioned
He's
niggas from your
sensitive,
hood.
bro.
And
He's
He
that
sensitive.
mentioned
that's
niggas
I
what
from your
that's
trigger
hood,
what
him
right?
sent
one
it over the
time,
top for me.
and he
Hey,
starts
Shep,
crying. I
he
was
said
like,
a nigga from your hood, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Nigga,
And
I
you look at
actually
this nigga like,
a
man,
nigga
you
that
bitch.
I know this nigga. This
Yeah.
nigga was made famous before. When I say made famous, but his name was resurrected in a lot of places, coming from Charleston White.
mm,
He the nigga that put Charleston White on. He the nigga that put Dewberry on in Juvenile.
Oh,
You
already.
know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So for you to turn around and say Tim Snow, got much love and respect for Snow, but for Tim Snow to say when he hit Beto and the nigga that was sitting back watching and made sure when he did his old hard check and everything, sent him the weed and the squares. That was my nigga. So for you to
Yeah.
turn around and tell me that this same nigga is, man, come on, man, that's disrespectful in a bitch, man. And I take that shit personal because you don't even know the nigga and ain't no motherfucking way in hell. Just like you wouldn't say the bullshit you say to me in first face to face. Shit, my nigga got
That's what I'm
bodies.
saying. That's what I'm saying. What pissed you off? You know, you can just look at this bitch and tell, nigga, you ain't like that, nigga. Shut your
You're
fucking
not
mouth
built
before you
like
run
that,
your
nigga.
mouth, nigga. You seen it. So that's what
I
irritated you,
don't,
nigga.
I
You
don't,
knew
I don't.
goddamn well this bitch ass nigga would never do that shit in person. That's what pissed you off, man. You could see he a bitch. He's slow.
Nah, facts.
He looks stupid. So you like, fuck this
And
nigga. And
I
I
don't.
go,
But Jay, you know me, man. I don't. You know me, man. Don't do that to me, man. Don't put me in that position.
I'm
Come
not
on.
doing shit, nigga. I'm just talking. Man, what the fuck is this nigga talking about, bro?
I'm just saying, my nigga. You know, I don't get off on talking about niggas, man. Because anything, if I have something in my mind that I'm gonna, in my mind, I'm gonna do or I'm gonna react, y'all will never see it on this motherfucking internet.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
That's
I
how I
guess
was raised.
I guess D-Shop they late bloomer. Can you believe you did this like about 20 years ago and they still doing it till today? See, that's the bad thing
We
about
talking about
Jay
30,
Solid.
Boji. We talking
Yes.
30. So it's like crazy to me that these cats come on here and want to pop their collars and flex their nuts. But at the end of the day,
Mm,
then what I will say is the way we was doing, excuse me, way we was doing shit back then. There was motherfuckers that was in the same position. So it's only it's a cycle, man. But you have to be able to break that cycle. And if,
mm,
if you can't break that cycle, man, you're gonna forever be lost, and you're gonna be able to be forever be stuck in some bullshit, a bullshit ass mind frame that never meant shit in the first fucking place,
Yeah,
but you're still a
yeah,
part of. I'm gonna always be a crip, but I'm
yeah.
not gonna always be cripping, if that makes sense.
Nigga, you know what I'm saying? I'm just speaking. Say, fuck that nigga, straight up.
I feel the same
I'm
way, but you
drinking
I
know what I
just
mean,
mean.
like
I
you
don't, I
niggas,
don't,
man. I'm
I'm,
doing I'm
some
doing
bad
I'm
shit
news.
every
not,
day
I'm
drinking,
not,
nigga.
but Jay, you know me, my nigga. I'm gonna always steer something a different way, nigga. This ain't a drag that nigga session. You feel me?
Yeah, but that
Man,
nigga,
hey,
fuck
man,
that
fuck
nigga.
that
Oh
nigga, bro. Man,
shit!
D
Yeah,
Shep,
that
fuck that
nigga.
nigga, man.
No, see,
It's
that
always
nigga,
a
he
drag that
tries
nigga
so
session,
hard, bro.
bro.
I
Fuck
don't
that
know what
nigga.
that nigga trying hard to be or who he trying to be, but that nigga is actually just trying too fucking hard. You know what I'm saying?
Come
Like that
on.
shit ain't that
But
nigga
it's
just
it's it's
trying
it's apparent to those that can sit there and look from the outside and see. It's fucking apparent. Why
hard.
would I drop
Okay,
what
nigga.
I
Come on,
got
bro.
as
I know
far
this ain't no
as far
drag.
no no
I know
no
this
no
ain't no
no no
drag
no.
nigga session, bro. But let's be honest, bro. He a bitch. Nigga, we gonna keep it real, my nigga. He a punk ass bitch, nigga. He a fake. He a mark. Nigga, we ain't giving this nigga no breaks, nigga. Fuck this nigga. You know what I'm saying? You my homeboy, my nigga. I get what you trying
You
to
know
do,
I
man.
fuck with
Fuck
you like
that,
that,
nigga.
man, and you know me,
When you
man.
bring him
Come
up,
on.
fuck this nigga. We gonna ride on this
I mean,
bitch,
if you
nigga.
gonna bring him up, ride out, my nigga. I ain't telling you not to ride out. I'm just saying, from my
mm.
perspective, you know how I move, man. You know what I'm saying?
I
That's
know.
all.
I know what I respected, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? Nigga, I fuck with you offside, nigga. I know. I know. But nigga, on the real, there is no. This ain't the moment. That motherfucker don't have no discretion. Fuck that nigga. He a big ass
Hey,
bitch.
Scott,
He
what's the
fake,
deal, G?
weak. He a mark. That's all I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? He a big ass mark, my nigga.
All I can say, man, in response to that is, you
Political
said the key
sign.
word, man. He has no discretion, but at the same time, he ain't got no fucking power over me, and I refuse to give him that.
Mm-hmm.
And if I constantly turn around and every time I see him, I got to go in, that mean that he has a certain amount of power over me, man. And that's the I laugh like a motherfucker at a bullshit ass nigga on the corner that tell me a joke. I'll
Mm.
take that more serious than I take the shit that he say, because
Oh wow, he
If y'all
went that
niggas
deep.
really care about this nigga, like a lot of motherfuckers act like they do, you'll call him out on this bullshit and tell this nigga to shut his fucking
because
mouth.
that's the thing, nigga. I
That's it.
don't care, but I put it out there, nigga. I don't fucking care. I don't have nothing against you, but you're not for the, you know what I'm saying. I'm not for the fuck with you. So and see, you got me, Jay. Nigga, I'm mad at you right now.
All right, nigga. All right, I'm gonna get off that, nigga. I'm gonna get off that. Let's get on show, bro. Let's get on show, my nigga. Let's get on show, my
Joe
nigga.
just got his braids done about 30 minutes ago before he
This
started that
nigga,
interview.
hey, this nigga got a new mic. Look at this nigga. He got a new mic. Look at
You
him.
Hell
look at
nah,
how you look at how professional and shit.
this shit.
Yeah.
I gotta get my shit done again. I've been having this shit up for about a week now, nigga.
He ready. He ready to sing karaoke.
Yeah, that's just fucked
That
up.
nigga got
Yeah,
a
man,
new
I
mic.
got
Look
the
at
new
this
mic
nigga.
and shit, man. You know what I'm saying? Somebody told me I'm trying to be like my H Town partner FDA, man. Shout out to
Oh,
FDA,
that's
man.
what you
For
doing?
Shout
That's
out
what
to
you
getting me
doing?
the
FDA.
mic and shit, man.
Man, y'all niggas
Hey,
be biting off each
I'm
other
gonna
like a
mute my
motherfucker.
second for give me a minute. I'll be right back.
That's a bet.
Hey, that's real shit. FDA did rock a mic early in the week. Now you got a mic, so it makes sense why niggas say that, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah,
The,
yeah. But
the,
all this shit right here was really for my interviews and shit, just so because so my audio can be good. So it wouldn't be no static in this shit. It wasn't trying to be like nobody else though. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to FDA though, you know what I'm saying, for inspiring me to get a mic and shit.
Hey, that mic plugged
now he
into the
got the
laptop.
connection to put on his device. He could play music while we could talk. Low volume and all of
Mhm.
that type of stuff. You know what I mean? Which is good, bro.
Hey, is
It
that
can
how it worked? That mic plugged into the laptop.
Yeah, hey, yeah, you can plug it into the laptop and the phone, bro.
Oh, you can plug it into a phone too. Okay.
Yeah,
Goddamn
a triple stream if you like.
right.
Huh? Yeah,
You got the spit.
triple
You got the
stream.
spit
You got
guard
the
on that.
line one and line two,
Yeah,
maybe
you
line
got the
three.
spit
Okay,
guard on that motherfucker. So I know that mic wasn't cheap.
Oh no, this shit was cheap than a motherfucker, G.
there you go.
Oh,
Shit.
okay. Oh, okay. Look at that. You can change the motherfucking trajectory of your voice.
What's this? Got a bank account bigger than the Lord should
He got a
allow.
mic too. This thing got a mic too.
Yeah, this shit wasn't high, bro. But at the end of the day, like I didn't have no plans on, you know what I'm saying, doing what I'm doing now. But since I'm doing it now, you know what I'm saying, that's why I got this shit. Nigga, I was just talking bullshit, just fucking with people. So shit, I didn't need no mic to do that shit. I can do that shit on my phone and just like other shit. But now since I got other
Yeah.
shit going on, I was like, man, let me be professional with this shit.
That looks nice though, my brother.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? I saw, we tapped in, we see the post. What I mean? I was like, damn, the only thing is missing is like just the keyboard and you're ready to record the music, bro. That's it.
Yeah, 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 yeah. The
Yeah. Talk
keyboard
your
right
shit,
here on
man.
the side of me. I got the DJ machine in the closet and shit. Got the speakers in the game room and that shit. I really got everything that I need. You know, I'm telling you, do whatever I
That's
want
it.
to do.
And just he interviewed that gentleman and earlier that he give the breakdown on how to really make it happen, and it
Fact.
seems like he good to go. He's ready to really
Mhm.
make all of this thing happen on his little mini studio from now on. From the studio, maybe next thing you know, he got the whole entire office, bro. You never know.
Mhm. Mhm. Facts, man. We got another interview later on tonight. We probably have two though, but yeah, we got another one for sure. It's already locked in.
That's what's
Salute.
up, man. That's what's up. Nigga. Do your thing, old boy.
Yeah, next week we got some shit coming up too, man. I want you to pull up though because this is my little homie. You know what I'm saying? He in the trucking industry and shit. So you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna let him come up here and give some game, ask some questions and shit. So Jay Solid, pull up, man.
There we
Already.
go.
Already,
There we
nigga.
go.
Mhm.
You know me, nigga. I tap in every
I
goddamn day,
mean,
nigga.
I'm
You know what I'm
back.
saying?
I'm back.
Overstood like a motherfucker. Appreciate you too, G.
Nigga, you
Man, we
know.
got so much to offer, my nigga. It's crazy that we have so much real valuable shit to offer. But a lot of people just would rather resort to hearing the bullshit, man. But
Mhm.
Yeah,
then turn
yeah.
around and say, well, the OGs they don't say nothing to it. But when a motherfucker trying to say something to you, you don't want to listen.
Facts. Facts.
I
Big
can
facts.
give you, I can get not you personally, I'm just saying generally, I can give motherfuckers ounces of game to elevate their life, man.
Let's get
But
it.
they don't want to hear that shit. So I just
I
stay
know.
quiet.
I know. I know.
They say you
Um,
can lead the horse to the water, but you can't make them drink. God damn it!
Absolutely.
Already.
Hey,
Yeah.
for
Already,
three
nigga.
years, for
Hold
3 years now, D Shop, we've been when you spit that game, they try to drag you to negativity, bro. What's wrong with
And
that?
Boji, you've been dealing with me, you've been around me, you know what I'm saying, more so for a long time, man. And
Yes,
people
sir.
know that I don't get out my body a lot.
Mm,
I ain't gonna say I don't get out my body. I don't trip the fuck out. But
right.
I don't do it. It's not my thing. It's not something that I just because man, I've
Mm-hmm.
been in life, real life and death situations. So for these motherfuckers that just trying to attack or assassinate my character online that don't know a bitch ass thing about me,
Bitch ass
even
thing,
though
for
I'm sitting
real.
there I'm telling them what they need to know. The bullshit, as far as what I came up doing.
It was just that. It was bullshit. But I don't regret one fucking moment of it because everything that I put myself through is molded me to be who I am.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what people don't understand. So they'd rather sit there and dwell on people's miseries and their sorrows because if you glorify, not glorify, but if you get enjoyment out of hearing, for the most part, on a regular goddamn basis, somebody's fucked up in life, that means you're fucked up in life.
Mm-hmm.
And you're trying to glorify, not glorify, but validate and put yourself, justify more so. That's what I'm looking for. Justify why you may not be as fucked up as that individual, but you're still fucked up. So
And
it's like, goddamn,
I feel like everybody is. You know what I mean? If they said that they are not, there's something wrong with them.
everybody go through something, man.
Right.
We just don't all go through the same thing at the same time. That's what makes, and we all don't handle or deal with certain situations the exact same way. That's why, especially when it comes to grief, losing someone, you can never tell somebody that's lost someone how to fucking grieve.
mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Now, if you see them going on that destructive path, you want to bring them back a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Hey, you know, man, it hurts. We know this, but that's not the route to go.
Mm.
But it's still up to the individual to say, damn, you're right. But people can only identify with people that they can relate to. And you got a lot of people faking what they've been through to try and relate to other motherfuckers that really been through something or had to deal with something, you know?
Hey, D Shep, how you feel about that last question that I asked, man? If life had a reset button on it, would you push it?
Not at all. I thought I covered that already. I have no regrets.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Mm-hmm.
as much as I would sit there and logically,
Mm.
I would say, yeah, I would do this different, and it would change this, and it would, But at the end of the day, realistically, fuck no, man,
Mm-hmm.
because everything that I've been through has molded who I am today. Is gave me these experiences that a lot of motherfuckers go through, but then the majority of motherfuckers don't even know how to comprehend,
Damn.
and that's
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 what
as
that's what
best
we
as
need
I
to
can put it,
do,
my nigga.
Bishop.
Mm-hmm.
Travis. Make mistake and make it fast, and make as
Mm-hmm.
many as you can. Do it.
Mm-hmm.
Boji, Travis, and I know Jay Solid listening and to the chat. I say this here, and this should really just solidify
Mm.
what I have to say. I have three boys, one girl. None of my kids know anything about my past, like to where they was like to say, "Well, I remember when I was with Daddy," or this happened. No, none of that shit happened. Any
Mm-hmm.
conversation, anything that the only person that, with my two oldest, they may have heard me in conversation with some of the homies, not glorifying, but just reminiscing. And that's
Mm-hmm.
about as close as they got to knowing that, yeah, I was on something, but they don't know what
Mm-hmm.
I was on. But then when you look at them and you look at their lives, two of them in the military, one of them chose to, you know what I'm saying? He watched how I moved,
Mm.
and he chose to follow in my footsteps and just work, and it paid off for him. Then the other one chose to go to college. Didn't have to pay for a motherfucking thing. Walked through college, came through that bitch all 4 years, debt free.
Mm-hmm. I hear you. I hear you. I hear you.
So you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We have to where a lot of motherfuckers invest their time in rims and gold and chain and all that bullshit. I
Mm-hmm.
invested mine in my children's future.
Salute. Salute.
Overstood. Overstood.
And
Overstood.
that's yeah. So I mean, goddamn it, a show. If you can talk to at least one of my homies, and I ain't saying that's gonna happen. I'm just saying if you run across a nigga from Austin and a nigga just happen to know me,
Mm.
the nigga gonna say some things to you that you've never heard me say about me. And I've had that happen. That's what's crazy. I'm all the way in
Yeah.
Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? I was fucking with these cats, you know what I'm saying? They had a rap group. That's when I was rapping and all that old bullshit. I used to open up for these niggas, and they took a trip to the Kappa that year. And
Okay.
I didn't go. So, you know what I'm saying? I stayed back in the A, you know what I'm saying? And when they come back, they like, hey, Meek, man, and you know, I'm like, yeah, shit, yeah, them my niggas. And man, them niggas said, I ain't never said that to them,
Mm-hmm.
but they got a better insight on who the fuck they was dealing with.
Nah,
But
facts, facts. What's
and
up,
that be
Miss
the,
Mockingbird?
but that be my whole thing. I mean, people like to validate themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Who the fuck validates you? Don't you did you ever give yourself as a child a nickname?
Nah, hell nah. But the
Somebody else
grown
did
folks
that.
did. The grown folks that's badass little Travis.
But it was people that watched how you moved and saw how you was getting down that
Yeah,
gave you your nickname.
yeah, nah,
Damn,
So
damn.
now
They knew all along you're pretty bad, growing.
facts.
but you see
uh,
what I'm saying though? You don't
Mm-hmm.
people don't validate anybody that validate themselves, they got some bullshit with them. But when
Mm-hmm.
you can inadvertently or just on a random run into a motherfucker that know you or knew you from whenever, whatever, and can say, "Oh yeah, yeah, yeah."
Yeah,
It's
man.
very,
What's
very,
up?
very rare that I call myself a real nigga because I didn't know what the fuck a real nigga was
Let's take care, man. What's up? What's
until
up?
niggas was telling me that I was a real nigga.
I feel you.
Mm-hmm.
That's self validation, saying I'm a real nigga. When you run across a motherfucker that constantly got to say, "I'm a real nigga," "I'm a real nigga," in every other fucking third or fourth sentence, they trying to prove to themselves that they're a real nigga, man.
Already.
Nah,
Hell
you,
yeah.
you can tell a real nigga by their character, man. Just how they handle their motherfucking self, and
But
they ain't
real
even
niggas are being
telling you though.
recognized by other real niggas, and
Nah,
them real
facts.
niggas to turn around and say, "That's a real nigga."
Yeah, yeah, nah, big facts, big facts.
Malcolm
Nigga ain't
Burns, what's
just
up, baby?
talking about, man, I'm a real nigga, bro.
Care
Man,
man,
I'm
what
a
up?
real nigga. And then try to let you know what they done did for a nigga and still tell you, man, I'm a real nigga. I did
Spit
that.
that shit. Yeah, yeah.
I speak on niggas that I consider real niggas.
Yeah.
I never put myself in the category of being a real nigga. And
Mm-hmm.
even though I know some things you just know, but you don't have to express because you got other motherfuckers that's gonna express it for you.
Mm-hmm.
You know
Mm-hmm.
what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? If you ain't got that, then shit, I don't know what to say. I really don't.
No bullshit.
Yeah. Shout out to my niggas, man. Drinking during the day, man. It's cool, man. I should pop up on this motherfucker more often, nigga.
Jay, man, you know you my nigga. I fuck with you real tough. I'll be back there. I had some homies come out that way, man. They in the last 2 weeks out there, and they ended up back out here in KC.
In
But it
Phoenix?
was on some work shit. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah, niggas be sleeping on Phoenix, bro.
I know. I told their asses don't go to Phoenix, not for the purpose of Phoenix itself, but for
Mm-hmm.
what they were going to go, where they call themselves going to work at. Like nigga, why the fuck do you think I'm way the fuck out here in the Midwest? Why ain't I a couple of hours away? You know what I'm saying? Because I know
Yeah.
it's bullshit.
Yeah, you staying away for a reason, mama. Yeah, okay, nigga. I see what you're doing. All right, nigga. I see what you're
I
doing.
know where the money is. I've been doing this shit so motherfucking long, my nigga. I know where the money is, and I know how to go get it, and I know it's gonna be worthwhile.
Already.
Yo, he's on the
Already.
flow, my brother. You know what I mean? He followed that. And the moment you're in the flow, my brother, you get all of that. Never change.
Man,
That's a track.
I ain't never changed up for nobody. People change up on me. They say money will make you change. No, money will make you change who you fuck with. That's
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
all. Because
No,
Real
no,
shit.
no. I seen it, my brother. It never change. It will enhance what type of person you are. If you're a good person, it will enhance the type of good person you are. And if
yes,
you are a
sir.
bad person, the moment you have that money, it
You
will
gonna do some stupid
enhance.
shit, and you're gonna be broke to the bitch 5 days later. So I'll
Hey,
just use that
so
5 days
nigga,
as.
who was lighting the vine, nigga? Let us know who lighting the
Oh,
vine.
so okay. I get that question all the fucking time. Um, a friend of mine out of New York, she does AI music videos.
Mm.
Um, it was a song that she did dedicated to me because it's weird, but I don't want to say I won't even say weird. It's crazy, more so, not weird, but crazy. I listened to, as I'm listening to the song for about the fifth or sixth time. She mentioned she said that I am the lightning divine compared to the other person that she was talking about in the song. I'm like, you know what? Y'all finna fuck their world up. Lightning divine, nigga, AKA. And here I am.
There we go.
Look at this nigga.
In other word, my brother, the orange don't eat orange, my brother. But the people that pass by the orange are benefiting to the, you know what I mean? To
Yeah,
the
real shit.
orange. The
But
Real
it
shit.
goes back to Boji, what I just got through saying.
Go ahead.
I didn't just come up with this fucking name and give it to myself.
Right.
Somebody recognized me as being such.
Right. A divine sheep.
That nigga said I can relate
A
to that.
divine
I can
sheep,
relate
my
to the
brother. You
lightning
know what I mean?
divine. I can relate to that looking ass nigga. I feel
And look, he made it like his son, and it
K
was real.
Riz, K
It
Riz,
was
cut
real
that
to
bullshit
the
out.
people. Damn. What is Jay Solid?
yeah.
No. I'm in the chat, Boji. But hey, Jay, I'm gonna send you the song so you'll see where it actually comes from.
There we go.
Already, my nigga.
There we go.
Already, bro.
You see that the end? Man, we know already. That's it. And now we wanted to know where Jay Solid got his nickname from.
Oh, shit. I was actually
I
called Jay
mean,
Salas since I was 13, nigga. To be honest with y'all.
There we go. We know
but
it's a
but
solid.
everybody take you as being this over aggressive. Yeah, when you drunk, which is I don't want to say all the time, or even won't even say half the time, but
Mm,
a portion of the time, when you drunk, yeah, motherfuckers don't know how to deal with you. But when you are more relatable to certain people than others, because again, a lot of people don't have the ghost, I'll say, in their past that you do.
Oh, okay, D Shep. You schooled me. Okay, bro. All right, now I
You know
got
what I'm
it.
saying?
my
So
apology.
I understand.
Hey Mocha, you can't relate to me as much love I show you. Is D Shep right?
But people don't know your background though, cuz. You know what I'm saying? They've never had a one-on-one conversation with you to sit there and say, yeah, I get it. And before me and you even start talking on the phone, or just how you know what I'm saying, before me and you start communicating on a
Mm,
personal level, motherfuckers didn't get it, but I did because we come from the same fucking background.
That's
When you
what's
don't
up. I
come
mean
from
no
something
harm.
that's similar, you
Yeah.
know what I'm saying? It's easy to take offense.
I'm just talking about shit. You know what I'm saying? I only come at certain motherfuckers, man. But overall, man, I got love for everybody. I'm actually cool with that.
That's the cold part of this internet game, man. The internet game has basically taken the text message game because text messages have no emotions, right?
All
mm.
right, there we go. Caramel ain't feeling my voice. Okay. All right, you right, D Shep. I didn't know that. Okay, I didn't know that.
Hey,
I
look,
told you because it makes you seem to come off even when you're in your excuse me, Boji, but I'm gonna speak on my nigga. I'm gonna break it down. You have a voice that really carries, and then when you get on one, that shit carry. So motherfuckers get to thinking that taking everything personal or just being all sensitive about shit. This shit take thick skin. If you don't
Yeah,
have
yeah, I
thick
feel
skin,
that.
you really shouldn't be a part of this thing, man. As far as this internet
I
and this
feel that.
online
But
shit.
I didn't know the homegirl that I fuck with every goddamn day saying that she ain't feeling my voice. Okay, I didn't know
Nah, she
that,
wasn't
bro. I
speaking on
appreciate
you
that.
though. You talking about Mocha Bird and her comment. I don't think she
Yeah.
was talking about you,
Oh, she's
to
talking
be
about me?
honest.
not you, Jay. I think me.
I think so. I
Oh,
think
okay.
so. I
Okay. My
think so.
bad.
Thank you,
My
I told
Jay.
bad.
you. I
Yeah.
think so. I had to look at that comment. I had to look and
Yeah,
see that
me
comment.
sound
And I'm
like
like, yeah, I think she's talking about Bojan. Or she
Oh,
could be
okay.
talking about me. I don't know. But I
Okay.
know it
Okay.
wasn't
Yeah,
you.
yeah. Okay.
it's
My
not you,
bad.
Jay.
My
It's
bad.
not you.
She just said the other persons. Put a name on it, Mocha Bird. I told you.
Okay,
Can't
Mockingbird,
can't
my
real
bad.
motherfucker.
I didn't know
The-
that. Cause I
hey,
fuck with
Jay's about to
Mockingbird
go
Crazy
off
every
on
shit.
her.
day. Mockingbird, I fuck with Mockingbird every day, nigga. That's my baby. I fuck with it every day. You know what I'm saying? Okay, now I get it. My bad.
Boji did a song and he was bullshitting, but I took that shit like, man, fuck him. Because it was something that he said in that goddamn song, and it wasn't even like a long song. It was and I'm
I
like,
should have known that. I
motherfucker,
should have
is you
known that with all
serious?
the contact that we have. I should have known that. My bad, Mockingbird. My bad.
Hey, I appreciate you guys for having one, especially to the host, my brother. Happy
So you
Saturday.
love,
Yeah,
man.
yeah,
That's young cat,
yeah.
man. Young cat really trying to do something righteous. He just felt that he had to do it a different way, and
See, I
that's where a lot
relate.
of people hated him.
You ain't gotta leave home, boy. I relate to my Filipino brothers, man. I relate to
No,
the
Bo's all
Filipinos.
right, man. Bo's all right. You just have to understand. I've been around him for a long ass fucking time, so I get it.
Hey, Boz, I relate to the Filipinos, my nigga. I'm half Filipino. I get it, my nigga.
Yeah, he one of them almost got deported ass motherfuckers. I can't. Oh shit!
Shit.
Nah, I'm a stupid ass man. But I try. I don't really never mean no harm. I don't. Nobody can say that they see me come up on this motherfucker and just wake up in the morning and ready to go at every fucking body. No, man, shit. I got too much to offer that's positive. I have less negative of me to offer than I do positive. And I try to make sure that the positive always
Hey,
outshines the negative, man.
you wanna get that right started? Oh, you got the okay.
But people like to keep up conflict. And that's the question on that's the question that I sit there and I look at people and I ask, so what are you really about? Are you about the content? Because a lot of this shit ain't content. It's just fucking regurgitated bullshit.
K Riz in this motherfucker. What up, nigga?
What's good with it, bro?
What's up with it, Red?
What's good with it, D Shop?
You
What's
know,
going
man.
down, Jake?
Going down, show you love.
Chilling, chilling.
I noticed my nigga K Riz stay out the way, nigga. I see you fuck with certain niggas, but you stay out the way, my nigga. You always stay true to certain motherfuckers you fuck with, nigga. I'm gonna acknowledge that, nigga, and just tell you that, man.
Oh
I
yeah,
see
for
what you
sure.
doing online.
Shit.
Ass off to you, bro. You don't pity wag and you don't jump on all the niggas' dicks, on boy. You know what I'm saying?
No bullshit.
Shouts off to you, my nigga.
But they be trying to get everybody to choose a fucking side. What if I chose just me, which is what I do?
I seen a lot of
I,
niggas try to fucking hit this motherfucker up, choose a side, and nigga, you always stay where you at, nigga. You stay neutral all the time, nigga. I picked it up, nigga.
I'm gonna
Am I
say it
wrong?
like this: if it ain't my business, then I ain't getting in it. You feel me?
You feel what I'm saying? Okay,
If
Riz, I'm not
somebody
just
come
drunk
at
talking,
me,
right?
I want somebody to say the same thing, man. Shit, I ain't getting in your shit.
Yeah, yeah,
Cause
yeah,
if you
yeah.
get in my shit, I might go and
but
show
what
ass.
but what are we gonna do? What honestly, man, with us sitting up here right now and those in the chat listening, what does me taking on your beef
Gonna
on
do
some virtual shit?
what it's
What
gonna
is
do.
that gonna prove?
I feel
Shit,
you.
nothing.
Nothing.
It's just gonna
I
say
get
you
it.
don't like the other person, pretty much.
Basically, when you could have said that shit, you goddamn self and kept it moving.
You
Yep.
know, being on YouTube, I realize there's a lot of niggas that are more adults than me, nigga. I am a vengeful motherfucker. If I can't stand you, nigga, I'ma troll the shit out of you and talk my shit whenever I get a chance, my nigga. But I know it's a lot of you niggas are like, stand up, nigga. I ain't with that bullshit. And I respect that, nigga. You know what I'm saying? You try to stay out the bullshit, nigga. In my mind, this a virtual world, nigga. This YouTube. I'ma just get at whoever annoys me, my nigga. That just makes sense to me, my nigga.
And
Okay,
You know what
Jay,
I'm
well,
saying?
I
that's
get
your
it, but
business. That's your
you got
business,
but
though.
see, K is what he fails to mention, and I know why he takes that particular situation, takes it that way because shit, man, we fought our battles, man. We went through our wars, man.
Yeah, I
And
wasn't
at
here
the
for
end of
that
the
shit.
day, no, I'm talking about in real fucking life.
Oh, okay, real life. All
We
right.
fought our battles, my nigga. We man, come on, man, motherfuckers. There's a lot of cats on here that talk that talk and talk that shit. Ain't never been through a bitch ass thing, but they
Come
they
on, come
they
on,
talk tough.
come on.
Yeah.
Sound good on the internet.
No
And I don't want
bullshit.
to feel like I'm above other people, but I can pinpoint
Ain't
niggas that are
none,
bitches that
but
are
none,
not bitches.
no.
I
So
can
we're not gonna do
pinpoint
that. We're not
real bitch
above
ass niggas,
anybody
bro.
else. We just know who actually. Well, I won't say no for sure, but we have a very good idea of who really was doing the shit, or
Exactly.
those that even talk about it. Because
Exactly.
you know what I'm saying. We don't talk about that shit, man.
Yeah, you see it. You see it. You know what I'm saying?
You just recognizing conversation, man. Damn, and sometimes some don't get it twisted. Some motherfuckers will fall through the cracks, and
Mm-hmm.
it take you a minute. No, like I tell my cats at work, man. I say, yeah, man. I don't see everything, but I don't miss much. So yeah,
Nah, facts though. Nigga, just me like right now, nigga. I'm chilling in the highs though. But when I get in that mode to where I'm tired of being in this motherfucker, and I go to the hood and I fuck with the homies and shit, nigga, I always get reminded of the crazy shit I used to do, and I be like, damn. And sometimes that shit be so embarrassing though. Hearing that shit, I be like,
well,
man, every time
see,
I pull up, man, you ain't gotta talk about that dumb shit. You know what
No
I'm telling
bullshit.
Come
show
on.
you love, man. I used to do so. I used to do some of the most throw shit, man. And the homies be like, man, nigga, you. And I'd be like, no, you said, nigga, you don't understand what the fuck I'm talking about. No.
Right, right, right.
But I'm not realizing these niggas wasn't doing nothing but telling me the truth.
you? Hmm.
You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? And now these same cats that I looked up to that always had my fucking back, regardless of what the fuck I did, these is niggas looking up to me now,
So
30
you
years
think so
later.
you think when you come around or whatever, they keep you in that same light, like you ain't growing no more?
Nah, no, I wouldn't say that because nigga, they know that I grow because I'm not doing the same dumb shit no more. But
Mm-hmm.
I just look at it as that, bro. And I be trying to forget some of that shit, the dumb shit that I did. And it's like every time, I ain't out there like I normally used to be out there every day. So it's like shit. When a nigga see me, a nigga probably do want to bring up the times that we done did some shit or probably got some money together and shit like that. But I be like, man, like
Oh, they
nigga,
just
I ain't
grow.
that person no more, bro. So you ain't gotta worry about us doing no shit like that no more. You know?
Real shit.
So, you guys, I had a cat that I looked up to. Me and his brother met each other in seventh grade. He's a few years older than us. So we all went out, coming through the fucking levels of shit. Of course, me and him got tight. So him and his wife came out to Vegas. It's been a minute back. I don't remember what year it was, but it was a year of Ronda Rousey comeback fight. She got mopped up in the first round. We were watching that shit at Dave and Buster's, right? So in the process of my niggas say, hey, man, go outside and smoke. So we outside and smoke. We say, hey, D, can I tell you something? Like, come on, man, you can tell me any motherfucking thing.
Yeah.
And what the nigga had to say to me blew my fucking mind. But it
What he
was
say
something that
that blew
I
your
always
mind?
wondered. He said, man, you know why you never got really, what I'm saying, why the niggas that was on, they fuck with you, but they really didn't fuck with you. The niggas that was on with the yay and shit back then.
Yeah.
I say, man, I don't think about it no more, but I used to think about it. Man, damn, these niggas know I'm square business. I get out and I do. So man, them niggas was terrified of you. He said because they never knew how. I say one thing they never knew how I was. They thought I would be like the motherfucker to turn on them. But the one thing they never really paid attention to is that I never been there. But because of my actions with fuck niggas, yeah, I was robbing. But I just, what I'm saying? The older niggas was terrified of me as a young nigga, what I'm saying, coming up in the gang, doing what I do. But I never knew that. And
Okay.
that's some crazy fucking
You was a menace, nigga. That's what you realizing. You was a menace, motherfucker.
I didn't really well I didn't realize that they viewed me as unpredictable, but I thought that they viewed me as loyal because I stayed loyal to the motherfuckers that I was fucking with. You know what I'm saying? And I didn't fuck with too many people on that level until it came time for us to disassociate with each other. And even
Yeah.
still, in our gaps of not talking or being cool with each other, not I won't even say being cool. We was never not cool. One nigga I don't fuck with to this day. But the rest, man, shit, man. I'm open. But if you see me, you smile in my face and you shake my hand, especially, a nigga, 21, 22 years old. Okay, I had a little bit of a reputation.
Yeah.
And it wasn't, and my reputation wasn't on gang shit, even though I was gang affiliated. My
Mm-hmm.
reputation was on street shit, period. Because I didn't
Yeah.
give two fucks at that time. But it's
So
like
so
crazy to go
so
ahead.
kind of your story is like, nigga, you put in work before you even start gang banging. You was already putting
Yeah,
in work. Yeah.
that,
Oh, man.
that's to be precise. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Understood. Understood.
You know.
But you know what I'm saying? It's just crazy to hear that shit. Like, I'm in my I want to say late 30s or whatnot, early 40s at that. When the homie hit me with that, and I'm sitting here like, is you serious? These same motherfuckers I'm calling them, back then. I was in my 20s or whatnot. I done moved to different states or whatever, and I done figured out, nigga, we can get money. So I'm calling the motherfucking some of these goddamn shot callers, the ballers. I won't say shot callers. I say the ballers. And I'm not realizing these niggas thinking I'm trying to rob them. Come on, for what?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like, God damn, that's some cold shit.
Mm-hmm.
But I used to go home to make trips just to get something from these same guys and let them know. Like, yeah, yeah, yeah. Give me a couple of days. Not even. It was never, ever, ever. No more than 2 days went by that whatever I brought back home, it was on green side. So we ain't talking about no bullshit. But we was on
Yeah.
green side. I'm done. Here your money is. Let's. And I got to make another fucking trip. I'm trying to establish a goddamn pipeline, man, because it was just that easy.
Understood.
But
Understood.
then what I'm saying, a motherfucker pass, man, is a motherfucker pass, and a lot of them same niggas now to this day be like, they see my change, see the lifestyle change I've made, which I swear to God, it's a 180. We sit here, we talking cool, and I'm dropping this knowledge and this what I try to do. You know what I'm saying? Shit, boy, don't always like this,
Mm-mm.
but I don't sit there and glorify being. Oh, I was the big. No, I wasn't never that. I was a
Mm-mm.
nigga that never bowed down to nothing and didn't take no shit from nobody.
Mm-mm. Nah, facts, facts. Big facts like a motherfucker, man.
I got plenty of motherfuckers that could really, vouch for that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So it also made me look at my life now. We skip all the bullshit back in the '90s and shit. And I look at now my life in the past 5 years, like not 5 years, but over the past situation. Oh God, is that me?
Nah, that's Jay Solid. You up still, Jay Solid?
Yeah, we
Nah.
good.
Nah, you fucked up, Jay. Drop
All
down and
right, I'm
come
gonna come
back.
back.
But nah, you know what I'm saying. All I'm saying with that is I'm not flying over the Pacific Ocean. I'm just flying over the goddamn from Mexico to goddamn America now. But all I'm saying is basically I've changed. I've changed so much, and my people recognize that I've changed, and they love me even fucking more for that.
Mm-hmm.
But when you can sit there and really, really, really be truthful with yourself, who the fuck? If it's like, goddamn. we're not doing the shit we did 20 years ago. And shit, 20 years ago, I was coming out of the bullshit. So I've been in Vegas over 20 years. I was coming out of the bullshit. And I sit back and I look at the situation when I first moved out there, man. Every fucking day. That first summer hit, motherfuckers laid it down every day.
Mm.
Every day I on neighborhood every fucking day. And it was really tripped out to me because I remember there was a point in time back in the very early 90s when there was a mad summer like that. And me, I'm evolving. And that's what I really just look at everybody that feel like, yes, if you had affiliations and we're in our 30s, 40s, 50s, whatever, you know what I'm saying? Looking back where it all came from. If it come from California, the GD BD movement or the Vice Lord movement, it's a whole different ball
Mhm.
game. And speak on that. But look at what came from California. And you remember when you look at them kids,
Mm.
most of them were kids. I got family that I fuck with real tough out there. But look at the family and see what they're doing. That shit was a look at the Tookies, Raymond Watch. They were fucking kids starting
Hey,
something.
hey, let me tell this little story real quick. I'm gonna try
Yeah,
to
go
make it
ahead, go
quick
ahead,
though.
go ahead.
Uh, man, this like probably 2010, 2011. Man, I was at a little corner store, bro, and I had seen this dude. He was getting some cigars and shit. So shit, nigga, I end up letting him know, man, I got something that you can put in them cigars. He was like, oh yeah, like so shit. We end up exchanging numbers and shit, and the nigga end up fucking with me.
Mm-hmm.
So the first time he fucked with me, it was just handling business, whatever. Then the second time he fucked with me, he was trying to he started talking to me more. He felt a little comfortable. He was like, yeah, man, I used to be just like you know what I'm saying, doing my thing and shit. He said, but I end up saving me enough money up to get an 18 wheeler and get my CDL license and shit. He was like, shit, ever since then, shit, my life changed like a motherfucker. So now I just come to the hood, you know what I'm saying, give me what I need and shit, nigga. I'm back home or back on the road and shit. So, just thinking about that shit now, like every time I fuck with him, he was trying to put me on that. He was trying to get me
Pussy
the
was
game
trying
to
to
do
put
that.
you on game
Yeah,
without being disrespectful.
yeah.
He was
And
trying
it's
to put you on game.
2025 now, nigga, and I'm just not getting my shit to what it's 2011, 2010 type shit, nigga. So just imagine, nigga, if I would have took that game that nigga was trying to give me way back then.
Yep.
I mean, man, look here. I was put on to being an electrician.
Hmm.
The fuck? Well, I don't know. Where the hell is Hughes Street at, Caramel? I don't know where that's at. Uh, Give me an area. But nah, man, in '94, I want to say 90. What's it, 92? It had been in '94. I was locked up in the county, man, doing some more bullshit ass time, and actually, I was actually fighting an aggravated assault on a police officer. But I met these guys, man, and I had to.
Damn,
It's
D Shep,
crazy
you done
because,
whooped the law?
man, don't worry about all that. I'm just, I'm just saying. That's why I say I don't glorify anything that I've ever done, but I don't
Yeah.
have any regrets on the life that I lived.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? But okay, okay. I'm sorry, show. No, okay. So you talking about no? There's motherfuckers in the hood, Caramel. The same Lolas. She there's branched out. There's Lolas. There's a Eminem, H&H. I want to say H&H or Eminem barbecue right down there across from the Stratosphere that you need to check out. That bitch is awesome.
Hey, D
But
Shep,
yes, sir.
you say you got how many people? How many kids in the military?
Two.
So
My twins. My twins.
what they think about it?
They they love it. They were supposed to go in. They both Air Force. I had to talk them in the Air Force. They was trying to go into the Marines. They did the ROTC shit, right?
Yeah.
And I'm not anti-military. I just know that for a lot of us, it's not really a thing. But I won't say us. I spoke for me when I was talking to them.
Yeah.
I knew that it wasn't for me. So I got a lot of homies that man went in and man made fucking brilliant, you know what I'm saying, choices in life.
Right.
So I figured, you know what I'm saying, their mom didn't want them to go in, period. But I rationalized with them. I said, man, look, if you're gonna go, man, just not man, just pick Air Force. So anyway, they both there. One is in Japan right now. No, I'm sorry. One is in Korea right now. One is on his way to
You that
Japan.
boy in Korea? I was out there.
Yeah, and the one that went to Korea, he already knew that Korea is the gateway.
Yeah.
So his little brother, which twins, of course, but his little brother got assignments and he couldn't tell me about. I'm like, all right, cool. Don't. Just let me know when you get where you're going. But he was actually able to open up to me a few weeks ago and let me know, I'm possibly going to Japan. But the thing
Mhm.
about them is being going through ROTC, they could have originally went into officer school,
Yeah. True.
but they chose not to. And I said, y'all made the best fucking decision ever because Officers Academy is always on the fucking, you know what I'm saying? It's on the plate. Well, my oldest, the pilots, they've been getting at him really, really, really tough about becoming a pilot.
Yeah.
And my other son is going to Japan, like I said, shit. They both because I always question them when I talk to them. So what are you gonna do? Is it gonna be a career thing or is it just something that you want to do you know what I'm saying? And they really both looking forward to the career move, man. And I'm just
Yeah.
like, shit,
Knock that 20 years out and they ain't gotta work for the rest of their life.
man. And they get it. You know what I mean? I didn't have anybody to talk to me about anything, even going to college, man. I didn't have nobody. I had scholarships, even though I was getting fucked out of scholarships. I had scholarships, and I fucked it off. But I always our goal as parents, man, and I'm speaking to everybody at this in this fashion. Our goal as parents are to make sure our children do better than we did. And if you can't get that through your fucking mind, then you failed as a parent.
Well, I feel like our duty as parents is to get them ready for the world. Cause
It's
they
two.
blind. Cause they blind, to the world. So you got to give them
That's
everything they
that's
don't
our
see out
job
there.
as parents, not our
Yeah.
goal as parents, my nigga.
Okay,
Our
I get
goal
you.
as parents, you feel what I'm saying? Our
Yeah, for
goal as
sure.
parents is to make sure that our children are live better than what we live. Our job as parents are to make sure that our children get to the point to where they raise our children to be adults.
Yeah,
Secondly,
very true.
teach our children how to be adults. Now, you can do
Mm.
that in the same token, but most folks don't look at it like that. And when I say make sure that teach our children how to be adults, because shit, when they turn 18 and you've been taking care of them all their life, and you say, okay, let's send you out. You never taught them about paying bills. You never taught them about building credit. You never taught them about having jobs or anything.
Right, right. That's what I'm
So
talking about.
that's our second goal as parents. That's why my kids that were with me, my two that were with me, shit. My daughter just moved out, and when I tell you, I don't even want to tell you how much she had saved up before she moved out, but that was intentional
Hmm.
for her to have that. And I really wish she'd have stayed a little longer to build it up even more.
Right.
Because what she had, man, come on, man. My son, shh, hey, my both my kids, like I said, man, and I don't use this as a flexing moment. I try to use these situations that I learned because it wasn't something that was taught to me. It was something I had to figure out as a teaching moment, man, for parents that have children that they really, really fucking love. We are never gonna be friends to our children,
Mm-hmm.
but we can always be a parent and a confidant to our children. So where they feel comfortable enough to tell you anything, but never put you on that fucking friend level. if that makes sense.
Right.
So it's like, man, embrace your children to where they're comfortable enough to tell you what the fuck is going on in their lives, because when you don't know, that's where you fucked up.
Yeah. I feel like if you go through some, if you done really went through something, you could already see the blind spots already. You know what I'm saying? You can
But
go
just
ahead and
because
tell
you
them.
see them, don't mean that they're gonna open up to them. They have to be comfortable enough to open up to you. Whereas you recognize what the fuck just happened. But
Yeah.
if you ask when you question them about it, they're like, oh no, but you know it's something. That means that
Yeah.
they lying to you.
Yeah. Mm. I mean,
I'm not the go ahead, bro.
on my side though, man, going to the military was, one of my best choices. I didn't want to go, but you know, shit, it ended up coming across my desk as a last minute thing, and shit,
Did
it
you
ended,
regret going?
huh?
Did you regret going?
Hell no, that shit still help me to
Exactly my
today.
fucking point. You
Hell no.
learn something in that military. The basis, the real basis, I think, and you correct me if I'm wrong, because I got, the basis I think of the military is discipline.
Yeah, discipline, because I ain't have it either. I was out there.
Man,
So that's why I
mine
said it
just
was a last minute choice for me, though.
see where you learn discipline in the military, and you actually got paid to learn discipline. I learned for free in them fucking county jails and that penitentiary, man.
Yeah, that's why they line up together the same way. Like, if you really look at both of them, it's pretty much the same thing, except, you know what I'm saying, the extra, the little sales type of shit. You feel me?
But if you look at school, let me break this shit down. If you look at school,
That's the first penitentiary.
you go to classes for X amount of hours. You get recess. Hmm.
Yeah.
Recess, we're gonna hit the yard. That's yard time. Then you come back in, you go back to these classes. You go to child, that's lunchtime.
Right.
So you can kind of look at that same situation and say, when they say the pipeline from elementary to the penitentiary is real, yeah, it is. But but see, that's where parents, because a lot of these parents, man, relied on the fucking school system to raise their kids.
True. And you ain't do the other part
You know what I'm saying? Because it
of
starts at home.
educating. You gotta educate them outside of school too, though.
K Riz, I was smart than a bitch. I ain't gonna lie. I was smart as fuck. I was reading the newspaper by the time I was in the second, third grade. I understood a lot of things that I should have never, that I won't even say should never, because if you're raised in the right environment, even though both my parents worked, my mama said they worked their ass off. I had a real, my biological, I hung out with him every fucking summer. And whatever breaks I may have, that was my best friend. So I got the best of both worlds when it came to fatherhood.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't know how to rate one above the other because they both played a very valuable part of my life. You did.
Right. I
So
get you.
you can look people can look at this bullshit and it'll be crazy because hey little nigga, yo, well when he come back, because I want to ask him, how many people do you have in your chat? Because I remember when I was tuning in when he was when old boy when he was interviewing old boy it was 7 people. And I'm sitting there like, he had way more than that when he on bullshit. But that just lets you know where society is. Folks would rather hear bullshit than real shit, man. And me, I
Bullshit.
don't give two fucks about it because I'm gonna if it's bullshit that I don't fuck with, I'm gonna leave it alone. Get the fuck up out of there because I don't want to hear it. But when
Big
people see
facts.
me on a fucking panel, it's because either I have 9 times out of 10 I have something to fucking say. There's
Right.
that one time out of 10 that yeah, I'm on bullshit, bitch. You didn't call me out, nigga. I'm up there. But
Yeah.
that's far few and in between because that's not how I move because I know my worth and I know what I'm capable of more so. And it's these people that don't know what the fuck they're capable of. They trying to question themselves or trying to talk themselves into being this big badass won't. They're the ones that get up there and talk the most because they're talking from a safe fucking place.
Mm. Facts, big facts. Man, how y'all doing, man? What's going on with y'all? Love the conversation and shit like that. I just stumbled across a live stream.
What's up, man? What's up, man?
We're gonna put that whatever to the side, baby. For real.
Man, how my black
But
men doing up in here? I listened to what y'all was saying. I was agreeing with y'all because it's all about placement, but 9 times out of 10 it's always financial. So we may not need
it
to.
starts financial.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like if you want to thrive in a good environment, I mean, how you gonna be able to afford that? I mean, it's one thing to dream it, but realistically, people are out here struggling. But I was just saying, I was agreeing with y'all.
No, it's all good, dude. Me and you don't rock, and I'm cool with that. Ain't no animosity, ain't no bad blood. We just don't rock. But I can, if we can come to agreeance on certain things, I have no problem with that, bro. For real.
Yeah, man, that's what it's all about, bro. We're not supposed to like each other all the time, but I mean, if it's common sense, I can't just disagree with common sense just because I got a personal problem with you. So yeah, I get it.
Right. But no, man. So the question that was asked, how we even got on the shit, I came up with the ass end of an interview that show was doing, and one of the last questions he asked was about why black people don't um, take mental health as serious, and we can look at the right now and say whatever, but really, it's really a deeper situation and subject than that because whereas we didn't mental health when it comes to counselors and therapists and shit. That shit costs money unless before there was like state aid and all that shit to help a lot of people doing what they do. But it costs money. Not everybody could afford that. So the
Well,
best
I
thing
mean,
that
yeah, I
we
agree with that. Yeah, for sure.
no, no I'm just saying. So as black folks, that was we've been behind the 8 ball from the gate, even though we was really ahead, but we just didn't know it. We was always taught to be behind, and therefore we stayed behind. But there were a lot of us that, and I'm speaking on ancestors that saw the shit for what it was, but they couldn't put it into. You can only lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. And that shit. That saying is so fucking relevant today as it was 400 or 500 years ago.
Yeah, but
But
before you can recognize somebody with mental health, you got to recognize them as being a human being first. So, I mean, until somebody take you serious, it's not going to be taken serious. So, I mean, we find enjoyment, entertainment, and stuff like that. But in real life, it's
right,
a real balance. It's a real balance. So,
it's a real
yeah, I
it's a
mean,
real fucked up balance too that you have, but not everybody it has it in them to balance that or recognize. You know what I mean?
it's pros and cons and everything.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like so, every individual is different. Somebody might thrive in an environment that may be uncomfortable for them, but another person it may hinder their education. So it's just no matter what, we might even must move to a better environment, not even be grateful. So it's just so many issues, but the foundation, honestly, I think is the household. Honestly, the broken home is so detrimental.
No, I can dig all that, but now we living in 2025 now, right? So the broken home was
We've
a ever
adapted a little
present
bit.
thing, considering. Yeah, exactly, and a lot of what a lot of people that were blamed for being a broken home were really the ones that was trying to keep the home together. So they did all
Right.
these years and did all this time. It wasn't that they chose to leave. You know what I'm saying? That's where the stigma is really. Whereas the mainstream or paints the stigma that the black family is separated because no, a lot of motherfuckers went to prison. A lot of motherfuckers died. That's what broke home up. It wasn't because they didn't want to be in their fucking kids' family. You know what I
And
mean?
a lot of times
They,
too, we don't have any activities. Like you notice every time they used to build an apartment complex, they don't have basketball courts. associated with with these complexes because they got tennis courts, which people rarely use. But it's just another example of you got these black men growing up. It's just really nothing to do. I mean,
But
seriously. I
it's
mean,
just
you
not
might have a
in that
great
aspect.
mom.
Yeah, go ahead,
You might
bro.
have a great mom. She can raise you right, but I mean, you at home a lot. I mean, she got to work. I mean, so you really not disciplined. I mean, you go to sleep when you want and shit. I'm just saying, like, so what is there else to do for these people?
But see that also boils down to circumstances. We like to lump everybody's situation into, well, I only have my mother, I only have my grandparents. But not every no, that's not the entirety of the black family. You know what I'm saying? We may not have had parents in the same home, but we both had parents that cared and loved us. You know what I mean? And it's crazy
Right.
because people try to make the bullshit the norm when it's not the fucking norm. And that, but because so many people, and it don't be so many, it be so few that represent so fucking many, trying to tell the masses that this is what it is. No, it's fucking not.
Well, even an intellectual person, that's not popular. The young is not really feeling that. So sometimes you gotta kind of feel like the
So how
bullshit
can
and
you?
mix it with
So
a little
let me
education.
ask you this then, because you just said something that's like majorly vital. You say the young is not feeling that, right?
Well,
So how's it
honestly,
that?
like, what do we look
No,
up
no,
to? The
no,
people
no,
with the
no.
jewelry, the music, the
So, so,
rappers.
so, so I'm asking you, I'm just asking this question. You say the young is not feeling the positivity, but the youngins will be the first motherfuckers to say the old heads didn't teach us shit.
Well, yeah, because the old heads dropped the ball. Like the only thing that we
No,
had close to our
you're
organization was
contradicting yourself,
church.
my nigga. You're contradicting yourself, my nigga. And the only reason I say
Go
this is
ahead.
because of your very first statement. The young, when I was speaking on the positive shit, you said, yeah, the youngest is not feeling that. So if you're not feeling the positive shit, because what am I wrong for not teaching you negative shit? Is that why I dropped the
Well, you
ball on
guys
that?
weren't great examples. It's just like an individual, right?
But
He's
if
telling you how to own a business, but what kind of business has you ever created? Like you've been working for the white man your whole life. Like, come on, seriously, you want to tell me about being an
I would never
entrepreneur?
tell somebody how to own a business because I don't want to own a business because I know what
No,
comes
but it's
with that.
not personal. It's just an example of
No,
you
no, no,
trying to
no, no.
teach
I know
somebody
what you
something.
mean. I know what you mean. It's just like crazy because you got to realize that a lot of motherfuckers is trying to say, okay, man, look here. I can get you on with this job. I can get you on with that job. We wasn't taught about owning no fucking businesses. Everything that was put in our ear was about how to work for a motherfucker. Meanwhile, we was out there working for ourselves, making a lot of money doing so, just doing it the wrong fucking way. So now
All right,
you
so
got
look,
all these
look. What
motherfuckers.
about COVID? Even COVID had shifted a whole new like paradigm in the world that we live in because
Yeah,
people
it
are
did.
judged, right? Younger people are judged by older people. They be like, well, you ain't working as hard as we worked or whatever like that. But at the same time, we've always been bred to invest in the older generation's dreams. But when it comes to equal support, we were talking about equal earlier when I first got on this platform.
Right.
It's just not balancing out. So that's the contradiction you were talking about.
In a sense, because when you look at, okay, the separation is a motherfucker, but it's really not a separation. It's a separation in the sense of, yeah, a lot of cats disappeared. And it's not because they chose to. You got the more bullshit ass niggas that just didn't want to hold on to a responsibility. They're not
Right.
as rampant as what everybody, the society tries to make it be, especially, and I only speak in our community. Now I can speak on a bigger level when it comes to I can speak on a bigger level. The word will come to me and I'll spit it out. But I'm just saying, as far as the black community, man, we had a lot of shit our way, and there's a lot of things that only one thing I really blame, but it's nobody's fault really because the intention wasn't to fuck it up, but it got fucked up. So when you look at it and say, well, we the older cats talk about how they was raised, and then there's a cutoff. Is it, and that's what you're saying. There was a cutoff that can't be explained, and then now that became a divide. And
All
so
right.
you
So
got the
look,
older cats.
listen, look.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mean to cut you off, but you know the saying, it's
Yeah,
nothing
no,
more
you
than
good.
the sun, right? So when
Right.
I'm over here observing what you're saying, like, I'm taking, because, I like your style. I never really said anything derogatory against you, right?
You
So
haven't.
the thing about it is, it's a perfect example, like how I'm online. So it's just like, the things that I hear about you saying about me, which, I'm a younger person than
What
you.
I say
It's
about you,
just like,
what I say about you, bro. I'm gonna keep it. I'm
well,
gonna keep
no,
it a
no, no,
buck.
no, no, like, don't take it
No,
personal. Like, I love it.
no,
It's
no, no,
not, it's
no,
not a
no,
big
no, no,
deal. I
no.
don't,
I'm saying, no, no, no.
but it's like a
I'm gonna put it out
judgment.
there
And
since
that's
we
the
chopping it
same
up.
example of how the older
And
guys
that's where I
usually
be
do the
wrong.
younger guys without
But
knowing
it's
them
not.
personally. So it was a
But
perfect
it's how
example. I
you
just wanted to bring it
move
up.
when you speak on these things. I say this from my personal issue with you.
Go
You
ahead.
got all the fucking makings. You got all of the fucking makings to be successful, but you rather waste your time hitting on people, and I don't get that because if you have people that like you, but you rather you have more people that like you for the shit that you really have to offer, excuse me, than the negative shit that you put out there. When you just shit on people for no reason. When people talk about people that ain't never spoke on them, that's weird to me. And
And that's what
you
I'm saying.
have
Like,
what it,
if I want to
but you
cloud
have what
chase,
it,
I want to kind of do that with
but
a
that, but
celebrity,
see,
right? If I want to cloud chase.
but you don't do it with celebrities. You do it with
But that's
motherfuckers that
what I'm
ain't even
saying.
mentioning
So
your fucking
ultimately,
name.
that's what I'm saying. Hear my point. Ultimately, it's a response.
And you look for the
Now, how you
response, and that's
decide to
why I tell
respond to
the
somebody,
people,
that's on you.
and that
It's personal
you
preference.
absolutely. But see, what the same thing I'm speaking on with you, shit. Show can tell you all day long. Show did the same shit to me for over a fucking year and never got one response, maybe two or three, but over a
See, I don't know
year,
about that. I never knew about that. I never seen any
exactly.
videos about that.
So talked about me and my wife. Well, not even me. He talked about my wife, which he's never met. And I looked at it and said, this nigga here funny because I'm sitting next to my wife. She don't know nothing about it. And she'll never know nothing about it. I'm like, this nigga here crazy. And he followed me everywhere I went. When I broke up with, what I'm saying, fucking with Loco, no, I'll say that. But when I got on my own shit, just doing me as I do now, he
Yeah.
somehow his ass was there. And I'm like, how the fuck is this nigga here? I'm way away from him. But you know what I'm saying? I never responded.
Right. I see your
And
point.
when he recognized it, and show you don't mind me speaking on it, but when he
Nah,
recognized
hell
it,
no,
shit,
hell no.
the nigga came into a chat, and I was he went on. He hit a panel that I was in the chat of my little homies from the
Nah,
city.
facts.
Oh yeah, y'all dealing with a nigga that got hold out. Nigga, you ain't never saw me get hold out by that nigga. But in the chat, all I could sit there and say was, and we just had this conversation earlier, a little earlier, but I don't mind repeating it. But all I could say was, this nigga love me. And I left it at that. And the homies took care of the rest. The little homies took care of the rest. And so said what he said. He said, man, I'm just fucking man. I've been clowning this nigga for one, but the nigga ain't never responded to me. I thought I'd get to him. Man, I ain't got no more beef with you. I ain't never gonna mention you nigga. Man, nigga, we cool. And that's why I'm here on his panel right now.
Nah,
Because he
facts.
recognized that nigga, I don't you can't push my fucking buttons. You can't make me respond to something that doesn't really resonate with me. And on top of that, I see shit for what it is. But being you the same way, my nigga. That should be upsetting me that you do how you do, but people accept you. And I'll be like, damn, why don't the real you come out, my nigga? Why don't the real you say, like how we having this conversation right now? That's you. Those are your real concerns. But you'd rather think that it's cool to be into it with motherfuckers. That
All right, so
shit
look,
dead.
hold on. Let me say something real quick. Let me say something. So that's the point of knowing yourself, right? I know what works for me. I have no idea what works for you unless I can see your thoughts. So without me having a conversation with you, that would be totally irrelevant. I wouldn't even
Right.
understand what you're talking about. So, I do appreciate what you're saying. So, like honestly, it's just entertainment. And I keep hearing people say that, but honestly, it brings out. I see people are co-hosts. They fall out leaking text messages and shit like that. Y'all too old for that shit. So it's just like, I mean, really, what I'm doing is like that bad. This is wild, crazy work. But yeah, I do understand, bro. Like, cause it's a whole misunderstanding. And I do love the internet. I do want everybody to be great and shit like that. Like even Lil Travis, like he done bossed up on this motherfucker. You gotta be honest with the interviews and shit. So
Real, that's real shit. I mean, like I say, shit, I wouldn't fuck with Trav. He was just really when Trav be on that bullshit. Trav know I don't come around.
No
Gigi
bullshit.
know when she be on that bullshit. She know I don't come around. And I'm not saying that I'm the end all. I'm that just that motherfucker. But it's just something I don't be interested in.
yeah.
Hmm.
Imagine going to a high school when you don't know anybody. I'm talking about a totally different state. Everybody's been doing the same thing in Houston. You know what I'm saying? They know about the swingers. They like, damn, bro, slow down. You can't swerve in front of the cops. Bitch, we ain't gonna be. We can't get pulled over. Shut the fuck up. Sit in the back seat. So like, if you go into this new school or whatever, everybody got each other phone numbers. Everybody know each other for years. Have real chemistry. So I'm ultimately at a disadvantage, but I feel comfortable with that.
But everybody wasn't all at that point. What you talking about though? Especially me, nigga. I just come in and didn't know nobody.
So let me go ahead, show. Go ahead, show. Go ahead and land,
Oh
bro.
no, that's all. That's all I had to say.
All I'm gonna say is, you say imagine going to a high school where kids are fucking
Yeah,
kids.
I'm trying to paint a
Kids are
picture.
gonna
I'm
do
trying to paint a
no, no.
picture. Imagine
Just
going to
listen
a
to me. Just
school because
Beanie,
everybody
Beanie,
doesn't go to
Beanie.
college. We were just talking about black folks. Everybody don't go to college. I will hope all black folks go to high school. I can't say college because everybody can't relate on going to college. It would be more generally accepted if I were to say high school. So it's a personal preference in what you're trying to dig. That's what I'm talking about. See, that older generation, they all trying to find something. Now just take it for what it is. And like, let's
No,
really see the
because
bigger picture.
you're not hearing you never even heard what I had to say.
I'm
While
going
you
on mute.
trying to sit there and paint a picture, all I'm saying is where you was high school when we were kids, we're all adults on this fucking internet for the most part. So imagine moving to another city where you know no one. Are you gonna adapt to the bullshit just so you can be popular? Or are you gonna adapt to what's real in your life that makes your life more relevant in your not just the people that you just met, but in your family's mind, so they can be proud of you, and your kids can be proud of you for making a move that was out of your fucking comfort zone to do. You talking high school? I'm talking real life, my nigga. As adults, that's all I'm saying.
Okay, and I would choose both. I would choose both. I would choose both.
I don't understand that, but okay.
See, crazy, man.
I would choose to be popular and I'll choose to keep it real. See, I'm not gonna put myself in a box. See, that's what I'm
But
talking about, this
if being
generational
popular,
thing.
if being popular causes you to do fuck shit, how can you keep it real?
Because I keep it real with
And that
myself. That's what I like. If I
with
enjoy
yourself.
myself,
Oh, so
look,
basically
I listen
you're
to that
saying that
Johnny
you
Taylor by myself, Slim Harpo by myself, Highland Wolf, Backdoor Man by myself. You get what I'm saying? That's not popular.
so you
So
but
like, let me
is
do
that you
me.
being an individual as a part of rolling try to be part of a fucking pack or a group. You
What
just
pack
explain
am I
some
trying to be
what
a
you
part of, brother?
you
Look, I
that's what I'm
never gang
saying to
bang.
you. Listen to me. Listen, just you hear me out. Just hear me out, baby.
Go ahead, my bad.
You're saying exactly what I'm saying, bro. You choosing to be an individual. I listen to Howlin' Wolf. I listen to Howlin' Wolf. I listen to Johnny Taylor. I grew up listening to Johnny Taylor, but I don't fuck with the blues like that. But I know when I hear it, I enjoy it. I'm never tried
Right.
to be a part of anything. I was always somehow in the midst of everything. It wasn't like, what I'm saying, I just went out of my fucking way. By me being who I am, attracted the attention of others. But if I could have sat there and floated through life dolo, shit, I'd have took that.
Yeah.
It was never my goal to be popular.
Mm-hmm.
But that's like personal preference. You got to see what I'm saying. Like,
But
popular to you
you
may be
just
different
said
to
it.
me.
But you just
That's what I'm
said it.
saying. Like, it might be, see, what's popular to show might not be popular to me. Popular to me is doing things that I enjoy. I enjoy entertaining
So you
myself.
enjoy
That's
shitting on
popular.
people that don't do nothing to you.
How can I shit on somebody when I'm simply responding? I don't go on my way to be
But
telling nobody
no,
that.
no, no,
It's not how I
no,
was
no, no,
raised.
no. You bring up TT name a million fucking times. That woman ain't never
Yeah, and
said nothing
you just
about
gave
you.
an
And
example
she
of
was,
how. All right, hold on. I don't mean to cut you off, but I have to talk. Like, you just gave an example of how black folks only entertain bullshit. You know how many videos I got that's like pro-black? You haven't said anything about one time about it. And then also, you don't never get
because
into
I
business
don't have.
between a
I'm
man
not
and a woman.
subscribed to you
Wait,
because the
hold on,
only
real
reason
quick,
I
hold on.
don't.
You don't never get into hold on. You don't get into business necessarily between a man and a woman because you don't really know what's going on. Like for real, bro.
Well,
Like seriously.
no,
Yeah, real
actually, I
shit. I
do
don't like motherfucking that job.
in that particular regards, I
That's what
do.
I'm
So you
saying. See, you
now
got a
you're speaking
wife.
on something.
You already
No, no,
understand
no,
those
no,
type of
no. You're
policies.
not hearing me. You're not
That's
hearing me.
inappropriate. I wouldn't even bring that type of stuff up.
When
You don't
it
know
comes
me. We like
to
each other. She
TT,
cool. I ain't got no issue with her. This is internet. I can bring the best out of people, and that's what I've been doing. So
you're
until
not.
you
No,
you
you're
become
not, bro.
inspirational like that, well, I'm
When
saying
you're
you're not a content creator,
delusional,
so you don't understand what I'm talking about. I don't judge you
no,
for being you because
but
I don't know what you have to do on a
but you're
consistent
not
basis
listening to
to
me
put
because
food on the
you're
table.
talking. You're trying to talk a lot fast, so folks don't
No, you
understand that.
asked me a question and you're not allowing me to elaborate. I'll let
But
you know when I'm
you
finished, which I'm done.
okay? Well, that's cool. I can deal with that. I can deal with that. So, are you finished or you continue?
Yeah, no, brother, I'm finished. I was just saying, man, it's like a misconception.
No,
Like, I mean, I can't look at the
no.
screen and tell you everything about a person. That is just impossible.
But you shit on
Oh man,
people.
I
You
see
put
how he
these, and
moves.
it's more
This
so
is the
women. I don't
internet.
care about what you
I
say.
can't see
I don't
how a
care
person
about you say
moves.
about if somebody's coming at you, Beanie. You have every fucking right to defend your
So
goddamn
if
self.
you're not there to
But why
see
do
when
you?
they did that, how can you judge a person? And then based upon an
I,
outcome that which you know nothing about.
actually, you're wrong. Do you know what? Do
But
you
I don't
know
want to
what the?
make it as far as nothing like that. But I was just
I'm
saying, like,
saying you're
the
wrong,
generational
and that's
thing.
what I'm trying to
This is
tell
an
you. It's
example
not a
of
generational
how,
thing.
in
This is
real
a.
life.
I asked
Yeah, go ahead,
you
brother.
that particular. I mentioned that particular. I mentioned that particular person because I do know. That's what the part that you
You
don't
do know
understand.
what? What you talking about? What
Why?
you
And
know?
I
What you
asked
know
you
about
why
me?
do you when you come out to TT and ain't never said she ain't never said shit about you. That's my little sis. I talk to her daily, at least weekly,
See,
and
everybody listens.
the
You know
shit
how
that
many
she.
big brothers she is to people? You know how many people got her phone number?
But what
You
has
not
she done to
special.
you? That's
You
what I'm
got her own
asking.
wife. You just behind a woman that's way younger than you, live in
Now
a whole nother state. And
see,
I'm not trying to disrespect you.
but you're doing it.
But
That
yeah,
be the
that's
first
my
thing. I'm not trying to do
prerogative.
so, but I'm gonna
Wait,
do
hold
it.
on. Bobby
Which means,
Brown had a song. It was
this
called My
backs up why I don't
Prerogative.
fuck with you because I knew that the general conversation that we started off
But
having
no, it's
was
not
gonna
like
end in
that.
bullshit.
You're not
No, it
accepting
is
what I'm
because I
saying. You
don't
don't
fuck with you
control
like
me.
that, man. I'm not trying to control you. I'm asking you to look at your own actions
You are
and
trying to
see.
control me when you're trying to dictate my
How am I
response.
trying to
Just
control
because I
you?
say
I asked
something
you to
that
look
you
at
do
your
not
own
like,
actions.
but listen to me. Just
I
because
asked
I
you to
say
look at your
something that
own
you do
actions,
not
homie.
like, but
You said a lot
listen
of
real
shit I
quick,
don't
brother. I'm
like,
not
but I
trying to,
never said nothing about it.
but listen real quick.
Never.
Just because I say something that you don't like doesn't mean that you have to take it personal. And that's the
I
only
didn't
point that I
take
really
shit
want to
personal.
make.
I
Fuck
asked you a
everything else.
question. That's all I
That's
did was
crazy.
ask you a fucking question.
Yeah, but
And
what's up with all the
you
yelling and
took
stuff,
that
man? That's a
question,
generational thing.
because you took that
See, in
question
real life,
and you
I know black
in
men
real
that do
life,
that to younger men, and I'm like, bro, like that's
are
why
you
we don't listen to
serious?
y'all because it's just whack, bro. Like your
Man, live
method of
your life.
communication.
Look at Benny. You live your life, man. You're gonna continue to be
That's what I'm
bouncing around
saying,
from
bro.
to
Like the
everybody's. No,
inspirational
no.
thing would do. Just
There
let me
is no
finish saying what
inspiration
I'm
with you
saying.
because there's no inspiration. And on the cool, you the type of motherfucker, like I said, and I'm not being
But brother,
personal.
you the one that
I'm
asked me
looking
the
at this
question, and
thing.
I was
And I asked you the
elaborating.
question and you gave me the answer, but what you elaborated on had nothing to do with what I asked you. You went into
Well,
my
still, that's my
personal shit.
response. That's what I was saying earlier. You don't dictate my response. You can rebuttal
And like I
after.
said, but so therefore, if I don't dictate your response, and your response had nothing to do with the question at hand, but you delved into something that had nothing to do with anything, how am I supposed to take you
All right, so
serious,
look,
bro?
I'm gonna put it to you like this: if I ask you a question and you be like, fuck you, nigga, you a bitch." So
But that's
honestly,
not me.
that's your response. But it doesn't matter because I'm not emotionally attached to
But you
that
you
because
you
I don't
but
own
you're
it.
living off of ifs.
But I am in ownership of the question. And guess who's in the ownership? Who got the title for the answer? You.
And that'd be me. And you
All
answered,
right,
and
then.
I didn't like
We
the
ain't gotta
answer.
go to
So
the
therefore,
DMV.
we don't have to
We ain't gotta go
we
to
can
the
leave it
DMV. We
alone.
got that understood.
Exactly. And therefore we can say, okay, my nigga.
So
No,
the
hold on.
expectations
Let me
may
finish
be a
the
little
last
bit
of what
too
I was
high.
trying to say because I held
Okay,
you
I'm
to a
finished.
high
Sorry, my bad,
regard.
brother.
But all I was saying
You're right.
was with the answer with my answer to your question basically is okay, cool. Now I understand in full totality why I don't fuck with you, and that's just
Brother,
what it
if you
is,
gotta
bro.
validate yourself like that, that's cool.
But I never validated me. I just said why I don't fuck with you, and you answered that question,
No,
man.
you
And we'll
need a
just leave it
legit
at that.
reasoning on why you don't mess with a person, why you disassociate yourself with a person. But I
Because
mean,
you're
it
a
has nothing to
messy,
do with me.
you have issues, bro. When you start out, what I
Okay,
realized
so what
about you,
have I done
man.
to you personally? Since you want
You
to be
call me all
Captain
kinds.
Save the World, what
You
have I
call
done
me
to you
pussies.
personally?
You've called me pussies, and you called me bitches. But you don't remember that because you say so much to so many people.
So
Yes,
that's what
you've
I'm
done
saying.
that.
So your feelings is hurt.
No,
Your feelings is hurt.
my feelings is hurt.
You're a
No, it just
grown
realized
man.
it.
You're gonna teach
But
somebody about
see,
adversity and overcoming criticism.
you just asked me what you've done to me. Now you
How
ask
many times has a
anybody,
person ever threatened that they was gonna kill you?
never, because I don't. Nobody's threatened shit. They just tried it.
Well, that happens on a daily basis around this motherfucker.
Well, I don't live in that life, so I can't.
Well, that's
I
what I'm
can't. I
saying is a
can't.
regional thing.
I can't relate.
So don't judge me.
Because but I'm not judging you. I just don't fuck with you. There's a difference. You think I'm judging you when I just really don't fuck with you. That's that. I don't.
You have
Whatever
to
you
judge
do is what you
somebody in
do.
order to make
No,
a
whatever you do
look. In
is what
order
you
for you to
do.
make that type of statement, you have to analyze a person. So there's feelings involved.
You say feelings. I look at reality. Okay, feelings, however you want to call it. It
If
is
you
what
was
it
looking
is.
at
But Benny,
reality,
but
we
why
are not
can't you
making a
accept
business
it? Why
transaction
can't
right now.
why
So there's
can't you
nothing
just
personal
accept the
about
fact that
this.
I don't
That's
fuck with you
reality.
and just leave it at that? Why can't you
It's
accept
an
the fact that
emotional
these people?
attachment.
But why can't you accept the fact that these
I'm
people? When
accepting what you're
motherfuckers say they
saying.
don't
You're
fuck
not
with me,
accepting what I'm saying. You
I'm
saying that you're not
saying
messing with me is an emotional attachment. That's not logic.
that is logic because logically I knew that
Logic would
you were
mean
gonna
that we don't operate
logic
with any
dictates
business transaction. There's
logic
no
no
money
fuck a
involved.
business
That
trend. There's
means
no logic
nothing
in
is
business.
involved of me. You're in
You're equating
relationship.
logic
Like
to
it's getting
business.
up personal around
You're
this
equating
motherfucker.
logic says this is what logic dictates. Listen to me now. This is what logic
I'm
dictates.
listening.
If I'm a square business dude, I'm a school person, I'm a business, I got a job, and I'm walking down the fucking street, and you being a fucking drug dealer, doing whatever atrocious shit you're doing, logic dictates that I don't fuck with you because it will be
How
in
do you
my
know
best
that man
interest
be really
not to
selling
fuck with you.
drugs? Why? Because he dressed like that?
This dude's
Because he got
fed,
dreadlocks in his head? Because he don't have a suit
man.
on? Why does the man have to be selling
Hey,
drugs? Because he ain't
You
driving what
good,
you
man.
driving?
You good. You good. You doing it. I had to think.
Hey man, listen, look, I
I
have
had to think.
fathers, I
You
have
good.
uncles, I know I'm
You
good.
good.
I don't
But you
need
know what
no
I'm saying.
daddy. I'm
No,
daddy. That's
you
what I'm saying. I
good.
got my own mind. My expectations for
You
you is
good.
not
You
that,
good.
you know.
You a good
Real
motherfucker,
shit,
man.
bro. I
You
don't want
good at
nothing
what you
from you,
do.
brother.
We never asked for each other
I'm
for
not
anything, but
good at what I do. I'm
I'm
just
giving you
primitive.
you're
You
very
just gave
good
me
at
an
what you
example of
do,
why I don't be
and I just
myself. You
and
complimented
you're
me on
good
being
at
myself right now, but you
basically
can't handle me.
saying
That's why I be in
it's not that
character.
I
That's
can't
why I
handle
play
you. I
like
just
I'm
don't
dumb.
want to
I
fuck
gotta
with
play
you,
like I'm
and therefore I
stupid
choose
every
not
single
to.
time I'm around you black guys.
You think that
Church.
so you're telling me I'm stupid. So you have to play like
You
you have
can't
to
even
get
handle
down to my
intellectual
level as being
conversation.
stupid. We started out having an
You can't
intellectual
handle an
conversation.
intellectual conversation. This is an
Is
example
that
of
true?
real life. A younger man with an older man. We
Younger
over here
men
talking,
having
can't
older
pass down the street
conversations.
without
So
arguing at each other. Can't get along to save our own life.
I'm glad. Thank you,
Uh,
Like,
Bro, this is a real example. We were just talking about this on the panel. Why are you so slick?
I got this one,
Bro,
homie.
Show's a genius,
So,
bro.
so you, no, show. I got this one, homie. You just said this is an example of older men and younger men not being able to communicate. How the fuck am I on this younger man's panel and we get along just fucking fine?
That's an isolated situation. We talk about in general.
Let you
Don't take it
tell it, but
personal.
everybody I deal with is younger than me, and I get along with them.
Yeah, but
This
that's okay.
you,
That's easier to say. But you got another guy on this panel, so that has nothing to do with show. Don't
and
bring
he
him into it.
okay. So K Riz,
All right, what about
We
me,
need you
man?
to
What you talking
focus.
about?
K Riz, K Riz.
What's up?
Interject, homie. I ain't gonna say shit. Just interject. I know you already know what you
What?
got to. Just say something.
Shit, what's up, Beanie Chris? Shit, I'm listening to what y'all saying, but shit,
K
what
Riz,
you
we
want me to
black men,
elevate
K
on?
Riz. There's nothing wrong with what's going on. This is just a great conversation. We
Hold
rarely
on,
get
hold
all that.
on,
We
hold
always
on.
cursing each other out, threatening each other. This is a great example of how we can communicate. And
But
I
I don't go
appreciate you for
about
bridging
life
the
doing
gap,
that though,
That's not that.
Beanie. I really don't. I don't go.
Hey,
I don't go about life cursing out the younger cats that I deal with in life on my job on a regular freaking basis. I don't go about
That's what
life
I'm saying. I don't
communicating
take that Uncle
in
Tom stuff, though, D-Sep. See, in real life,
I'm talking
I
about
can't
black
do that.
men. I
Nigga
ain't
telling me,
talking
look,
about the
hold on
younger
real quick.
white
Hold on.
dudes. Because I only deal
If
with
I'm in
the
the warehouse, wait, hold on, D-Sep. Let me say
I
one
don't
more
work
thing,
in the
brother. If I'm in
warehouse,
the
homie.
warehouse and
What
a
I
nigga
work
be
at,
like, say, bro,
what
wait,
I do for
hold
a
on real
living.
quick, man.
No,
I'm
fuck what you
speaking to the
talking
blue
about.
collar
Because
workers
what
of
I do
America.
for
They
a
got a lot
living
of young niggas in the
doesn't
chat that got a job.
consist of me dealing with motherfuckers working in a warehouse, dropping off fucking packages, pulling packages. But I deal with these young black men
I'm
that I
just trying to make a
mentor
nigga.
on a regular. No, hold on, nigga. What I deal
Go
with
ahead.
these young black men that I mentor and show them how to get down with what we do is life and death situations, nigga. But you wouldn't understand it because you don't. You all
I
right?
understand, Decep, and I
No, you
agree with you.
don't.
It is life and death situation. Let me tell you why. Because if I'm in a
You don't.
warehouse
You
and
don't
you
because
telling
you
me to
don't
tuck my
know.
shirt in on the strength of the white man, I'ma say, nigga,
What
fuck
the
you.
fuck do life and death have
Bitch,
to
give
do
me
with,
my fucking check and let me
tucking
go
your
home.
fucking
No,
shirt
no,
in?
real shit.
And then you would
See
get the
what I'm
fuck
saying?
on.
See, I can't even
But
be
you would get
real.
on.
I can't even be
You would get
hey,
on.
that's
No,
what's
no,
up
Benny,
for you,
you
Beanie
was
Chris. If a
absolutely
nigga
real,
can't
No,
and
bro,
I'm
this is a
agreeing
communicate,
real
with
then
you.
problem with
you
the
feel
man.
me?
That Uncle Tom shit, bro. Real shit, bro.
Man,
See,
You
if
always
but
if
you
a
telling
keep
niggas
nigga
what the
telling me
fuck to
if a
do.
you
nigga
keep
Real
trying to
can't
call me a
motherfucking
fucking
self.
Uncle Tom, you
communicate,
pussy
then
Fuck
ass
then
nigga.
Coblo,
then
You
nigga.
don't know shit about me, you fuck boy. That's why you fuck with them hoe. Let me stop. Hey, show. I ain't come up here for this, man. But
hey, Beanie Chris,
I,
that's a
I
dumb
think
relation. That's some dumb shit to say though. I ain't gonna lie though.
It is, brother. You know what? I do apologize. I'll take it back. Y'all edit it out.
That was some bullshit.
No, but for real, I feel that though, man. It's just like a dude is like always over you. So what he should do, how he should wear his shit, where he should
that
talk
mean
like,
that you
walk
really
like.
didn't have a bunch of people in your life, a bunch of men in your life, homie.
Brother,
You
I got
lacking
nothing but
somewhere.
love in my life. I got
You're
all my family.
lacking,
I got my
but you're
mom and my
lacking
dad in my
somewhere.
life. Like, where the hell
Otherwise,
my
you wouldn't be
baby?
on here
What?
spreading the hate that you
Is
spread,
you
man.
crazy?
You really wouldn't.
What are you talking about? We
You
talk about
breed
black
hate,
men
man.
why we can't get along with
You are
communication.
a
Don't
wolf
take
in
this
sheep's
personal. We talking
clothing
about general.
because every time I see you somewhere, you never disappoint me, my nigga. You never
Not one
have
time have
disappointed
I
me.
criticized your
No,
character on this panel.
but you've never
Not one time
disappointed
have I
me either.
criticized your character on this panel.
But you call
We
me
have a
bitches
general
and hoes
topic.
and pussy
We have a
ass niggas.
title.
So
This
you
is
know,
a
but those things
professional
you have
platform.
selective memory. You have selective memory.
Man,
And
look,
what we were
I have
talking
great
about,
memory. I
hold
remember
on,
before I
homeboy.
got on this
Hold
panel,
on,
I looked
homeboy.
at the
While
title
you
and I was like,
bullshitting,
this is a legit
you fucking
conversation. Let me
around
join it.
and you jump in and now we're here. Where the great
Well, I mean,
conversation
shit,
could have
bro. Look,
kept
they
going,
got white
but
folks
you took
watching us
it
right
here.
now. Why you
You
doing
took it
all
here.
that,
You
brother?
chose because you chose to take it here.
I'd rather battle with
Anybody
somebody
that
around
fucks
my
with me and
age.
anybody that knows me, nigga, some
That's
battle
what
with
I'm
somebody
saying,
your
brother.
age
I'm with
doesn't
you.
mean you're gonna possibly battle. You a troll ass nigga, and I give you those credits, man. You good at what you do. You're actually
Man,
great at
that's
what you
cool
do.
with
No,
narrative, but in
but
grown man
you're
talk,
great
and
at
you
what you
stand on
do.
your own. It's easy to
I'm
veer
I'm
off the
So hey,
conversation
I'm
and get
standing
on
on my
I-12.
motherfucking own right now in the fucking house that I'm standing in,
But why are
which
you
is my house,
deflecting?
and I'm
This has nothing
making.
to do with nothing you talking
You
about.
just said, can I stand on my own as a grown man?
That's what I'm saying. In the
Was that not the
conversation,
question?
don't veer off.
So, so,
Stay
so,
on
so
topic.
basically, what you're asking me is, can I stand on my own, arguing with a motherfucker that's gonna push your button and tell you, make you attempt to make you say shit? That's what you do. That's not what I do. I
You're
try to
giving me
bring out
too
the
much
best.
power
I
over your
try to bring
feelings.
out the
I don't
best,
have that
and you know
power
what?
over you. I'm
And
not a
I just took
racist.
that.
I don't have
I
that.
just took it. I just took that away from you. So therefore, yes. You were right in what you said in the very beginning, but I had to think about who the fuck I was dealing with, and it made me change my whole operation and how I'm gonna
But what
deal
does
with you.
that have to do with the title? This is business.
Because this wasn't business, nigga. Ain't nothing about this been business. The only person that this has been business for is Show and the person that was up here when he did the interview. The rest of this shit is
Okay,
commentary.
perfect. So you want to be an
The
example of
rest,
me doing being a better man, being
I
better
don't,
content,
man.
being,
You
better
be who
character.
you
You
are,
want to be an
man. You
example
be
for
who
me.
you are. How can I be an example for
So
you?
now it's be who I am when I
How
should
can I?
switch
How
up.
can I be an example for you? You're
Because you want
looking
to
for somebody
provide
to
an
be an
example what an
example.
example can be, but you're not walking it like you're talking it. You want to tell me how to be a better person, but in conflict resolution, you can't provide an example of what would make me like kind of listen to you. Only thing you're doing is tearing me down. I haven't said nothing against you personally on this platform yet.
And what have I said about you?
What a great example of generational gap.
What? No. What have I said about you? You wanted to use that. What have I said about you that was bad?
Them white folks is watching.
What have I said? But you're not answering the question. You asking that question. I said, okay, cool. But what
Hey,
have I
Beanie,
said
you
about
got
you?
something against the old school people?
That's what it seemed like.
I just
Nah,
gotta ask
man.
that question,
Honestly,
dog. Cause it seems like you be
you know,
coming after them.
good. Yeah, it
For
seems like I
somebody
come
that's
after
trying to, for
everybody.
somebody that's trying to get where we are, you have a lot to say about how the fuck we got there, and that's where the
Who is
divide comes
we?
into place. Those of my
If I'm talking
caliber,
in
and
general, all right, hold on, D-Step. If I'm talking in general, I'm talking in general. But if I'm talking about you, I'm talking about you. Tell me which one you want to
oh,
talk about. You want to talk
so
about in general or
personally,
you talking about personal?
well, let's just talk about me then. This is about me then, obviously, because
All
you never
right,
said a
so
we.
all right,
So
let's go.
where I'm at, you're trying to get, but you're not trying to listen to how I got there, and I'm trying to tell you how I got where I'm at, despite all of the fucking obstacles in my life, the fucking not gentrification, but the goddamn killing of my own, the degrading of my own, the selling of my own. You think I don't live with that shit, nigga? Which you know nothing about. But I chose to make a change in my life to turn around and be able to say, well, hey, maybe somebody might want to hear what I got to say because it's a very interesting story without going into detail. And if somebody's really listening, which before you came up on this panel, people actually was listening, but you came with the confrontation. You provided that atmosphere, and I, with my stupid ass being going back into who I was, I obliged. For that, I apologize, homie. For real. And I consider you a homie. I just consider you a very misguided homie. For real.
Yeah, and
And
it's okay. I just think that we got so much in common. You know, being a black man. You know, I know about UGK. I know
no,
about
black
BSC.
man, that
You
shit
know,
don't
I know
mean
about
nothing.
cornbread.
That don't
Wait, hold
mean
on, real quick,
nothing.
brother, because I let you
You hear
talk. I
this
ain't
shit,
even
K
cut you
Riz?
off.
You hear this shit,
I
K
ain't even
Riz?
cut you
Do
off.
you hear
But
this
I ain't
shit,
cut
K
you off
Riz?
though.
You
Why you
don't
keep
have
Hey,
breaking
to.
K
say,
Red? K
say,
Riz can speak for himself. He's very
Because
hey,
intellectual.
K Riz
hey,
sitting
hey,
there
But I'm trying to
listening and
Beanie,
respond
laughing
to
at
what
your
you
Beanie
were
ass,
Crit,
saying
man.
Beanie
because you
Crit.
were talking about
When
me.
I did ask you that shit though, is it something that you don't like about the older folks though? Like, cause you felt
All right, so
you
look, let me
felt a
answer
little
that.
bit.
I love older folks.
No, he
Like,
Okay,
isolated it to
bro,
me, K
I
Riz,
hang
and that's what we
around.
stuck with.
All
okay,
right,
okay.
man.
And I'm
So
still
I
trying to
hang
figure out,
around.
as successful in my life as I've been, how the fuck can you don't really know anything about me. That's the crazy part. I think that's what gets you going, because you really don't know anything about me to say anything about me.
Well,
And any
honestly,
research
nobody's
that you could
judging you
possibly
because I
do
don't know. I don't have
is not
anything to
about
judge you on.
judgment.
I
It's
don't
just
even.
about having something to
I haven't
say.
even
It
said
ain't about
anything
judging.
against you.
It's not about judging, but you sat there and lumped me in with a
It
group
is
of
about
older
judging because
people.
if you're not in my
But you you
peripheral, I
you
don't pay
you you've
attention to you.
lumped, but you've lumped me in with a group of older people that I sat there and said, okay, do I speak for the older people or do you want me to speak for myself? I chose to speak for myself. So which one is the issue? Is it the older
Right.
people or is it me?
Because most of the time,
Bro,
youngsters like
everybody's gonna
me.
say that. All right, so if I'm getting into it with
No,
a lady,
no.
they're
This
gonna be
what
like,
you
"Oh,
are.
you
You
don't like
everybody?
women,
Are you everybody?
man?
And the
No, you're
question
not
was
even
asked.
letting me
You asked me
respond,
specifically
man.
because you
Man,
asked
y'all
me
niggas.
specifically. You asked me.
This
No, the
isn't
nigga
this
asked,
isn't an
uh,
example of that
K Riz,
generational gap.
K
Now,
Riz.
Hey,
I'm
most of
willing
the
to listen
time
to this
though.
brother.
Hey,
I listened to
most.
No,
everything he
Hey,
was
K
saying.
Riz. You've been sitting here listening, and the
yeah.
man said, "Are we speaking about the older people or are we speaking about self?" And I said, "Okay, let's just use me."
It doesn't
Yeah.
matter. I
Did I
was
not say that?
responding, and you cut me
But
off.
you're responding to me as a person, as an individual. And
Are
that's
you
what
Bro,
trying?
I
you
Are
know
you
asked
what?
you.
trying
You're
to?
right,
Are you
bro.
trying
Yeah,
to trick?
I ain't got nothing
Hey,
else to say.
hey. Are you trying to pick his mind, or are you just trying to go at him
No, I'm
instead of
not trying
trying
to
to
pick
answer
his
him?
mind. I thought we were just having a regular conversation.
I
Like,
mean, as a
what?
youngster, we will
What
pick
the
pick
fuck?
a pick an old school mind. Like shit, I
Bro, pick
want
an
to
old
know.
school mind. Dog, bro, like
Yeah,
he is who he
So
is, bro. Like, what? Are
but
you
you're acting
serious?
like you're acting like
no,
I'm an
nigga.
old school. You acting like I never really considered my old school myself an old school until I got to thinking about it. But what you're doing is you're trying to fucking put me out there in a situation where I'm an older nigga, but you're dismissing all of my successes
Pretty much, you saying like he not talking about nothing that's gonna help you.
because he don't want to
All
be
right.
helped. He
Let
just
me
want to
know when I'm able
criticize.
to respond. Let me know
Go
when I'm
ahead,
able
bro.
to respond. Because
Go
everybody
ahead,
can't
bro.
talk at the same time, as we know that. Okay, so
This
just
nigga, bro.
because I haven't recognized his accolades and everything he's accomplished in life doesn't mean that I'm discrediting this guy. I don't even know this guy, brother. I'm just simply trying to respond to the content because I thought it was great. I thought it was a real ass topic. Don't y'all
But
see the
you
title? Y'all please
veered.
press the like,
God,
bruh.
Nah, but what you
No,
brought it
so
to
what
was
I'm
different
saying
though than
is,
what we was talking about.
but it doesn't matter whatever is different or not. It matters if I listen to you guys when you
everything
guys talk
matters.
about me.
So we just
And
supposed to
if
sit there.
I'm
When have
talking,
you listened to?
I'm never
Hold on.
able
Stop
to
right there. Stop
finish
right there.
my
When have you? Hold on,
statement.
Benny. When have you listened to me talk about you? When have you sat
Brother,
there
you
and
guys are way
physically
smarter
listened?
than me, all
When
right?
have you
Why are y'all
physically
doing this?
listened to me talk about you? You just said it. I listened to you guys, meaning me, because this is what the conversation is about. It ain't about K Riz.
Brother,
It's
I'm not
about
able
me.
to
You
respond
said,
anyway.
but you said it. But
But
when
even
have
if
I?
you
But
said some real
when
shit,
have you listened to
I'm
me?
still not able to
No,
respond to
nigga.
that.
When have you physically listened to me
Why I gotta be
talk
a
shit
nigga?
about you?
Why I gotta be a nigga? What I said against you on this platform that was derogatory since I've been on this panel? Why I gotta be a nigga? Why can't I be a black man?
Okay,
I
I'm
told you the
sorry,
white
black
folks was
man. I'm
watching.
sorry, black man. When have you listened
You
to
supposed to
me
be an
as a
example
black
of I'm
man?
trying to get
What?
to your
How the
age,
fuck is
right?
you
I'm
gonna
trying to
let me?
when you talk about age,
You see
I'm
this
not talking
shit,
about
Here
physical.
Riz?
I'm
you
talking
go
about
again.
maturity too, right?
Man.
You
You
talking about
see this
maturity
shit,
when I get to
Riz?
your age? Or you talking about just the physical?
You
When you
see this
say
shit I'm
I'm
talking
trying
about,
to get
Riz?
to your level, your
Again, bro.
age, you talking about the what do you mean by when I'm trying to get to your level? Is it maturity or you talking about
If you
age
make
wise?
it,
Is it like
if you make
physical?
it to my age, don't mean you're gonna make it to my maturity level. The old fool.
But brother, you on
The
here trying to
gang.
pat
No,
yourself on the
but you're
back by
not
forgetting
fucking
about the
listening,
title.
nigga. You want to talk about something because what you talk about had nothing to do with the title. Where we're at right now has nothing to do with the title. When I came in and I read the room, I was on board with the title. You did something totally different, my friend. And I still
I
consider
just
you a
think
friend.
that
After all of
narratives
that. No,
control
but you just said you just
for
how are you
so
gonna
long.
contradict
That's
yourself?
like a
But
woman,
how are
but
you gonna
you
continue to
pretending like you can lay the
contradict
dick down.
yourself?
She see you
I'm
drinking,
pretending.
popping Viagra. She see
I'm
that.
pretending.
Here we go.
She see you ain't
Here we
working
go.
out. You got
Hey,
a
K
pot belly.
Riz,
You
there
ain't
we
shit. You
go.
got ass.
That's
How
the
you
Petey
laying dick
Chris
down?
I know.
How
I
you laying dick
appreciate you,
down?
little bro. I
That's
appreciate
why
you,
she
little
fuck with
bro.
them young
Because
niggas.
you never failed to let me down.
Man, I gotta be real. So look, you mean to tell me out
You
of all
never
the things
failed
you've
to
been
let
through in
me
life,
down.
all your experiences in life, you mean to tell me what I'm telling you is just too much?
But what are you telling me?
Never
Because
too
how can
much.
you tell me about
I know
me
you know
when
about that Luther
you've never
Vandross.
walked in my shoes? How can you tell me about me when you've never walked in my shoes? You've never even, I'm talking about not even a fucking, what, an eighth of my life you've never walked in. So how the fuck can you tell me about me? I don't try to tell you
Because,
about you.
brother,
I've never told you about
because
you.
my
I've
brother,
never told
my
you
black
about
brother.
you. And I've eclipsed you. I've eclipsed you in many moons. But I've never once reached
Right.
back to say, yeah, man, you don't, because I've never walked in your shoes. So I can't tell you about you. I only tell you about what you expose about yourself. What have I exposed about me that makes it so personal with you?
All right. I feel like.
That's my gripe, homie. It's not with you. I feel like you have everything that it takes to be one of them, but you choose to do what you think it takes for you to be one of them, and it
Yeah,
never
because in
goes right.
Louisiana, we have more people incarcerated than anywhere across the world.
We're not.
We
What
got
you're
more
not
niggas
talking
that's
about.
laying
But you're
on the
not
corner
talking
store on the
to
ground. That hold
people
on,
in
man.
Louisiana.
I'm
My
trying to
people are fucking
respond,
from
dog. I
hard in
just went on
Louisiana.
mute. I let you talk. We got more black men that's laying down on the goddamn concrete at the corner store. Ain't nobody speaking up for them. So yeah,
Okay,
they
so
watch my video.
I can turn
Yeah,
around and
yeah,
flex
they
and
got
say
phones.
I can turn around
They
and
got
flex and say
phones. They subscribe to
Texas
Beanie
has
Chris.
executed the
Yeah,
most
that's who the fuck
motherfuckers
I
in
do it for,
America.
nigga. I don't do it for
Texas,
no motherfucker talking shit.
that bitch ass type shit right there. Thank you, Benny. You're good with me. You do everything I expect for you to do. All right,
All right, then.
appreciate
Now
you.
you know my audience. Now you know our
No, I
audience doesn't
appreciate you. You don't
coincide.
have a
Please
fucking
don't
audience.
mix.
That's the problem.
There you
That's why
go.
you have to go to
You're
everybody
welcome.
else shit. You have to go
Goodbye.
to
Drop off the
everybody else
panel.
shit
You're
to get
dismissed.
your bullshit off because ain't nobody listening
Ain't
to
no
the fuck
bullshit. This
shit
real
on
black
your own
man.
fucking panel.
You think I'm
You a
bullshit,
bullshit
nigga?
ass
I eat
nigga.
at the
You was
corner
born
store,
a
nigga.
bullshit ass
I get
nigga,
naked
and
clothing at the
you a
corner
train
store,
loving
nigga.
ass
I
bitch.
get fried
So
chicken in that
therefore, let's
motherfucker,
talk about
nigga.
that.
It's crazy. It's
No, he
crazy.
need that. He need that. He need that response. Hey, show. I love you, boy. Man, holla, man. Oh, well, I would do what I'm gonna do, but I know how to get at you. I'm out, bro. That nigga there a hoe.
Yeah, that nigga just come up here to bullshit though, but nigga, I'm about to
Yeah,
lay
but
down like a
I saw it. I
motherfucker.
saw it, my nigga. And yeah, he did initially get me out my shit, but I had to regroup and think about who the
I ain't
fuck I
gonna
was
lie,
talking to.
he started off good though. It was a good
He
conversation at the
started, but
beginning.
that's his thing though. Can't risk anybody shit that he's ever been on. He's bigged him up, just so he can turn around and pop his fuck shit.
Yeah. That's what he
Yeah,
do.
that's it though. That was it.
That's that nigga. That's that nigga pattern. That's that nigga pattern. And
That's
I wasn't
exactly what he
buying.
did though.
I tried. I don't like getting into it with those
I
fuck
need
niggas
Chef.
that
That's why I was sitting back and I'm
I know you
listening
was,
to
but
him.
I know you was there. And I know you man, come on, cuz.
I was listening to him
You've been
for a
fucking with
reason
me,
because I already
trying
knew
to
it
make it.
probably.
You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to find something good in the situation because
Yeah. You actually talking
so
to the nigga, but the nigga so
I'm trying to
bullshit.
man. So what was my purpose of coming up on your panel?
Yeah, nigga, just cause you
No,
fuck with
no,
the nigga,
with the
so
homie that was with the
oh
homie
yeah,
that was
yeah.
up there.
Uh-huh, talking about the situation on, you know what I'm
You
saying,
did
on the mental health in the black community.
right. That was the only reason I'm sitting there listening. I'm like, no, it goes deeper than no. He's on point. I never disagreed with him one fucking time. But I'm sitting there like, hey, bro, but let's go deeper. This is where this shit really come from, and we can have that. We had that conversation up until he had to leave. Then hear this bitch nigga come. Oh, no, D
Uh-huh.
Chef up there. He know I don't fuck with him, but I don't transfer aggression to everybody fucking shit because if I'm not fucking with you, I don't
No
take my
bullshit.
not fucking
A
with you
nigga
out
ain't
on
gonna even come
somebody
up
else's
there.
fucking
Yeah, a nigga ain't even gonna come up there on this shit, man. Nigga just gonna stay in the chat.
man. K Riz, these man, that see it's niggas like that. Oh, you calling me nigga? Just because you call me brother, bitch, don't mean you a brother. I got a fucking welding cap. Let me hold the fuck on, hold the fuck on. I'm gonna show you niggas something.
Oh shit.
Shit.
Tell the nigga that need some medicine. That nigga
No, that nigga there, man, he'll zap the life out of you, but let him. And what his thing is he goes against women. That nigga hate women because he is self-admittedly been. Oh, I hang out in training bars because I support the
I just
culture.
hope you don't do that shit on the street, nigga.
No,
Man,
the nigga has been admitted to hanging out in training bars. While he tried to talk, y'all talk that shit about self-made. No, that nigga has said, nigga, I'll be in training. What the fuck would you be doing in a training bar? Oh, I just support the culture. Those were his words.
no, man.
Nigga, don't get this shit twisted. Nigga, I do pay attention. I remember a lot. I just don't say much.
I ain't
Hold
gonna
on,
lie, man.
I'm finna
I
show
ain't
you
heard
niggas something.
I ain't heard him I ain't heard him actually come in with no real, dialogue.
No dialogue because he comes
I've been
in.
seeing the bullshit, so that's why I've been taking it for. That's why I be like, let me sit back and see what he on first, man.
The fuck? Oh yeah.
Nigga ain't fucking with that shit, dog.
Hey, can y'all read the shit
What
that's
you
on this
got?
motherfucking hat, man?
What you got, D Shell? I can't see the rest
Don't
of
worry
this.
about that shit. This is little words.
Oh,
Right here.
electrician.
Against
Let's say against incest.
incest. Now we go up to here. Stop brother fucking.
Okay, stop, brother.
That's what that shit means. Electricians against fucking incest. Stop brother fucking. I wish these niggas that claim themselves to be black men will stop fucking over black men with bullshit.
No bullshit. We was once all together though. Shit, that shit out the window now.
Because these niggas went for self because they started pocket watching other niggas.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, say that
Wondering
shit
why
again.
these niggas
He
is
making
getting
more than
what
me.
I think
He
I
better than me.
should get. You know what I'm saying? These whole ass niggas, motherfucker, what was you doing prior to YouTube? Was you making money? Was you actually out there living? Show them been, show them been one of the niggas. I sit back and I laugh about a lot of things. Some shit I believe, something I may not believe. But one thing I can always say about that nigga is that he has proven that nigga, I'm still gonna stand on my own. Show ain't never brought no gang of niggas to defend him.
No,
Yeah.
hell nah.
Show ain't never brought, you know what I'm saying? And don't get this shit twisted. You know I fuck with FBA. But you know what I'm saying? Y'all go back and forth, but you niggas know what y'all really about. It
Nah,
ain't
fact,
never been
fact.
no, you know what I'm saying?
It ain't get
And
Mm-hmm.
too
that's
far.
all I'm saying is these niggas let this internet shit because they typing from a safe motherfucking place, coming up from a safe fucking place. Nigga, oh, you way out. Oh, you ain't gonna never come here. You don't even know where the fuck I'm at. That
That's
type of
real
shit.
shit. Hey, that's
I had
real
a nigga,
shit.
I had a nigga in K Ridge, you know what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm
That's
in your
real
city.
shit.
Nigga, I'm in
Man,
Kansas City.
I always tell them just stay safe, bro. Cause shit.
But a nigga sit there and say, no, D shit, I'm in your city. Use a bitch ass, your home. Then turn around and be like, but man, Louis don't get down, but you know what I'm saying? Man, you can come through. What the fuck? If I'm in Vegas, would I come through and be cordial to a nigga that is, I'll leave it alone.
Man, I'm not finna catch a case with one of these niggas on YouTube. I'm
Hey,
just
Mm-hmm.
hey,
keep it
hey,
honest
hey,
with you.
K Riz, I ain't gonna lie to you, my nigga.
Unless it
Yeah.
get too
If
crazy,
I if
bro.
I'd have been there, if I'd have been home, yeah.
Oh
It been a
man.
whole it been a whole different outcome. I'm not I don't talk shit because I'm not a shit talking nigga. I
Right.
don't believe in bullshit because I don't believe in dealing with bullshit. But nigga, I done met up with a gang of motherfuckers that obviously it wasn't no problem.
Yeah, they on that shit. I
But
get you.
now there's a couple of motherfuckers, yeah. Don't get this shit twisted, cuz.
Yeah.
I am who I am. I just chose to change my life. But disrespect, no. And I can reach out. Why you think I don't argue with these niggas, man? I can't say nigga meet me here or meet me there.
Hey,
Yeah.
Benny, Chris, a nigga about to get out this bitch, bro. Nigga
Say,
gonna
Yeah,
fuck
man,
my
around.
get
bad,
that
brother.
bitch
Look,
nigga
say
up out
so.
of
You
here,
know I
cuz.
respect your
Hey,
platform,
cuz,
so you know I
so
respect your
I fuck
platform,
with you
brother.
real tough. Either he go or I go. So I'm finna dip, my nigga.
Nah, man, I ain't trying to do.
I'm about to leave
Thank
like a
you.
motherfucker. I'm about to get
Alright,
out
Nah,
this
show.
hoe.
man, do your thing.
I might
All
show.
right, that's a bet. That's a bet. Y'all hold it down.
Man, you know it ain't number love on me.
Already.
One.
Yes, sir.